Hey, hi, hello, welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist. We're playing a little bit of Binding of Isaac. Yes. Cool. Very cool. Maybe I should have saved that. That's okay though. First area. Can't be too harsh on ourselves. Give me a key. Damn. Well, I still got my key. And a little money. Okay. Okay. Hey, look at that. Don't mind if I do. The brain's not focusing on anything really right now. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good so far. We're not good, we're not good. Okay. Okay. Is this a double? No, it's just a cellar. Oh god. Okay. Damn. I fucked up. Okay, I think we take this boss. Yeah, 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 yeah. It always shoots the stuff in a octagonal pattern. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I'll take speed up. Well, already, and I don't mean to jinx it, but this is going much better than previous, our last run, at least up top. Ugh. I'd like a little more damage though. Having damage up and not killing spiders in one hit is pressing. Okay. Got 2 keys and 7 coin. Maybe we check the shop just in case. Yeah, no. Oh, yes, worth it. A little bit more speed. Okay. Fortunate. No, 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 no. Oh, don't mind if I do. Okay, interesting. Toxic aura tears is based, even though we're gonna need range up now, but we have better pills, so it should bear fruit eventually.
Hello.
Hello, Dagger.
How art thou?
I'm doing quite well, actually. I'm playing Binding of Isaac, and this run is going much better than the previous one. At least so far. Can't be 100% sure that it will continue to. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I returned the car today. This
Mm-hmm.
morning. I drove me and my brother back from my parents. We didn't take the highway, but it was like a mix of different speed roads. I feel like I could now. I feel like I could. Because it's kind of like soothing to go. Like just
Yeah,
that
long
speed,
distance. Yeah,
yeah.
I feel that.
But it's nice. I ordered the vehicle that I want to be mine. I ordered that one, financed part of it. So it's a Mazda 3.
Ooh.
And it has a little hatchback and it's red. And if it's a good car, if it's a good, not crap used car. I know it's a good like brand, but like they get it to you, and like sometimes there's just too much stuff wrong with it.
Yeah, that can happen. Dope. Cutesy.
Yes. And driving is nice, actually.
In theory.
In theory, when there are less people on the road, driving is nice.
Driving can be nice.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm coming to learn. I'm beginning to find. Oh.
I'm debating whether I should order food or just eat the rest of what I have in my fridge.
The eternal question. What you got a hankering for?
Like some soup or some yakisoba udon.
Udon.
One option, bowl of soup from Chili's. $8 bowl of soup.
$8 soup bowl. Chili's.
Chick-fil-A does soup. I didn't know that. Oh god.
Yeah. There was a thought that I just had that was something like Chick-fil-A is like secretly, not so secretly, but like partially Panera. It's like if Panera insisted on primarily selling chicken sandwiches rather than a variety of things. I don't earnestly believe this, but the selection variety seems similar. I feel the same way about Potbelly. I think it's like it's somewhere between fast food and deli, and they're kind of like imprecise about or agnostic about their own position on the matter, you know.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna make a sandwich. I don't want to buy anything.
We love to see it. We love to see it.
Saving money.
Saving money. We love to see it. Saving money, honey. The New Jersey Jewish mom phrase. We love to see it. Saving money, honey. What were you saying though? Something about dudes?
Oh, I said I'm gonna say the most I'm going to do is probably go to the store tomorrow, or like the grocery store, and I'll come right back home.
Interesting.
I'm sitting here. Why is it like so cold, and I don't have the heat on? I'll be right back.
Oh. It's cold as hell in here. What's that about? Oh, unfortunate.
It's snowing some more.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely not going far tomorrow.
It did down here too.
Y'all got the worst of the storm, right? Because they were talking about it before it hit, that it would hit Maryland and.
It wasn't too bad though, just in terms of like amount, you know, like it was like manageable. I guess I didn't have to drive in it though, but it seemed like yeah, it wasn't demonstrably horrid. I think we got like 3 inches and most of it melted. Very wet. So, and yeah. I don't know how else to describe it because I really didn't do much of anything in the face of it. I was just like, oh yes, a snow. And then like went out for like groceries into the corner store and didn't slip too badly. So I was like, I think this is fine. But other people probably had to actually like do stuff in it. This seems fine.
Not the catacombs. You in the catacombs.
Yeah. Listen, I'd rather be here than elsewhere, personally. Now I gotta go. Where's this? Caves. Hey, what the heck? I popped out of nowhere. Is it Caves 2? It is Caves 2.
The sequel.
You hate to see it. At least if you're claustrophobic. I think Morganis was talking about that like they don't like dungeon crawlers because they feel claustrophobic.
Oh.
I was like, well, this game is all dungeons all the time, so it's a little different from your typical dungeon crawler where you've got like not dungeony part bits and then dungeony bits. This is all dungeon top to bottom.
Oh, the dungeon all the time.
Yeah, truly though.
Dark dink.
dark, dank, all dungeon, all the time. Okay, I have a hope for outcome here. Okay, okay. Take this for sure. Okay, okay. Damn. Hell yes. Oh, we got the best upgrade in the game. I mean, best singular upgrade in the game. Increases everything. I'm speedier. I got my range up. I got my danger up. So fast, so powerful. All my attacks. Potency doubled. Oh, hold on. Parents are texting me.
Regardless.
Nope.
No?
Me. You got the wrong person.
Okay.
Mhm.
Not regardless.
Yeah, I'm like the mirrored version of Reganis. So you have to say my name backwards. So it's oh, that's not a good word.
Zinager.
I looked at it, I was like, oh, hold on.
This is what you requested.
No, I revoke it. I take it back. What are you two beautiful people up to today?
I mean, I'm looking at Buttercup's Twitch stream because they're playing Binding of Isaac. I was about to do some comics, but I haven't started anything yet. I am literally just sitting in one place.
I'm taking a break from cleaning, organizing. My mom was feeling the spring cleaning itch in the middle of winter. And what's a better time to start than 2 weeks after the new year?
Right, of course. You know, setting those intentions.
Yep.
Oh, I drove all the way to, well, on the way to a different city, Loudon.
Loudon?
Loudon. I drove all the way, or part of the way to this one part of the city before realizing I needed to go another way because I had put the wrong thing into my GPS.
Oh no.
Oops. That happened.
It was still okay. Yeah, it was still okay. It was still like in the general area, but I had put in the Carvana place instead of the place I needed to return the car to. I think it just like auto-generated somehow.
Yeah, they probably have it in the GPS where the home location is for the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it might have done that because it's you know, when you connect your phone to the thing, I think it was basing it off of my search history.
Oh.
That's probably what happened.
Oh, okay.
Like, do you want to go to Carvana right now?
Right now? You want to give us our car back, like right now, please?
Once before. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I have to go to Enterprise instead.
Once before, GPS existed, like where you still had to like map quest stuff, and I didn't have a like iPhone might have been invented, but I didn't have one that like connected to the internet. I just had like an iPod. Yeah. connected to Wi-Fi. I once accidentally almost drove all the way to Delaware trying to get to Annapolis. It was very funny.
Yo, that's like the slam opposite direction.
Yeah. I was like, wait a
No,
second, did
because
we
I've
just?
done that before, though.
I was like, wait, did we pass Baltimore? And like the person I was with was like, I think so. And I was like, I don't think they're in the same direction. I was like, I just thought that I could just follow the like highway signs to
Yeah, like
get to
the
Annapolis.
signs.
Yeah, and it turns out no, you need to know where the fuck you're going. Like you need to know.
Yeah, you need to know. That's so fucked up, though, that the signs were like not clear.
Yeah.
Well, they probably were. Just like, were you new to driving? Because like the highway signs were clear to me when I first started driving.
I wasn't new to driving, but it was like 2008. So I'd been driving for like 4 years at that point, but I just did not like when I was driving long distances, I was used to like going like map questing something and then printing out the map and then having like someone there to like read the map quest directions. And me and my friend were just like really headstrong and we're just like, we'll figure it out. Like once we're in Annapolis, we'll know where to go because we like know the area. But then like we ended up having a conversation while I was driving and like maybe I missed a turn or something, but I just like fully did not like go the right way. And then we got a flat tire. So it was like, yeah, it was doubly bad. But then there was this like lady, she was like a naval engineer who had just gotten off shift at the gas station where our car broke down, like where I pulled over, and she was like y'all seem to be having trouble, would you like assistance? And we were like, yes please. And she was like, all right, I'm gonna figure out a way to like I'm gonna show you how to like use is it a car jack, the thing that like you lift your car up with? And she like showed us how to change our tire to the spare, and then also was like, I've got weed in my car if y'all want some. And we were like, yes please.
Hello?
Oh my god.
I would have been like, thank you, Miss Fed, but no thank you.
Oh, no, I absolutely was like, yes, please. I needed, like, it was so stressful, like driving so far in the wrong direction. I like was like happy to have some sort of like pacifying agent.
Fair.
Oh.
I used to have like range anxiety, like real bad. If there was like a destination that was more than like 5 minutes away, I would have like weird anxiety about driving there when I first started driving. But then like I kind of got over it when I had to deal with like a family emergency, and I had to go about like 20 miles to like help. And I think that emergency just overrid my anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, the way that my anxiety works is that the anxiety is persistent and underlying everything. And it's because I'm constantly expecting a disaster. So when a disaster happens, I go into like, I know exactly what to do mode. And the anxiety just like literally disappears. Like, but it's because I'm constantly on high alert, which is that's the problem is the constantly being on high alert thing, but it makes me really good in an emergency.
I think that my range anxiety just comes from the fact that I was like super sheltered, and
Wait,
I tend to have
what do you mean
anxiety.
by range anxiety? I don't know what you mean by range anxiety.
Going further than a certain amount of distance from your usual driving area, like your city.
Oh, okay.
Precisely.
County.
All right. I don't have that.
Yeah, I had that real bad because of like my time being sheltered. And I still have it low key, but I think my want to like I think because I hammer fisted through that anxiety real hard, I tend to like not give it as much thought when I make decisions about going places. Like when I went to New York.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's also easier to plan around with GPS, and you know, you can take extra chargers, you could charge your phone so you're never really actually lost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like that was like the number one thing that was on my priority list before I got to New York. I was like, I need to get a portable charger so that I'm not in the middle of New York asking for a charger.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Very reasonable. Sound decision making.
I even got like a little travel backpack, that little like sling backpack. Y'all know the backpack that Sly Cooper has?
Mm-hmm.
It was like one of those.
I think I have
And I
one of
felt
those.
yeah, I think those are way better than like traveling around with like a purse or something.
Mm.
I was gonna travel around with one of my bags, but I was like, no, I kind of want the whatever weight that I accumulate to distribute properly, so that my back or like even my shoulders isn't hurting halfway through the day, because that would fucking suck.
Mm. That would fucking suck, dude. Dude, that fucking
I
suck.
I have low tolerance for physical discomfort.
Mm-hmm. Felt. Mm. Damn. Come on. Help a Negro out. Oh shit. Okay.
There's this person whose face I want to show you, but they're like a makeup artist. And so that's like a little outside of your wheelhouse.
Wait,
But their
why?
understanding of color
Uh-huh.
is fascinating.
Why do you want to show me their face?
Oh, because we were talking about like faces that we think are aesthetically pleasing ones. And I was like,
When?
oh,
When? When did that?
when
That
did
was
we talk
me?
when we were talking when we were talking about attraction. Remember?
Right, but I feel like my consistent position has been that I don't know what that concept is, and I don't feel like that way about people.
Oh, because I had internalized that like, oh, I just like to if their face comes up, then it's just like nice to look at, not like actual like romantic attraction. That's how I internalized it. Am I wrong?
I don't recall what you're talking about, and so I feel very confused.
Oh, we were talking about faces once.
Mm.
I don't remember now either. But I remember us talking about faces and uh like non-romantic like aesthetic attraction when it comes to faces.
Right, and I don't know what the word attraction means, so it feels alienating to me when people are like, I find this person attractive. I don't know, I don't understand that concept.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Okay. It's very, very confusing to me. Because remember, okay, so in my mind, when people say attractive or attraction, I think about things that are mutually like pulled towards each other. And so when a person says I feel attracted to this thing, I'm like what that just means to me, the word that I would use instead is I like this, because attraction in my mind needs to be mutual in order for it to be attraction. I don't categorize things that aren't mutual as attraction.
That's fair, and I agree with that because like I don't think the word attraction was the correct term. I'm just like, I really like to look at this person's face.
Okay,
Like, and I
yeah.
like the way that they paint their face.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, it makes more sense to me than being like, I find this person attractive, because I just don't like, in like, yeah, when people say the other thing,
There's
I'm
too much
like,
connotation to it.
yeah, I'm
There's
like,
too much
and
connotation to
yeah,
it.
and like, what do you mean? Like, well, I'm drawn to it, and it's like, huh?
In
Like, I
what
just
way,
don't,
though?
yeah, I don't understand. It's like, now, in like, mentally for me, like, if there's a person, okay, so, like, I don't want to say, I don't want people to think that I'm like being like, I like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about, because when I, like, there are people for whom like something about their demeanor, affect, or like whatever happens to my brain when I'm around them, like I'm more inclined to let my guard down and or trust them. That is a thing that like I can acknowledge about certain people. But like, and maybe that's what people mean when they say I'm attracted to somebody, but that's not how I use that terminology, because in my mind, like, I feel like, yeah, attraction is mutual. Like, this person is disarming to be around, is how I would describe that, rather than I'm attracted to this person.
I just think they're pretty. That's where I normally land at.
Right, but see, that's still like a qualitative aesthetic a qualitative aesthetic assessment that I don't feel comfortable making, especially because there are like so many subjective things, and people will say, well, this is beautiful, and that's not like a thing that is true. It's a feeling that you have, you know.
That's fair. So usually if I call someone pretty, they're like, oh, thank you.
Right, but that's like because there is a like hierarchy of like, people consider that a compliment because being pretty is considered valuable in society.
But what about the folks who are like, I like ugly?
Well, that's because they like have taken up a position of liking things that are antithetical to what society has deemed desirable. And or contradictory. Like, I see that as more political than like necessarily true.
What's the term? Conventionally attractive? Unconventionally attractive?
Right, but that's, now you see why I don't like that term.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell do you mean?
Symmetrical face.
Right, but
But
that's like,
nobody's face is perfectly symmetrical, though.
yeah.
I know. It's more like the more symmetrical it seems.
No, I think that that might just be a thing that people say, honestly, because like,
Yeah.
What's the dude's name? The guy, actor for who played Edward Cullen. His face is like extremely off center, and like all of his proportions are like slanted to one side, and people think that he's really like nice to look at, and I'm like, okay, well, that just throws everything out the fucking window.
I think they say like symmetrical when it comes to like plastic surgery and stuff, because that is like something that a lot of folks who pursue plastic surgery like pursue, like that symmetry. Or at the very least, like playing on the asymmetricalness of their face to give, like, it's like a genjutsu. And so I don't know, but I also have like my own quandaries. I don't even know the word that I would give to like my feelings regarding the plastic surgery.
Yeah. Oh my god, someone put too much work into. I was like, I wonder if anybody like took the time to see like what Robert Pattinson's like how his like one side of his face looks compared to the other side. And of course people have, and like gone way overboard, like using fucking AI to show a bunch of different weird shit. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's funny because okay. It's the I actually think that in some cases it's the asymmetry that people think is like interesting to look at. Fuck. Symmetrical face.
It also lists bigger eyes, youthful eyes.
Right, but that's neoteny, which I think is different from like not all
The
instances
what?
of neoteny means okay, so there's an overarching trend in hominid species that like as we've evolved, we've retained like baby and adolescent qualities for longer into our lives. Like the first thing is that like baby apes are born with significantly less hair, and like when humans evolved, like we ended up basically hairless. And then ravens came at 8. Hold on, why is
So
my mom talking
delaying or
about the ravens
slowing
game?
of the physiological or somatic development of an organism, typically an animal. Juvenilization. Retention of some larval or immature characters in adulthood.
I'm sorry, like, I'm lost. How does this relate to what you were originally talking about?
Oh,
Big
like,
eyes.
yeah, like
oh,
so okay, so babies proportionally have bigger eyes compared to their face because when your eyes initially develop, like fully develop, they stay the same size for the rest of your life. And so like your head gets bigger to suit the size of your eyes. And people are like instinctually have an instinctual protection response to babies and things that have like a baby quality. So smooth skin, big eyes, all these things that are like typically associated with babies are things that people like develop like cute what do you call it, what is it called, aggression around, cute aggression around. And so scientists think that like as we've evolved more like to retain more signifiers of like baby like appearance as a way of like causing people to have that unconscious like cute response. And like that does have like a like impact on like people's ideas about conventional attractiveness or whatever, but like that doesn't account for how people like when people are like really gruff and muscly, because those are not qualities that babies retain.
mm-hmm.
Or like have it all. So yeah, I just feel like it's a highly subjective thing that is different from person to person, and it seems really silly. Yeah, I mean, like society, okay, people are also really suggestible too. So like the more they see something, the more familiar it feels, and so they like are more accustomed to seeing it. And like that's how people are able to program conventional beauty standards into people, but like that doesn't make them like true or like mathematically fixed or anything. It's just like, okay, yeah, you've been familiarized with this thing in a way that has like that makes it feel more normal. And like I just feel really critical about all of those things rather than just presuming that like, yes, like people are naturally drawn toward. I'm like, you'd have to do scientific studies to prove any of that stuff, and obviously beauty standards change over time, so I don't think any of those things are like definitively or consistently true. I mean, you can talk academically about this all day, but like, I do feel like
I'm
it's
good.
no, I'm saying hypothetically. I'm not talking about I want to do that. But like, for an individual, it doesn't fucking change anything to like have some sort of like academic reading of like, what sort of features are you drawn to, or have you been so familiarized with that you find them like consistently soothing or really normal or something. And like, can you be like can you develop a Pavlovian response to something because of a like early experience with developing strong feelings for a person who looks a certain way? And like, there's no way to like demonstrably prove any of that stuff. So I'm just like, I would just rather say that like I like this, and or I'm aware that like I've been socially conditioned to feel a specific way about this.
I don't feel one way or another. I think my feelings regarding it stop that I think they're pretty.
I'm a philosophy, so I can't just stop.
Yeah, you be philosophying. Y'all met my homegirl. Her name is Philosophy.
I'm thinking about naming my firstborn that.
Really?
Hell no, I'm not planning on having kids.
Philosophy-ona, the idea of a kid.
The idea.
The idea of a kid. I have no intention of reproducing, but if I did, I would definitely name her Philosophy-ona.
Philosophy-ona.
Just have the LaCroix of kids.
No,
A
don't
kid
do
in
that.
another room. A kid that's in a house that isn't your own.
Oh my god. I'm like having flashbacks.
Hell yeah.
No.
Sorry, in the video game, a good thing happened. It was a very, very fortuitous series of events occurred.
Oh, congratulations.
I could not have predicted such good fortune. Okay.
Having a baby seems like a lot of work.
No kidding.
And I'm like very good on that.
Truly. My thing is, I can't internally justify based on the state of the world. Like my consistent position has always been that like, if I like have a partner who has strong feelings about having children, then I'm going to respect their choice to do what they want with their body. But I am fully good on that. If I ended up in a relationship with a person who couldn't biologically have kids but wanted to adopt, that's something I'm more open to. Got no problem helping a person who does not have a biofam who can take care of them. But initiating brand new life in this economy, fuck no.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, so unfortunate.
What's
On purpose, no less? Mm-mm. Such a satisfying sound. It might be the only good sound effect in this whole game. This is the sound of
yeah, this game is very gross.
like the sound when you break a rock though is like really good. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Got him. I'm gonna need my ultimate upgrade. Hell yeah, give me that. Sure. This run is going so much better than the last one. The last one, I got so few like good upgrades in the beginning that I was basically like just standing still and AoE or like very slow DPS killing every boss. It's excruciating. It took like an hour and a half to beat the run. Don't ever want to experience that again.
Have you been seeing people play what's that game, Vampire Survivors?
I watched Dio and I think Vey play it.
What'd you think about it?
Seems like diarrhea Christmas lights for real.
I be watching people play that game and I be like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I feel as if it's one of those like games where you need like, what's the word, kinetic experience in order to understand what the fuck is going on. Like you gotta play the game to understand what's going on.
To be fair, I felt that way big time about Hades, like the first Hades game. Like I like walking into a person's or like opening a person's stream and seeing them in the middle of a Hades run, I literally had no idea what I was looking at. And then like, you know, after like maybe 10, 20 hours in the game, I was like, oh, okay, my eyes have acclimated to what the fuck this is.
Yeah. You unlock your Sharingan.
Mm-hmm. It's like, it's about game feel. It's not about actually being able to tell what the hell's happening. Oh, I
But
guess
I
maybe
mean,
this.
people still be watching it. But I'm pretty sure the people who be watching it have played the game forwards, backwards, and sideways.
I mean, I watched a lot of it before I actually played the game. I think sometimes people just like to see high level play, even if they don't really know what's going on. Because like watching Dio play Vampire Survivors was really fun. Even though I like did not understand what the upgrades were doing.
I felt that way when I was watching y'all play that mecha game from Software. What's it called?
Armored Core.
Yeah, Armored Core. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that game is also definitely 110% Diarrhea Christmas Lights. What the hell is happening? Type beat.
Niggas love it though.
Yeah, I am niggas. I'm the biggest lover of that game. I platinumed that game fully. Like I got every single possible achievement in that game and returned to it often.
I like games where I can totally tell what's going on, and I get a little frustrated with the Let's Player or streamer or whatever. I'm like, I don't like the decisions that you're making. I'm gonna play this game myself and make my own decision. I did that with Scarlet Hollow. I didn't like anyone's decision that I was seeing, except for this one black girl. I forget her name, but she made every decision that I was going to make. I was like, yeah.
I feel that way sometimes watching other people play From Software games because the like RPG elements are so diverse. Like most people like figure out what their play style is and then just lock in and play only that way for all the games. And like I find it excruciatingly dull when a person is just like, I'm gonna get just a decent set of armor, gigantic sword, the end. I'm like, okay, but like they made all these other weapons. Like they took the time to program all these other things that you could do, and you're just gonna, yeah, no thanks. And then they get
kind of bonked.
Yeah, but then they also get mad when certain like enemies or bosses are like built specifically to counter that play style. They're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to play? It's like, well, they did give you 200 other ways to play the game that you just have chosen not to engage with.
RDC Gaming.
Huh?
I think that was the situation with RDC World. They was trying to like hammer fist their way through the game, and it took like 3 of their other homeboys being like, bro, you gotta get some magic in.
Yeah, you need to get some spells. Like, you know that if you just like grab a seal, which does not weigh anything and does not contribute whatsoever to like fucking up your game, and you put a couple of points into faith, you can heal yourself, and you're not just limited to the flask that you have on your person. You realize that? Like, nah, bro, like I keep running out of flasks. There is a way to not do that. It's not even that difficult, barely an inconvenience. They give it to you at the beginning of the game. Literally. Like, it's not even a thing that, like, you don't even have to, what's it called, like, find it in the world. It's just like at the hub area. Um, Now, I also get that like sometimes people go into these games like wanting to cosplay a certain character because they get like really in their D&D bag and they're like, "Oh yeah, I am a barbarian. I'm only going to even consider playing if I get an axe, you know?" And like I kind of get that. But like the whole point of leveling in D&D is like speccing into a more like an evolved version of yourself. The early like, you know, it used to be that like you could be like, okay, I'm a fighter, but then like as you advance or like because of the things that happen in your story, you're like, okay, I think I'm gonna take a level in warlock. And like that's not against the rules. You just become a little like magical guy.
Yeah.
But they're like, no.
Listen. Every other there was some cartoon that I watched. I forget what it was called, but I remember this dialogue because it was so funny to me when I was a kid. They were like, whatever character it was like, man, if I had magic, I would just throw fireballs. It's honest. And I was like, yo, that's actually really funny. Because I would do that too.
That is actually the optimal strategy for how to get through all the Souls games that aren't Elden Ring. Like they for some reason make pyromancy so much more powerful than other things. Yes.
It is honest. What's more honest than like setting something on fire?
Yeah.
I guess bonking something.
Yeah, bonking and setting on fire are just like okay, so you're confronted with a dragon. What do you do? It's like I'm gonna punch it.
I'm gonna set it on fire.
Like the reason why that's particularly funny to me is when we were coming up with the idea of dumb punch girls, it was my quintessential example was Manly from that Jesse Moynihan pilot from Cartoon Hangover, where it's like she's the daughter of like the god king of the universe, and he's like, there's a rival god planet thing that's been like causing a ruckus, like can you go kill it for me? And she goes to the planet and then goes, I'll punch it, and kills the planet by punching it.
That's insane.
I guess more technically, she like she realized that the core of the planet is teeny tiny, so she like stabbed it with her little fingers. But like she did literally say the words, I'll punch it.
What was I thinking about when I was thinking about Dumb Punch Girl? I think I was coming up with an OC.
Mm-hmm. I think we were also talking a bunch about Adora from She-Ra. Like, it's like, why the fuck is she so frustrating? And it's like, well, she's a dumb punch girl. She just goes like, she doesn't.
But dumb punch girls aren't supposed to be frustrating though. They're supposed to be funny.
Well, I mean, I find Adora deeply frustrating because a lot of the problems that she encounters in the world could be solved by just like being honest and open about feelings and like not jumping to absurd conclusions. And instead of any of those things, she just lets shit get completely out of hand, and then it's like, it's fine, I'll just punch it. Like that'll fix it.
Damn.
But you could have had a conversation about this a dozen times in the past. Yes. Yeah, well, I didn't, so now I have to punch it. So
I'm like conjuring up like a lightweight defense. Give me a second.
I mean, listen, you don't have to defend dumb punch girls to me. I love them. I love,
No. It
don't
wasn't
punch girls.
like
Okay.
a defense. It was just like an argument. Not an argument, just like a counterpoint.
Mm.
Because like I felt as if like there was something going on with that type of writing where I was just like, okay, like this person has been traumatized by the military industrial complex and hasn't really been taught how to like expound on their feelings. So them relying on punching something is kind of like expected.
Yeah, but I don't
Um,
it didn't feel like they did a good job for me characterizing her that way, because it seemed like sometimes she would be like what's going on, let's talk about it, but then it didn't seem like she was like experiencing trauma in response to that strategy in other contexts. So the fact that she would just not be like just be incurious spontaneously in service of
yeah.
justifying, okay, now I have to punch it. Like
Well,
it felt like not lazy writing, but like goofy writing to me. Like
it's goofy.
I would have escalated the conflict in another way rather than like making it seem like, okay, why the hell isn't she doing this very obvious thing that would fix the problem?
Um, oh my God. I'm going to keep this away from Andy Stevenson's writing in general, but oh my gosh. I want to I am of like two minds. Like I agree with you. Like I should not have to expound this hard. Like this whatever I came up with should have been like the subtext for what was actually happening with Adora. Was that her name? Was that her name? Am I thinking of
Yeah.
the right person?
Yeah,
Adora?
Adora, yeah.
Wait, was that
Shira.
the princess though?
She's Shira. Shira is
Okay. Wait, who
Adora.
was okay, Sierra is Adora. Okay. So like I feel like with Adora's character, right? I
Mhm.
kind of understood what ND was going for with it. Like she is a clearly lesbian person that has been traumatized by the military industrial complex, and most people when it comes to that, or at least with the typical like uh how they're like groomed to be is to be incurious of like the orders that they're supposed to take. Uh, but as the main character, unless this is a melodrama, which it's not, the character should have the
Ah!
agency to.
Sorry, good.
You don't think that she was trying to frame it as like an action, but that Indy's writing was trying to was like moving towards like a more actiony story. Like I feel as if that's what they were going for.
Yeah,
But
no, I
because
think,
of like
yeah,
Adora's incuriosity, it felt like a melodrama.
right, precisely. That's it. That's my critique. That's my criticism. That's what I don't like.
Yeah, that's also my frustration with Shira.
Like, they also, like, talk about writers who want to have their cake and eat it too. Like, the idea of having, I can't even remember what the bad guy's name is.
I don't fucking remember. I'm sorry.
But they're like, oh yeah, like, so he's the disgraced clone of this uh intergalactic conqueror religious figure, and this religious figure like bad guy style wants to take over the cosmos at any cost, but then like when you talk with him about it, he's got like a really weak sauce philosophy for it, and it's just like, yo,
Hmm.
just like, if you want to do fascism, have the motivation be fascism. Like, like, if you want to do like a like religious leader, have the motivation be like having religious conviction that leads you to make shitty choices. And it was neither one of those things. It was just like, well, actually, I just really like psychologically manipulating people. It's like, you spent 1,000 years hanging out with just yourself and clones of you. What, that sounds like fascism. But then like the moment that there's any other person around, you're like, ooh, like I'm gonna just like be like, You don't know what true power is. Oh, it's so fucking frustrating. It's just like
Same. Well, not really. I was just like, I felt like with She-Ra, they didn't have any of the same like production hangups that Steven Universe had because they were going straight to Netflix, right?
mm,
Uh, and so I didn't understand why they were just like, there was such a time-sensitive mission, but then there was so much goofy side quests happening in between that
mm,
didn't really match the severity of like what was actually at stake with this
yes,
story. Does that make
agreed.
sense?
Yeah, and then like I don't remember what season it was, but like when they revealed the whole thing with the bad guy and like that he's not the ultimate threat, that there's actually like an intergalactic coalition of clones of him who are trying to take over the universe and like started expanding and going to other planets and shit. I was like,
What is this?
no, like legitimately what
I
is
didn't get that
happening?
far, so I shouldn't
Like
even say, I
what
shouldn't even said that. I didn't even get that far. I'm sorry.
no, it's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Like what that was, I like, you didn't even get that far. I wish I hadn't got that far. Like what is even going on? And then
Oh my
like
gosh.
the in my mind, like the yeah, I'm a lore nerd, right? So like when they started like slowly revealing a little like little pieces of the lore, I was like, okay, let's see if I can like fill in the blanks here and figure out what I think is happening. And like the theories that I came up with were, to me, 1,000 times more satisfying than what actually ended up being the case. Like that's
What
the
happened?
uh Shira. Okay, so there is like an ancient civilization, uh, but the ancient civilization actually, like was able to do magic, but like left a bunch of magitech on the planet, and but like they got destroyed by their own hubris or something, and it turns out that like magic is actually friendship, and the last Shira like was alone, and that was her like fatal flaw. And so like they left a bunch of weird dungeons and things for the sword that turns you into Shira to find the next Shira. um
Oh my
but
gosh.
in the like but there's like a coalition of princesses, the princesses of power, who come together and are able to wield the magic of the world. And that's actually like, they're like the anti-Shira, because Shira was like a magitech person. But the sword is kind of like the one ring to rule them all, because it turns out that Shira's like the group of people that Shira was a part of were actually trying to invade the planet and use the magic for evil. So the last Shira actually sacrificed herself to like not let that happen. But then whatever the bad guy's name is, like found out about this planet that still had magic, because most planets don't have magic anymore. And so he was like, I'm gonna go conquer it. But he had he made a fascist empire by making a bunch of clones of himself, but then one of them was like defective or like not as good at leading as the others, and so he like cast him out and sent him on the mission to go take over the last planet that had magic on it. And so that's what he was doing for like the past like 2 decades on the planet that the show takes place on. And Katra and Shira are part of his like stolen child army. And Shira just by happenstance stumbled on this magitech and like became the next She-Ra. I don't know, man.
Wait. Okay. Shout out to Andy Stevens. They got like out of that whole crew, I think they got the best deal for their show. Out of all of them.
It's so sad to me that I think that's true.
Because Rebecca Sugar got the worst deal, I feel.
Well, they got the first deal. So everything else is kind of like
Pendleton got the first. I thought that was Pendleton.
I mean, yeah, but like, would you consider like 10 seasons and an epilogue series and a sequel series to be a bad deal in terms of how Adventure Time went? Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh nah,
yeah,
that's actually like the best deal.
Yeah.
So it's Pendleton, then ND, and then Alex Hirsch and his wife.
Dana.
What's her name again? Yeah, Dana Terrace. Dana Terrace.
Yeah,
Terrace. And then Rebecca Sugar. Rebecca Sugar should have gotten the best deal coming straight off of Adventure Time, honestly.
And so we were talking about Manly before as like Dumb Punch Girl, quintessential Dumb Punch Girl. Jessie Moynihan was also the other lore girly who they brought on to Adventure Time, who like invented a bunch of iconic characters, and he never even got a show. He ended up becoming the art director for Midnight Gospel, but like none of his like original IP ever got or pilots got turned into shows, which I think is like, that's also criminal. He was the like person who came up with some of the most interesting lore in Adventure Time, and all of his show pitches got turned down because they were like too weird. Like he came up with you know Prismo, the like intergalactic, the interdimensional,
the intergalactic dude.
Yeah. I love Prismo. Prismo is a Jessie Moynihan original character.
Oh, that's sick. Bro be thinking.
I think also Lemon Grab. I think he might have also made Lemon Grab. Unacceptable.
Was the dude who made a regular show in that little circle or no?
I don't know nothing about that person, and I never fucked with regular show.
I thought it was funny. I kind of fell off though.
Regular show felt too much like SpongeBob / Two Angry Beavers to me, and I didn't like either of those shows. So I was like, I think I'm out of here.
That's funny because that's exactly what it was, but not really. Because oh yeah, I think Two Angry Beavers had that weird. This is for the adults and the kids kind of vibe to it.
Also, Cow and Chicken. That was another show that I was like,
why
are we doing this?
Dog shit out of me.
No, but like, actually, why are we doing this? And can anyone make it make sense, please? Okay. It's 2:35. I'm almost done with this run, and then I'm gonna draw for a bit and gotta meet with my parents. Just gonna take a little break to do my weekend catch up with my parents. At 4. Not immediately. How? Okay. Let's see, how powerful is There's an item in this game called E. coli, and it turns normal enemies into poop. They just like cease to be enemies anymore. They just get turned to poop. But I was like, does it work against bosses? And I ended up hurting myself trying to find out. And it turns out, no, it doesn't. It does not work against bosses. I'll tell you what, like I'm the kind of person who can love a person, love another person through thick and thin. You know what I'm saying? Like, it takes a lot for someone to like really truly fall out of my like genuine good graces, or like to do something so toxic that like I don't even feel compassion for them anymore. But I just saw on TikTok that my high school crush like reposted a Jordan Peterson video, and I think that might be the last straw. Like,
whoa,
That's crazy.
I was in love with this person for
Super
10 years,
friends.
and like we remained friends for like another 10 years. But I think after 20 years and seeing them repost a Jordan Peterson video, I think that's it. I think that's the end.
You gotta sever the cord.
Yeah. 20 years. 20
Yeah.
years of full-blown and unceasing commitment to the bit. But bit is done. No more bit.
No more?
No. The bit is over. Okay. My client has not responded to in 24 hours since.
Oh my God, I hate winter so bad. I'm breaking out. I have a crazy zit on my face. My lips are constantly chapped. Ugh, and my hands are always ashy.
No matter how much lotion or lip balm or toothpaste you use.
I, one, please do not put toothpaste on your pimples.
Why not?
That is an old wives' tale. That doesn't always work. Um, a better solution is to just lightly dab it with some alcohol to just dry it out.
Alcohol.
Yes.
Okay, but the reason is that toothpaste may over dry your skin, which alcohol can also do. So I don't know.
I'm just saying what the dermatologist be saying. I just be listening to the healthcare professional. Um, but yeah, I have been, well, I'm also on my period, so that could explain the pimple.
I see. It might also explain the overall, like, the umbrella feeling that you're feeling. It's like
Oh
you're
my
listing
God.
off a bunch of different stuff. It's like I think there might be like an underlying fundamental.
My hormones is just like, woo, you know? They're just like,
Woo!
woo.
Woo! How would you like to feel everything 10 times is 10 times is 10 times is?
Oh my God, like 10 to the 10th power, to the 10th power, to the 10th power. Oh my God.
I would not like to. Thank you very much. I'd like to expedite the
Hmm.
experience of being on the other side of this.
Oh my gosh. It was so funny.
um. Uh. Yesterday, I had a really dope conversation with Cheeto, talking about story theming, and Cheeto has had an idea for a story that I felt like was really similar to like like it, in us distilling what their story was about. I was like, wait a second, this is the
Hmm.
same concept as Reganis' story, but like we've been working from like big picture to smaller and smaller and smaller and never actually distilled like what is the essence of the story. And I felt like we really like nailed it. Cheeto and I talking about it really nailed the idea. And uh Cheeto was talking about wanting to sort of revolutionize their own relationship to technology and think about it in like a spiritual context and think about things like the internet as uh like uh like organisms that deserve reverence and
Hmm.
that can be returned to or modified to gain a state of like more communal exchange with humanity. That like the internet moving into Web3 is like becoming this sort of like cancerous, potentially dangerous thing, but like we could theoretically move it back toward a like Web 1.0 version that would be more of a like helpful symbiotic like cohabitant with the planet rather than this thing that just consumes like humanity's become. um uh and I was like thinking about how in your story the like rhizome network like primarily can only interface with like shortly after Y2K levels of technology. And I was like, I think that that's like also what Reganis is getting at, this like idea of having like a magical mystical relationship to these abstract ideas about connectivity in like a post material uh like um like not super spiritual way. Like it's really thinking about the practical components of magic in the world rather than being like super woo woo about like, you know, this and that spirit ghost you know, like all these sort of like abstract concepts, demons.
Yeah.
So,
I was thinking more like everyone's lived experience is basically accumulated and is running through every vine, root, and tree trunk within the rhizome network.
mhm,
Like every living person that has lived and died on this planet, their lived experiences, like their memories, their knowledge, is what creates the internet, as it were. I did the air quotations, but that
mhm,
is the internet.
right, yeah. And like you're talking about it from a uh like this is the basis for the idea of this concept in my story, but like, and I know that you don't deal with metaphors well, but like there is potential for like talking about like making a commentary on humanity's relationship to like this now only decades old technology of the internet and how we relate to it, and like telling a story that's kind of about a archaic revival to an older version of the internet, because it was like less of a consumerist nightmare. And like if that's the underlying motivation for why you want to tell the story, because you feel nostalgia for that version of the world, like I think that that's something that a lot of people feel, you know, even if like you struggle to translate it into a metaphor, and other folks like struggle to translate it into a story or like a fictional story. Like you're working from a very similar premise. Like you're working intuitively sans metaphor, and Cheeto's basically like working purely with metaphor and having and struggling to figure out like what sort of narrative would convey this sentiment. I just think that's interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because did you watch Kizazimoto, uh the
No.
animated anthology like made by a bunch of African animators?
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, okay, we watched it together, I remember. um uh uh Episode 3 or episode 2, Mkuzi the Spirit Racer, story about the like demigod kid whose mom is like a famous racer, and he challenges Ogun to a race. You know what I'm talking, do you remember?
Oh, yeah, the Red Line episode.
Yeah, the red line episode. Yeah. Like I got really excited about describing, here, let me just find the clip so I could just like play it for you so you can hear
Oh, I'm
what
not looking at stream.
I'm gonna put it in Discord. Or can you see it in Discord if I post it there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, we should do a Red Line episode for DSA.
Dagger, thoughts? I don't think they're here. Food, preparing food.
I was in my kitchen
Mm-hmm.
making another cup of coffee.
Mm.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, just uncomplicated.
As expected.
Yes. Yes.
Expected. Let's get to. I know exactly what the premise is going to be.
Okay, what is it gonna be?
These girls are gaming online. They put on their VR headsets. They play a game of Mario Kart. Boom. One of them wins.
Wait, they just play Mario Kart? That's it? That's the premise?
Well, that can be the starting point.
Okay. I don't
They
know.
isekai into the game.
Okay, like listen, I don't hate it, but I feel like they're like I want a little more substance. I don't hate the premise. Like I want to make a red line episode. I think it should be VR Mario Kart, and but we also just need a plot, you know.
Ooh.
If they win the race, they get money.
Or they're racing against their rivals.
Rival.
And it's like a race for pride rather than for money. Or maybe it can be for money. Yeah. They get some money.
What is the currency in the Dungeon Song version of West Africa? Just cowrie? Or like should it be like some sort of like
Cowrie.
future version of cowrie?
What if the winner takes the the winner takes the current the opponent's favorite cowrie shell necklace?
Wait, the opponents? Wait, they're just racing one on one? It's not like 12 people on the racetrack?
Well, I was thinking that they would be separate groups, like separate games.
Okay, you're gonna have to design this game.
That's too many people.
That well, 8 is how many are in your typical Mario Kart and or Diddy Kong Racing game.
It could be about a girl that built her own rig to enter the race.
Mm.
Always
so she
love
literally
that.
came from nothing.
Always love
You know,
that.
like loved by the community, supported by by her own local community type shit.
She crowdfunds for the money to get the rig. She participates in the race and wins.
They try to mess up her nav system during the race.
Oh, that's like Zabulba and Anakin in the pod race on episode 1. Yeah, I like that. She's got to like fix it in real time while she's still racing. Like that was one of my favorite things in episode. I mean, the pod race overall was probably one of the best things in episode 1, but like specifically Zabulba, what is it called? Sabotages Anakin's speed pod racer, and I almost said speed racer, pod racer. He has to fix it in real time at the beginning of the race, and then like starts the race, and the thing that Zabulba fucked up is like dangling on the side the entire time, and then like is that the thing that fucks it up, that like Anakin is able to catch up with him, and then the thing that Zabulba sabotaged like actually flies off the ship and then gets lodged in his engine and blows up his ship? It's like he got his comeuppance.
Yeah.
I love that kind of stuff.
I think that's what happens. Yeah.
I was thinking that the main character. Wait, how do we feel about the rivalry idea?
That can still be put in somewhere.
Yeah, I like the idea of a rival, but not necessarily that being the central thing. Like I like it when there's like a sort of racing episodes or like chapters and things like really benefit from like having a zany cast of characters. And if it's just like it's me versus you, sometimes it feels like okay, like like if you fail to get the audience invested in the rivalry, then it feels a little silly. But if they're just like along for the ride watching all these zany people like try and do something, and then seeing that the character that they're following is like the best at that thing, then they kind of get like that residual dopamine hit, regardless of whether or not they're invested in the drama between the competing characters, like the nemesis situation.
Okay.
But I do like there being like a central rival.
I was thinking like the rivalry would have like a Sakura and Karen from Street Fighter kind of vibe.
Love them.
One of them is like, yeah, like one's a rich girl and the other one's like way more humble. So like the whole like having to build their rig and like compete against someone who has like a bought rig.
Oh, like like basically like she builds a jalopy, but then her rival like is sponsored by Ferrari.
Yeah, that type of situation.
Yeah. How do you do that in a virtual world though? Oh, like it could be that like a corporation like Meta or something is hosting the race, and like she's
Yeah.
like sponsored by like some big corporation that like basically uh has access to like codes that can enable her to like cheat in the game.
Or like maybe she just like did like a pay to play kind of situation and just like bought
Mhm.
the best accessories and shit like that for her rig. Whereas the main character played the game and got all of her current got her current rig just by doing the dailies and stuff like that,
Mhm.
completing missions.
There's a part of this that is like skirting like so close to Ready Player One. Like if you had suggested
Hmm.
one more thing, it might have dipped into Ready Player One. And I want to like, how bad I want to
Let's
avoid that
take this
is
back.
so.
Yeah, let's like I don't like Ready Player One, so let's like
Yeah.
bring this back.
I think I found the clip. You're okay to watch this. We can come back to this. Um, I'll write down the
Well,
idea of Redline episode of DSA in folder.
nice.
DSA Redline episode. Uh, um, Redline episode. Rivals virtual reality race. Wacky cast characters. Corporate sponsorship and or pay to play versus DIY slash um doing daily. um what do they win? Okay. um
Where did you post it?
I'm what I'm gonna do is stream it to stream and uh here, if that makes sense. So
I can just jump into the stream for a second.
okay, you're okay with that. And if you want to comment on it, but don't like I can't turn on your mic. You did in chat.
I just like muted the Twitch thingy.
But how are you gonna hear the video?
Oh.
That's why I was
All
going
right.
to broadcast it here, like as a thing. Like
Well,
screen share.
if you give me like 2 seconds, I can just go to my laptop. I was about to go in the house anyway. I'm gonna start
Okay.
sleeping.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know about my love. I don't know about my loving anymore. All that I know is falling, falling, falling. I don't know about my. I don't know about my. Do, 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 do. Ooble and dooble and ooble dooble booble ooble samooble. You heard it here first, folks. Ooble badooble sabooble fooble mooble. All right, Reg, you in? Judgment. Ooh. You be Jesus. Truly despicable behavior. Buttercup, how dare you burp on scam? I know you come to condemn me. Deserve it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you weren't here? Never mind.
I was here.
Mm-hmm.
Were you saying something controversial?
No, let's just say some gases were passed.
Wow.
But and I please do not.
I can't believe this. I can't believe you've done this.
Listen, that all normal biological function and is my earnest will to never engage having a for the time being. I can only ask for your forgiveness.
Oh my god. What did they say? It's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
I think I might be of the opposite school of thought. I think that I might be an advocate for asking for permission rather than forgiveness.
Oh no, I'm of the same school of thought.
Yes.
I just know that the saying is the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I too am a permission first, forgiveness after early.
I think I'm embracing the uh the other part of it, but more so like who am I asking for forgiveness from? You know, like I'm going to go do the thing, and if it doesn't hurt anybody, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Or what do you call it? Not giving into the hype about like the invisible eye of judgment.
Mm-hmm. It's also like I think it's a good tool to kind of like work your way around childhood stuff, like with certain types of the way that certain types of parents can be controlling in certain ways. Like even when you are an adult child, you are still their child technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fortunately don't have much of my parents' voice in my for the most part. There are a couple things I think I mentioned pretty often. about like my dad told me when I was like 8 or something. Think before you speak. But that way more seriously and literally than I think. I don't think he remembers saying it, but like thing where I'm like, I know that like, seriously, but like I know a lot of people who like literally have their parents' voice in their head, like interceding or intervening when like they want to do something. Like, why you want to do that? Why you want to go and do that?
Yeah. No, I think it's like all of the things that my parents would normally say would trend on caution, which is not bad in certain instances, but I think other things you just kind of need to do them and experience it. Like have like a fallback net or whatever, like a safety net or other things. Like don't just wild out.
I personally was really proud of you when you came down for SPX. Um and then was conversely the first time, and then was conversely like deeply ashamed of myself when you came down for Blurred Con, and I just fully flaked. I was so stressed out. But like, yeah, like the first time you came down, I was like, yeah, like you're out far from home doing things that you want to do, and like you're taking all the like necessary precautions, or like erring in favor of caution, but also like being able to fully trust folks to have your best interest is something that like it's rare to find in the world, but when you do find it, I feel like it should grant us permission to go and do things that we would otherwise be like, well, what if this? What if this? What if this? It's like, no, I have like I have a parachute, a safety net, a group of people I can trust. Like I'm gonna stand on that. Yeah. Life lessons from the cup and the star. Cup and star.
Cup and star life lessons. Go do the thing
safely. Go do the thing. Be careful, but go do it. Oh, what's the is it Stan Lee or it's either Stan Lee or what's the Afro painter guy's name?
Bob Ross.
Huh?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Yeah. It's something like oh no. It's the perfect. It's the fusion dance of the two of them. It's Terrence McKenna.
Terrence.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find the meme. Meme. Do it meme. Okay, so he's advocating for doing shrooms.
Oh.
No, I mean that was like his thing, but like but the way that he phrased his advocacy is like just good life advice. And he said take it easy, dude, but take it.
But take it.
Take it easy, but take it. The key activity is actually taking it, but make sure you take it easy. I want to see if I can find it. Yeah, you take it easy, but take it. Was it a Vine? Wait.
Take it easy, dude, but take it.
But take it.
Yeah. What's Chapel doing in my suggested videos? What's she up to? She always fucking around.
Being anxious about being perceived, yet also wanting to be perceived.
Yes. Yeah. The eternal struggle. Also experiencing intense anxiety around being perceived. You know what? I'm gonna click this. Oh, never mind. I almost did. It's magical future funk nonstop mix. An hour and a half long. I'll save that for later. Where the hell did Reganis go? Just fully blipped off the face of the earth.
Did she say?
Yeah. Well, I was like, I want to show you this thing, but I have to show you on stream. And I was like, I can like stream it to Discord. And she was like, hold on a second, like I'm about to go inside anyway. And so I just thought that she was going to be like max 5 minutes. That was 10 minutes ago. So I'm just was
My sister's friend came down this week and she was just like, you should do shrooms. You should do shrooms with me. And I was like, that's illegal in New York.
Oh my god.
Shrooms?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like, baby.
No. So silly. Okay. So there is a whole, like, I wouldn't even call it a conspiracy thing, but like, for one thing, right? I take shrooms, I microdose shrooms as a way of dealing with my depression. And it's like I used to do them recreationally, and I've done what you call a heroic dose 2 times, where it like breaks open the gates into the fucking spirit world, and you like are communing with deities and shit. It's like that shit's crazy. But like now I do a low dose just like as a like self-medication for depression, and like it works. Like it could be, what do you call it, placebo or whatever. But I think that the reason why shrooms, which are just, you know, fungi that grow out of the ground that anybody can just pick up and put in their mouth, are illegal, is because after experiencing like a high level psychedelic experience on shrooms, it heavily disinclines you toward hierarchical thinking. And I think that the government legitimately does not like that this substance specifically does that. Like it flattens your view of reality and hierarchy and authority in such a consistent across the entire spectrum of people who've done them sort of way, that like it would actually collapse society if everyone did them. Or not collapse society, but like collapse the version of society where there is like a strict,
as we know it,
hierarchy. Yeah. Like people would stop trusting the police if like if a mass populace was like unwittingly dosed an active amount of shrooms, but there's also no they're extremly safe in terms of like what do you call it, like clinical tests. There's this thing called the LD50, which is the in trials what dose of something is enough to kill 50% of the like rodent subjects that it's tested on, right? So like they'll dose mice or rats with like a specific amount of something, and compared to their body mass, whatever the amount it is that ended up killing 50% of them, that's the LD50. That's the like, okay, now this is effectively an unsafe amount of something to do. And like the amount of shrooms that you would need to do to like reach the LD50 is like, you would literally need to, like, it would need to be rupturing your stomach how much shrooms you need to put in your body for it to actually harm you. It's not the chemical itself, it's the like yeah, like there's no amount of shrooms that you could, not that there's no amount, but you would have to, you can't overdose is what I'm trying to say. The overdose would be the same thing as like eating too much food. Like, and people get concerned about things that like have an impact on your mind that are intense like that, but it's very similar to weed in the sense that like no one has ever died from like doing a THC thing. They've died from having an asthma attack in response to inhaling smoke, or like make a decision that they made while high, but like no one's ever died from weed. Same thing with shrooms. So why would they make them illegal? The only logical conclusion would be that they don't like what psychological effect it has on people, because they don't make shit that like makes you a more productive person, or a person like be more susceptible to hierarchy. They don't make those things illegal. They just make you, they say you need them and then make you pay a ton of money for them. Conspiracy.
For legal matters, this is all in a video game. We are talking about
yeah. I'm talking about, you know, the shrooms that you can like plant and harvest in Minecraft. They have a very specific mechanical effect on your movement abilities in that game. And, you know, I think that it was originally inspired by the Amanita mushrooms that you can get in the original Mario game, right? You like hit the box and then makes you bigger, move faster. It's a trope. Actually, like in the playthrough of Binding of Isaac that I just did, there was a reference to that. Like there's a certain mushroom that if you blow it up, it'll like turn into like a Mario mushroom, so that you're slightly bigger and all of your gills are pumped up. Pump up my skills.
Have you ever tried those like capsules or pills that are like mushroom affiliated?
Yeah. And in fact, I've made them before, because like if you take it's actually like a much a more effective way of knowing how much you're doing, because it's hard to like weigh out an amount and then like be certain that your body is able to process all of it. But like if you grind up a bunch and compact them and put them into those like little gel like things that dissolve in your stomach, then like you take 2 of those and you know exactly how much you've taken, you know. Oh, Morganis is here. I'm in chat. Hi. Okay, here's the thing that I was saying. Dagger, if you want to watch along too, because it's like relevant to the sort of storytelling stuff that we were talking about before. I can also I can broadcast it here if you like.
I can watch it. I'll can mute here and I can watch on stream.
Okay. How applicable it'll end up being, or like, because
that's a 1995 data. Yeah,
yeah,
that would be cool. That's it to think about.
Yeah, I don't know how applicable it'll end up being, or like, because it's possible that they like stuff just hasn't changed that drastically, and so it's like, oh no, we know exactly how to simulate or emulate that kind of software. The things that are we were talking about Cheeto's new job where they work at a software like preservation initiative where they take like old software that like isn't available on the market anymore and like save it, or like will break it down and craft emulators for it so that like old software that um yeah isn't available anymore can like at least have some sort of archival presence in libraries and elsewhere on the internet, etc. Are really difficult are like stuff that a single developer developed and had a monopoly over in like this specific niche field for decades, and then they just got replaced because of like someone like coming up with like a synergistic version of the thing that they had been doing in a proprietary way for a long time. And like I can imagine like that being the like main utility of archiving all this stuff. But I'm like so interested to know, broadly speaking, like what sort, because all these people must have met on like internet forums at some point, right? I want to know like what were they talking about and what sort of problems were they trying to solve, and like how much does it resemble what I'm imagining, the fantasy version of it, versus like what they were like actually doing, which like I imagine was a lot more like just people spending 6 hours like trying to like find a specific thing, or like digging through all of their hardware to find the specific drive, installing it on their old ass computer and being like, yep, it's in here. You know, like yeah.
But I honestly think it's like more applicable than you probably think, because like I mean, when I think about the architecture example, like that was literally an example that came out of like one of the universities when we were like gauging use cases. So when I like
yeah, one of the things that Cheeto was talking about is that they like found architectural blueprints that were like coded into this specific software, and like because they hadn't ever printed them out, the only way that they could find out like how this building was built but was by being able to reconstruct the means of reading the software. And so like that was one of the archival projects, like the first archival projects that they worked on.
I had to write a fake email to an organization asking them to be a member of Spin, and they like she gave me this whole spreadsheet that they had developed from different research universities, and like how they were talking about they needed Spin, and like architecture was like one of those things. It's like they literally cannot run those architecture files because when they like moved to these new versions, like they didn't make these new softwares in a way where like you can still access old architecture plans. So, and I think a lot of places do that more often, and it's just like I don't think people realize like the necessity of preserving that data from like the 90s and the 80s, because like the internet was never really meant to be for everybody. So it's like we don't need y'all to have access to everything, but it's like if you want to talk about history in a way that also incorporates all of these like born digital materials, like you have to be able to have access to what they were originally used for, or build platforms in a way where like you can still access it with new versions.
There's two big things that stood out to me is like one, you're right that the internet was not designed to be for everybody, and I'm thinking about like a lot of startup companies like Facebook, Instagram, what else am I thinking about? Twitter. A few like some of these websites, even though on their face they look like they call them social networks, but a lot of the proprietary programming on the back end that allows these things to function basically constitutes the websites themselves being a kind of perpetually online software. Like I know that like they use the programming languages like PHP and you know a bunch of different kinds of
C#, C++.
to run these websites, but because they like there are so many interlocking things that happen behind the scenes, like on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, that like they are a kind of software, but that like has not been democratized. It's not something that lives on your computer. It's similar to like all the things in the Google suite, right? Sorry, I'm thinking like Google Sheets, you know, the
Google's version of Office. Like all of those things,
Yeah.
like it used to be the Microsoft Office was like a suite of software that you put on your computer, but instead
That
now it's a suite of
everybody
software
had.
that's on the internet. Yeah.
Web application. That's what I was trying to think of.
And it's like our ability to use it is completely
right.
at the behest of like Google maintaining its cloud services.
Yeah, and because all of the backend is proprietary, like if and when they decide to shut down those servers, there is literally no possibility for us to do that archiving work. The beauty of having a bunch of stuff on CDs and DVDs back in the day is that like there are still extant like pieces of that software that can be reverse engineered or reconstructed from the bottom up because we have access to those physical things. You would have to have some person who works at one of those companies like smuggling stuff out of the company, like massive amounts of data out of the company just to be able to rebuild any of it like to function on a person's computer. And or there are really talented programmers who like can intuit like, oh, I based on looking at how this used to be used, I could probably reverse engineer it. But like that's significantly less efficient than like it's reinventing the wheel when you could just like make everything free and open and easy to access. There was another
Layla,
thought
I love using CryptPad, but it's also like another website that's like exclusively hosted on the internet. So if like CryptPad's servers ever went down, I would like hope that they're accountable enough to their users that they give us sufficient amount of time to like migrate our shit off of CryptPad and onto our computers. But like sometimes places just shut down because they don't have the capacity anymore, and like then all your shit's lost. I personally use, I'll link it, LibreOffice, because it's just a free suite that you can download to your computer.
Oh damn.
And it doesn't like require using a cloud service to like host your documents. And so yeah, I guess that it's so interesting that this like opportunity kind of just like happened because I was already in the midst of just trying
to this is where it's about to pick up.
Archive.
It's about to turn into what we were talking
and actually
about.
An example of the Google situation, like I have had access to my Northwestern email since I graduated school in 2018. And like this year they were like, oh, by the way, we won't be facilitating alumni having access to your email, which means your entire email, your Northwestern Google Drive is like going to be deleted. So you need to basically get your shit or fuck you. And it was like, okay, cool. Like luckily I had like a group of friends who like still use their Northwestern emails and like were able to alert me to this, and I was able to like get my shit off. But like like when I was going through it, I was like, damn, there's so many memories in here, like old papers, student groups where I was doing like really cool fucking shit, like my college organizing work. I'm like, damn, like thank God I was able, and actually I had already done the work of like migrating my drive onto my personal drive. So like I was lucky in that way. But like, yeah, I think that's why I feel so for real about like getting off of streaming services, because I'm like, damn, like there's gonna be a time when like Hulu and Netflix and Amazon Prime like don't exist, and but even now they just get rid of shit all of the time, and that's just like movie and music history. That's just, it's going to be like a bleep in time. I mean, I've been using this website called Flickstore that my brother has a subscription to, and I can like watch literally everything from everywhere and like download it. So like that's kind of like what I use under the table to like get my media. But people be losing recipes. They don't like to pirate no more.
Yeah, I was worried about like how concerned you were about compromising your own position, and I was just like, okay, no, Cheeto's still with it. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about with regard to that is that like the other day, or not the other day, it was like during my birthday, because I had like some extra money, I saw this thing, the Ambernic RG335XX Plus, which is like a handheld machine. But like they sell it on the TikTok store, and it's a scam for sure, right? It's just like some Chinese company that like people are basically like doing drop shipping work for, and it's like use my code da 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 da. But like when they send it to you, it comes with 5,000 retro games on it. Like
wow,
like this thing in my hand, which like doesn't even weigh, I don't even know what to compare it to. Like it weighs about the same as my phone, and it just has like 5,000 games already on it, and all the games are stored on like just a tiny little micro SD card that goes in here. which means that like I can just put it into my computer and download any other things
Yeah.
that any other ROMs that I want to put on it, and I have, right? And it's like that's absurd, but I feel like intellectually I know that a lot of love and archival work had to go into crafting this thing. And if all those librarians, like I want to heighten, like I've been thinking about referring to all people who do any kind of gynecological or midwifery work like obstetrices, because like that's like a like I feel like I want to heighten the concept of it to this sort of like above to this like divine, almost reverential thing.
Define
I feel like
obstetrices.
yeah,
The way I can't even say obstetrices.
yeah, it's obstetrics is the term, but like obstetrices would be like the multiple the multiple. But like librarians, right? Librarians should be like an elevated like. I'm like thinking about like the like ancient Egyptian priesthood, you know what I'm saying? It's like the people who like were like, we need to preserve things for thousands of years, like the people who did the work to like make sure that like 3 decades worth of games are like processed in such a way that like when data was able to be put on something this small, not only would it be available and ready to be put on this, but like mass produced so that no one ever lost that data, you know? And like now this thing also comes with a micro HDMI output, which means that I can like plug this in and using this thing as a controller play those games on a monitor that's super huge, right? So like it's not just that like I have a bunch of games like that are tiny on here, I also can play them in real time on massive projections. And it's like, that's so fucking cool. Like people, but I know that like none of the companies that made these games ever wanted any of their proprietary software or trade secrets to get out. So it means that like people had to do decades of piracy work, decades of archival work, decades of like leaking and working behind corporate interests, and like consolidating all this information. And like I just have so much reverence for those people. I'm just like, they're librarians, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all are librarians.
Period. They are librarians, and they're so like liberatory in nature. Yeah, y'all essentially said, fuck capitalism, fuck profits. Like I helped build this shit. I want to make other people be able to like have this shit. It's like loving games. I think that's why like the video game industry, like you'll find some of the like best people who work in that industry, because it's like people who work in video games, they do it because they fucking love video games. You know what I mean? And they like probably grew up in a culture of just being able to like share video games amongst each other. And I'm like, hell yeah. That's why I'll be like, I'm trying to jailbreak my little Switch for real. Because Nintendo, y'all have it fucking coming. I swear to God. Like, they are the worst niggas when it comes to like shutting that piracy shit down. And they just like produce so much work. And I'm just like, that work deserves to be free. And I'm like very interested in doing that. But no, I think this like reminds me like I remember one time you asked me a long time ago about like, what am I writing that's just like creative and fun, that's not just like a guy. And I think about that all the time, so I do want to like write something, and I feel like the idea of like a pirate narrative has like come to my mind a few times.
Yes.
Like, I feel like I need to do some pirate research and like write like a digital piracy story.
Write the next Neuromancer. Like write a story that's like about a bunch of people who like take like they're like I'm sorry, I'm writing it for you. Let me not do that. But in my mind, I was like, in the face of Web3 and everything turning into this like what do they call it, slop, right? All the AI like the internet's about to get so big that it's going to be difficult to even find anything anymore. Sludge also Layla said, yeah. But like imagining there being a group of people who like seeing the sludge tsunami coming, like them being like, we need to archive as much things as possible, as fast as possible, and like that's the thing that they're trying to beat, is like they know that like by this specific day, or like by the passage of this specific law, or like this specific like multinational conglomerate going public, that like the moment that happens, there's going to be too many whatever, like teraflops of information going through the internet at any given time, that we're not going to be able to recover fucking shit. So we need to like put together a closed off secluded archive of everything that was made before this date. Like that you can make it like a really compelling, I think, like adventure story. So
I feel like that combines like two things I want to do. I always hush. I've always wanted to be a corporate spy. Like I want to do that so bad. Like, I just feel like I could be a bad bitch as a corporate spy and just like take these hoes down. But I'm like, I feel like it combines like that maniacal laughter.
No, it was good. It's perfect. That's so good.
But I feel like it combines like the nature of like being a corporate spy and like the like more traditional notion of being a pirate for the digital age. Like a good little speculative fiction, like what is life like as like the Netflixes and the Hulus and the Nintendos continue to like increasingly make shit privatized and closed off to the public, and how do we thwart that shit?
Right. Yeah.
I need to write that down.
Yes, please do. It would make me really happy. Even if you just like I guess grandparented a new genre of I'm thinking Neuromancer, which is a heist story, meets Indiana Jones, which is like an archaeology story. Like having a fusion of those two things, but like specifically with an ethical eye for genre, says Layla, genre, a new genre of speculative fiction that like talks about like how important it will be to, because like the orientalization of the MENA region for the sake of Indiana Jones, and talking about the Jesus Christ, the like Abrahamic religious traditions and Egyptian, ancient Egyptian and Sumerian civilizations, and talking about like these old ancient things and the preservation of them, and these mystical artifacts, and people having all of these secret ways of holding access to those things. Like there's a lot of mystifying of human history that goes into these really intriguing adventure stories, and like stories like The Matrix and Neuromancer did speculative versions of those things, thinking about what could happen in the near and distant future. But like what happens if artificial intelligence and or the internet at large, prior to like being able to conceive of artificial intelligence, was able to like obfuscate the humanity within the machine. I feel like there is overlap in those ideas of thinking about the eldritch and the divine, the sublime and the uncanny, that like we're on the brink of in a new and terrifying way. That like there's a niche that needs to be filled of stories that are just about like we're trying to save the internet, which is a crazy thing to say, but like also I think like based on the video that we watched earlier today. Say it again.
It's the current state of the world.
Yeah, it's the current state of the world. We need to save the internet.
Yeah, and I like the idea of like bringing kind of like
but it's literal. It's literal. We have to save the data that is on the internet. We need to save the internet.
We need to save the internet, and I like the idea of like making the internet like its own like being, like very techno animism type shit, because it's like it's a spiritual practice that I've been trying to like build into my current spiritual practice, like merging my like animistic herbalism with like techno animism, because I'm like, the more I feel like they're like two sides of the same coin, but like right now my practices are very separate, and I'm like, ooh, what does it look like to be like a guild of spiritual practitioners based in African traditional religions that are trying to save the internet, which we truly believe is like a being with a spirit, which it is, and we keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it, and it's like, bro, I'm not fucking hungry, like I'm just trying.
Right.
Like, and we just keep erasing its identity over and over and over again. So what does it look like to like remember and like help the internet remember itself?
I feel like
save us all.
You watched Kizazimoto, right? The Disney funded. Like I feel like this kinds of stories that people were preoccupied with telling in that sort of Afrofuturistic space, like that's the tone of what it feels like you're talking about. That like that's the kind of story that I can imagine being pitched to the Kizazimoto whatever their next project is kind of team. Because like I think that was the thing that I liked the most about those stories, is that like they did not shy away from acknowledging that technology is just another like spiritual and organic outgrowth of the human experience. And like I feel like in the secular like global capitalist context, like that is a thing that never even occurs to people, and Africans just like see it as so true and like foundational to how they think about things, that they don't even consider it being anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought that was, I'm guessing you, based on the sounds you're making, that you didn't particularly like it.
Oh no,
Okay.
I think there were some in Quasimodo.
Yeah.
Kizazimoto that
Mhm.
I enjoyed. I was just thinking when you were talking about that, I should go back and like rewatch some of the
Mm.
ones that like were really inspiring to me. Like I think there was the one, I like the racing one.
Mhm. I mean, the animation, I know the dude who was the director and animation director for that one, and like I just love his style so much that like I go back and rewatch that just because I'm like, this, like, he's so zany. I just like, I love the energy of it. Like, do I think that it had the same message that I'm talking about? Not necessarily, but like it does just like treat technology and like ancestral magic as the same thing. Like it just doesn't like even consider the possibility that they would be different for any reason. Like it's like, yeah, he's got this like in that story he's racing against Ogun, right? Like and Ogun like, rather than like being some like high, or like he's not some sort of spiritual entity, he has conformed to what technology has become in the world that he occupies because he's Ogun, right? Or was it Ogun or Shango? Now I can't remember. But like
I think it was Ogun, because I think Ogun is like the deity of technology.
Yeah. I'm gonna just double check to make sure that I'm not making shit up real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and speed through this a little bit so that we can get to the meat. But like the next thing that I say is the thing that is like the heart of it. It turns out that I was right. It was Ogun.
But the reason why I brought it up is that like in that story, he's like I'm sorry, I got distracted again because I was thinking about a whole other layer to it. Okay, so in the story, Ogun is the villain, right? But
Yeah.
and like he has done super like actually bad things, but he is just like an entity. He's a person. Oh, I'm so entertained by the intersections, even conceiving of it. Okay. He drives the most technologically advanced race car in the story, right? He's a monster, but a monster that cannot not be reasoned with. So the main character like ends up like realizing that like, you know, you beat the deity at their game and they will like be basically appeased in the effort that you put forward in trying to reach the limitations of what humans are capable of doing. And like that's such a cool thing to like, rather than tell a story where it's like you have to like defeat the evil in order to like make the world a better place. It's like there is like Ogun has been warped into this monster of industry and competition because that is what he is a reflection of in humanity, and he is the villain in the story. And the story is about a character who has learned from his mom how to pacify gods, and like he races faster than the god, and the god goes, oh, like you are the new litmus test for what it is that I reflect you now. And he's like, what do you want me to be? And he's like, I want you to chill the fuck out. He goes, all right, looking forward to our next race, and then pieces out. It's like that's so cool. Like that's like such a great like I love that.
No, that's actually really dope. And I feel like in thinking of that and thinking of like how I would want to like characterize the internet in a story, you know, I could see it being like the struggle of the people who are like trying to save the internet and like restore it to like a specific era, right? Because like you don't want to go so far back that like we're restoring the internet to like military foundation, right? But maybe there's this like obsession with like trying to restore it to its like golden age, and maybe there's like different factions of this guild that like kind of debate on what that golden age even actually is. But like maybe the resolution is like we're so busy trying to restore it to like a specific era that we're not even conceptualizing that we can like create a new era, if that makes sense.
No, yeah.
And it's like we can save the internet by like rebuilding it in like what we want it to be.
Yeah, I feel like there's like some sort of epiphany about like the fingerprints of the people who do the labor are intrinsically embedded in the whatever the outcome is, because it's the same thing as like with art, right? Art, you never create anything new with art. The thing that makes art original is the fact that you did it. And like people have such a like struggle so intensely with the concept of authenticity and originality in the wake of capitalism and like this hyper individualism that
Competitive
come out of it
individualism.
because of its competitive individualism. But like all instances of craft, of art, are copying things that you have admiration for, and the subtle things that it is impossible to copy one to one, that are just a consequence of your neurology and psychosomatic relationship to the media, is what makes it original. And I love the idea of like a group of people who are so dedicated to like trying to remember that the impression of how they remember it is the thing, meaning the internet, is like what imbues the internet with a new personality, and that is like yeah. I also realized that like we've also, in talking about this, distilled what it seems like the undercurrent of the project that Reganis has been working on is. They've been working on this project.
Reganis mentioned.
I mean, they called it Quinty Barista. They're thinking about calling it something else, like a bunch of different things. But like as we've been doing world building for this story, they've been talking about having like a organic magical tree that can, for some reason, only interface with technology that was made shortly after Y2K. So there's a bunch of archaeologists who basically go to the destroyed cities after climate change to try and find like specific types of like Mac computers that the ancestral tree can interact with. And like there's an entire like civilization that's like based on exploiting the fact that this can happen, and then a civilization that's based off of like having reverence for the fact that the ancestors were able to come up with a technology that would enable people to live past the after climate change. And like it's just interesting because it seems like there's like a theme and undercurrent of like creative people wanting to tell that kind of story, and like that seems dope that there's synergy between y'all like co-evolving similar ideas about what kinds of creative projects you want to work on.
I think that's where we
gotta figure out how to write.
Yeah, I think that's where we ended up getting deep in the weeds talking about African traditional religion, West African traditional religion. Like that was the thing that I wanted to share, the bit that I wanted to share. Sorry it was so much longer than I anticipated, but got a lot of cool things to say. No, me in real time, not me the recording from yesterday. Don't want to hop in. I still got like another 10 minutes before I gotta go. No, that was awesome. That was an awesome listen. Okay, cool.
Y'all be thinking. Y'all be big braining.
Big brain. It's big brain time. I love stories. I love telling them. I think one of the things that I ended up mentioning was talking about how I really value that that's how we share. Is this up on YouTube now? Yeah, I'll link it. I'll link it in the chat. But the fact that we use stories to make the world more intelligible to ourselves, I think is dope. And then Cheeto was talking about like anthropomorphization and how it feels like speciesist and narcissistic to only be able to understand things if they have like a human face. And I was saying that like yeah, I think that it's a good practice to not humanize, but to have like reverence and empathy for organisms that don't necessarily look people. Am I muted on Discord?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you want to be muted on Discord?
No. I just wanted to make sure that I had all my chicks in a row. What do you want to share with Cheeto your story idea?
Yeah. I really wanted to talk about the idea that I had about the internet idea, because in my story, the internet is basically like hold on, how do I explain it?
Well, it's post-apocalyptic, right? So there isn't like the version of the internet that we have now anymore.
Yeah, it's post-apocalyptic, and all of the trees that Buttercup had mentioned previously, Cheeto, they're basically like I call them in the story ancestral trees because people bury their loved ones or like just people in general just are buried there. And like the essence, like the nutrients of the body, and then like the person's soul, as it were, or spirit, gets absorbed into the tree, which gets distributed into the rhizome network that all of the trees are connected through. And these people on in this post-apocalyptic Earth is basically using like Y2K technology to basically access what is the internet through all of these people's lived experiences that is basically through the rhizome network. I think that's what I said. I'm sorry if it's like a little confusing, but with like, but yeah, like the idea that I have for the internet is that it's basically like a free resource because it's people's lived experiences that make up the internet. And so I think that's like the metaphor that I'm going for when it comes to like what I call the internet in my story, which is called the rhizome network.
Got a lot. I think I understand it for the most part. Sorry, my brain is like half on today. Um, but that sounds really cool. I'm curious, like, to hear more about like, is there like a problem you're tackling in the story, or I'm just curious to hear more about the world that you're building out.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like I can give you a little bit of context as to like where like the idea even came from. I was talking with Cup about like solar punk as like a genre, right?
I love solar
And
punk.
yeah, and I wanted to make like a little solar punk story, but I didn't know how. But I knew that I wanted to like try and like make like a an interesting story where there was like technology infused with like magic, and like the way that magic and the way that I wanted like the magic to operate in my story is through like ancestor veneration, but
Mm-hmm.
also using like technology, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think you and Cup were talking about ancestor veneration or uh, African traditional religions when it came to
That's
like your
awesome.
story.
And you're
Um,
like kind of like fusing like ancestor veneration and this like Y2K technology. Oh, that's so fun. It reminds me
yeah.
of this I was kind of telling a couple about it yesterday, this show that I watched on Hulu called Living for the Dead. And there was this like one, she was a white witch, but she basically like creates technology for interacting with spirits in the environment. So she'll
Ooh.
build like a radio that detects like different frequencies and like she'll talk with like the spirits
Mm-hmm.
and the spirits will um like she'll be like you can use this channel to like say different things and so like through that radio the like spirit can like take pieces of different frequencies and like use words that are coming through those frequencies to kind of like communicate a little bit and that's just like one example of the technology that she uses to
That's so sick.
basically like do that work um so I'm like really curious like what that looks like from an afro spiritual context and I mean, I think it could be similar, but yeah, I'm excited to hear more about like the technology, spiritual fusion.
Well, I'm still kind of working out all of the kinks, so it's not 100% like solidified. There's still a
Oh, I
lot of
can't get this. One.
huh? Huh?
I feel like I was just yapping, and I didn't know if you were saying something because I was like trying to connect my headphones.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying that my idea is still a little like half baked. I'm still working out all of like the some of the issues with like the story and everything. But the way that I had set it up was that technology is kind of like infused with like nature a little bit too, because of the fact that like people die at the ancestral trees, and there's like this phenomena that happens is that people, I still haven't figured out how this works, but people have access to like this kind of like chakra that gives them access to magic called quintessence. And I haven't really figured out how that all works, but it helps with like how technology works. Um, if you've ever watched like Naruto, quintessence is basically like chakra, like how chakra works in Naruto.
I've never
Um,
watched Naruto.
oh, you didn't?
I'm not like an anime girly, but I'll look it up.
Well, if you're familiar with chi, like the Chinese concept of like life energy or anything like that, it's
Prana
basically like the
Ashe.
fantastical. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but
Prana,
yeah.
Prana and Ashe are both the same, are the same concept, but Prana is Hindu and Ashe is West African.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
But it's basically operating off of that concept that makes the magic work in Naruto. So when people are popping jutsu, they're using their chakra, which is
Mm.
basically like their chi and stuff like that to do like the fancy magic spells. Um, and in my story, quintessence is basically what the equivalent of that, but so far I have it basically working as like this post-apocalyptic form of like energy, like electricity, as it were,
Okay,
which is what's powering the technology. I'm doing too much right
yeah,
now.
no,
I'm getting lost in the weeds.
yeah. I was gonna say you seem really timid about expressing the story, and we've spent so much time talking about it that I feel like I'm not an authority, but I can probably communicate it like a bit more clearly. So if that's okay, I would like to do that just as a preamble, so y'all can keep talking. Is that okay, Regardless, let me tell the story.
Oh, tell the story. I thought we were
Yes.
still talking about the
No, she just said that
the
they wanted to hear more
technology.
about the story.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
It's
really on
okay. I mean, I was
thing.
into the technology too, because I feel like no, I mean I'm into it all. So, but I am curious about the story too.
uh,
Do you want me to
yeah,
tell it?
you can go ahead because yeah, you can.
Okay, I got to dip in a couple minutes, but I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
that's what I'm saying. You
the
can go ahead.
elevator pitch. Okay, so initially, Regatas wanted to tell a magical girl and or reverse magical girl story, similar to Sailor Moon. And I know you're not an anime girly, so it's the idea of this person who comes from a magical kingdom and then like gets dropped into the mundane world, and like they typically in magical girl stories they have like a magical destiny, and are like either fated or doomed to like achieve this grandiose thing of becoming sort of like a god queen. And Regatas got fascinated by that trope and the use of it, specifically the version of it where a bunch of like male priests or scientists are like trying to figure out how to engineer either a woman herself or like help her to conceive a divine child. And like it's kind of a metaphor for the construction of Christianity and other stories that have this sort of divine fate concept. And Reganis initially wanted to shirk that and like cast that off and tell a story about a person who like basically was like, I don't want that for me, like no thanks, you know. And the original version of the story was going to be about this character named Saoirse who comes from this place called Quintica, and the ruler of Quintica is the queen matriarch. And what the queen matriarch has done is she's abused. Well, she was engineered to be a god queen by a group
The science,
of
religious
scientists.
science fundamentalists.
But they use the power of the ancestral trees, the ancestral rhizome network, to sort of like grant her these magical abilities. But she turned on them, killed all of them, and then established her own kingdom, where she started to sort of like as a replication of her own abuse, like uh, um, hijack or overuse the magic from the rhizome network and try to find a new person to sort of imbue her consciousness into, so that she can live forever. And our main character, Saoirse, is the prime candidate for the what Ragonis is calling the reincorporate ritual, which is where the Queen Matriarch would migrate her consciousness into this new person. But someone in the kingdom saves Saoirse and basically smuggles her out of Quintica and takes her to Mordaball, which is like the post-apocalyptic fantasy version of Baltimore. And there, Saoirse encounters a group of people who excavate and do archaeological work, going through the city and finding old technology and using it to tap into what humanity used to be like through their understanding of the magic of the ancestral tree and the rhizome network. And Saoirse basically finds out about the conspiracy for her to be replaced, and like through building community, helps to establish a resistance movement against Quintica and the Queen Matriarch, instead of becoming the vessel for this new divinity. Does that make sense? Is that succinct?
No, yeah, it's succinct, and I think that's really fucking dope to like turn this kind of like magical girl monarchy on its head. Because I feel like I've read so many books around like monarchies and shit like that from like a spiritual tradition, and not enough critique around monarchies in general. And and even when it's like the character has like, I don't know. I think we just often glorify people or think that there's this like upward trajectory of, oh, this bad thing happened to me and I'm going to learn from it and not replicate it. But like, honestly, like when we think about history, a lot of the bad things happen because people had bad things happen to them and didn't properly heal from it and replicated that onto some other population that is not in sync with their identity. So I find this really, really cool.
I was gonna say I got bullied, and so now I'm hypersensitive to bullying, and I must kill all bullies.
Right? And I'm like, okay.
I love that. I love that.
I'm really, really interested. And it's making me think about like, I mean, I feel like I haven't gotten so far into like characters and motivation. I mean, like, I think there's motivation for sure, but like the intricacies of like political motivations. I kind of did some more like creative thinking with my partner after we got off stream. And I was like trying to like understand the motivations around like what exactly are we saving the internet from? And like, you know, I know you were bringing up kind of like, you know, we have this like weak deadline. I'm like, weak deadline of going public. But I was like, maybe it's a weak deadline of like a merger happening. And I kind of started thinking in this like speculative fiction, like, okay, like what is the trajectory of the internet right now? And I'm like, more centralization, more centralization, more centralization. And like potentially to the point where it's like, I was like imagining this future where, you know, starting up your own instances is like banned. You can't build new products without permission from these like very few companies that have increasingly owned the internet. And so in my mind, I was like, okay, like maybe there's like 3 big companies that control the internet, and there's this like merger that's happening within a week, and we don't know which company is going to come up. But either way, it's going to be fucked up.
Is it going to be like a horror story?
Well,
you said a horror story?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think about horror, to be honest. I'm still in the mindset of corporate spy pirate baddies.
Yeah, the remember how I was talking about the genre fusion of like the archaeological thing of Indiana Jones,
and Indiana Jones.
and the heist of Neuromancer. The idea of like making a corporate or political thriller that like takes place in the near future, and it's talking about like we need to like do a heist slash archival scheme in order to save the internet before this disastrous thing happens. Like, rather than it being like a hard horror, like I think like having horror elements would be really dope.
Yes. Oh my god.
But
I think they can get. I mean, I think what I like thought about being a corporate spy, but like what prevents me from being a corporate spy is like the horror element, like what happens if you get caught.
Yeah.
So I could see like that being a piece of it as well. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
There was like other things that I was thinking would be like way more horrific, like the concept of like a virus to like someone who doesn't know what a virus does or is actually very horrific to me. Or like a worm or like spyware. That's scary.
Really quick, when I was listening to myself recount the sort of possible storylines, one of the things that I noticed is that I said like it could be like a law being passed or a company going public, and then you mentioned a merger, and like if it was like a perfect storm of a pseudo government organization like going full corporate, like, and like basically like capitalism taking over the government, and that and there being a bunch of interests that motivate other companies to merge with the main corporation that is like becoming a government institution, and like basically privatizing all of like the Internet of Things. Like that could be the event, that it's both political, corporate, and it's political and corporate at the same time.
And on top of that, I was thinking about like, okay, like if they succeed, like what is the big bad thing that happens because of it? And I'm like still trying to that out. I've been reading this series called the Ending Fire trilogy, and so much of like there's a lot of like spiritual African traditional religion, spiritual magic embedded in it, and like in a sense of like like this magic has been so divorced from its indigenous roots because of empire that like the more people use this magic, like each region of this world has these like horrific climate disasters happening because of it. And I was like, in my head, I was like, what is the world at threat of if like one company takes over the internet and then takes over the government? I mean, I guess it could also just be like political terror. Like that's a very real, terrible thing.
Bro, I'm scared. This is a horror story. I'm like thinking like, oh my God, what if Zuckerberg literally consolidated Tumblr, Twitter, and he already got Instagram, like literally every website. What if he got Archive of Our Own, turned it into Facebook, made it so that you can do everything through Facebook, and all of these other links that don't meet a certain margin just turn into dead links. And I'm just like,
it's terrible. It's scary. So my friend was telling me about how like in the Philippines, because like internet service is so like shaky, oftentimes like their phone providers sell them phones that use Facebook as a proxy internet. So like
That's
it's kind of
crazy.
like it's so wild. I need to learn more about it because I feel like it's a part of it. And like I think what even like kind of puts my head in this space is like also how like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg like even conceptualize the world. Like I like they're like there was this podcast I listened to that talked about like this um these belief systems that have like taken over Silicon Valley, like uh
Uh-huh.
these like warped ideas of like transhumanism.
Oh
Um
my gosh. We were talking
yeah,
about that.
man, they're scary. That's all I have to say.
These people are so scary, bro.
I know. I'm like, people be so scared of Trump. I'm like, y'all aren't afraid of Elon Musk enough. Y'all are not afraid of Mark Zuckerberg enough. Mark Zuckerberg specifically because he's like really good at his job.
Hmm.
And it's like Elon isn't, but they're both like mad terrifying.
Like conceptually and in real time, just like terrifying people.
Yes. Let's see. Oh yeah, they talk about long-termism and then this acronym TESCREAL, which like includes transhumanism, but is like okay, it's transhumanism, extropianism, singularitarianism, cosmism, rationalism, effective altruism, and long-termism.
I feel as
Uh,
if we talked about effective altruism before, but I am like not like someone who can like define it.
well, Wikipedia says it's a philosophical and social movement that advocates impartially calculating benefits and prioritizing causes to provide the greatest good.
Ew! Those are those types of people that are just like, these are the type of people that are just like, oh, but like save the billionaires because billionaires generate jobs. And that's for the
Right.
greater
Or
good
they're
type shit.
like, yeah, or they're like, we need to wipe out like 2 billion people in order to save the planet.
Right? Yeah, they'd be like, oh, there's like a hunger crisis because there's too many people on the planet.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Popular cause priorities within effective altruism include global health and development, social and economic inequality, animal welfare, and risks to the survival of humanity over the long term future. Yeah, I need to go back and listen to this podcast so that I can like get some thoughts and ideas on who these damn villains are.
Man, did you hear what Elon and his homeboy Vivesh Ramaswamy was talking about with the HB1 visas and stuff like that? That's that for the greater good type shit right there. Cause like they're talking about like they can bring people who have HB1 visa. Is that what it was called again? I always fuck up the
H1B.
accent. H1B visas, right? But I was looking into it, but and to see like what okay, well like what are like because you know with visas they give you certain protections when you go into different countries and stuff like that. And I was seeing the protections that employers afforded to H-1B visa holders, right? And it's kind of like shaky. Like if you lose your job, you can't your ability to maintain your residency here in America is like really shaky. Like your
Yeah,
that visa is dependent on your employer sponsorship. And if Elon decides to like have like a mass firing, right? Like just wipe clean like an entire department. Those people's like jobs and like their ability to stay here and like wherever the hell they're going to be, um, doing whatever job and like their safety is like it's like up in the air at that point.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's
It's
weird.
I didn't even know he tweeted about this. I like first learned about this visa like a few months ago when so I'm in Atlanta. and I went
Mm-hmm.
down to Valdosta, Georgia, which is like southern Georgia, after Hurricane Helene.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause they also got fucked up.
Mm.
So we ended up like, I went with this organization and we were like basically serving food at this company town. And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know there was a company town in Georgia. It's just crazy. But like a
Oh
lot,
shit.
yeah. So it was like a lot of folks who were on H-1B visas. So like a huge Latino community. And, they were just kind of like living in these like trailers, and then they would like get bussed over to different farms and shit like that. And then they would like maybe stay on those farms and stuff like that. So my partner was kind of just like telling me about the H-1B visas because they're from the Pacific Northwest, and I think they were just like telling me there's a lot of like those kinds of farms in the Pacific Northwest, or maybe it was like in Minnesota where they were like
Or they depend on
working
like
for.
H-1B visa people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh whoa.
Yeah. But and it's not even just like adults who are working. It's like their entire families. Like there were so many kids at this like company town. And so I just like
Whoa.
think about, yeah, like that's essentially what they are, like little company villages. And I think that people don't see them as like company towns because it's like technically legal and shit like that. But I feel like I could see a situation in which like their ability to have like residency here is shaky, or they just like, you know, hold that shit over their head or like indebt them to stay in like these areas and they're not able to leave. Um, yeah, I'm curious about that. I'm gonna ask my partners more about that because they seem to like have more knowledge about that than I do. But wild times are, and I think that's what's so scary. It's like, man, the government is wild, but these companies, man, they're out here
They're ruthless.
reckless
They're
shit.
out here.
And it's like Elon and Mark just like super aligning themselves with Trump. I'm like, we gotta get off these niggas internets. It's
Yeah,
scary.
kinda. It's getting real scary out here. Hmm, excuse me. Thank you. Oh, but you're still coming up with the story that you were telling me about because it sounds really cool.
What did you say?
You're still coming up with the story that you were sharing earlier because it sounds really cool.
Yeah, we kind of just like first ideated on it yesterday, low key. I
Oh,
think I've been kind of like plotting on wanting to write something for a while. Um, and I think this does like pull in elements of like thoughts and ideas I've had over the years. But I
ooh.
think now that I feel really rooted in my like, technology practice, it's really coming into shape. Um, yeah, because a lot of my like tech work has been involved with like how do we it's been interrogating like what does it take to mass migrate off of platforms like Facebook and Twitter and onto
Mm-hmm.
something more decentralized. And so yeah, I think I've been thinking a lot about like the state of decentralized technology and how, especially with Blue Sky popping up, they kind of
Mm-hmm.
co-opt the language of decentralization, even though they're not really a decentralized platform. And also, like, how can you trust those niggas when the guy who started Blue Sky sold Twitter to Elon Musk in the first place?
Wait, that's
Um,
the dude who made Blue Sky?
yeah, he tries to like divorce himself from the project because, like, the CEO is some like woman now, but he like founded Blue Sky, and then the lady who's the CEO is like she's been friends and like has worked with him for a really long time. And so
Whoa.
and so they tout this idea that like Blue Sky is I don't think they're saying it's decentralized right now, but they're like hoping for it to be under this like guise of people being able to own their own data. But I've been like doing some readings from people who are pretty knowledgeable in this kind of technology, and they were saying that like the architecture that they've built, like even if they choose to make it decentralized later, which they could, it's like set up for that. The costs of running your own server would be so high that it effectively makes it not decentralized. Like only a few people would really be able to afford to truly like host their own servers of Blue Sky. And then even then, you still have to like go through like Blue Sky's centralized server for certain pieces of your data. So it's not like fully functioning a decentralized platform. Um,
What
and
do
so
you
in my
mean by
mind,
decentralized? I'm sorry. I'm not super duper familiar with that concept.
it's okay. Yeah, so like I really just be saying shit and people be like, what are you talking about? um, so like for example, like Instagram is a centralized platform, meaning that like when you sign up for an account with
Mhm,
Instagram,
mhm,
all of your data is hosted on Instagram's own servers. So like, they have their data centers
mhm,
that have like all those
mhm.
computers that constantly run data so that Instagram can function fast. So all of our information is like on those servers. Now, when you do like a platform like, have you heard of Mastodon?
Yeah.
So the reason people like Mastodon is because it's decentralized. So like I could spin up my own Mastodon server. I can like get a computer, download Mastodon onto that computer, and like host my own server. So I can invite my friends, and then we're like in our own little bubble on Mastodon, and we can connect to other people's Mastodon servers if we want to open up that bubble to
Oh, so
meet new
that's what
people.
Mastodon is just like a server hosting thing?
Yeah, it's a server hosting thing that mimics Twitter.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's a microblog. And there's like versions of that for like basically every major social media thing and like most things on the internet. So like WordPress is a decentralized platform. Most people don't use WordPress in that way because you can just like host on WordPress's
Mhm,
servers. But
mhm.
I have a website that's like hosted on my own computer. And it's like more difficult, of course, because you need to like know how to
Do
you
all
need
that
to know
shit.
exactly. I took a class on it and I like kind of know, but I still like require like help from friends who are actual engineers to like troubleshoot if something were to go wrong. But I'm learning over time.
That's
Um,
good.
yeah, but there's like an Instagram clone, a YouTube clone, a Twitch clone, all of that good stuff. It's just the hard part is like most people aren't on those. And so,
Mhm,
it's hard to just tell people like, let's just go to Mastodon when like one, it's a little less intuitive than just like putting in your email and signing up.
mhm.
uh, Oftentimes you need to download a separate app to like access it on your phone or something like that. And that's confusing to people. And then like two, like I went on a rant about this after Mark Zuckerberg was talking about fact checkers. Um, I think the other barrier is that like Facebook and Twitter and all these other places have made it like really easy to hold people hostage on their platforms because like they kind of changed the game of social media where like before there was like a time you could like easily get all your contact information of like MySpace or whatever, and like take that there. Or like when MySpace was dying, Facebook private messages integrated with MySpace so that even if I went to Facebook and you were on MySpace, we could still talk to each other. Um, and that's what incentivized people to go to Facebook when MySpace was dying was because they were already familiar with the platform to an extent. But then once Facebook had everybody, they shut that shit down and said, you actually like nobody else can actually do this. Like y'all cannot integrate with Facebook, so Mastodon can't integrate with Facebook, so da. And it makes it harder for like people to get off of Facebook and Instagram because all your people are there. Nobody feels skilled enough to like leave, even though we used to be coding low key. Um, and yeah, like I haven't fully committed to Mastodon myself because my niggas aren't on there. So why would I be on there? I'm not trying to like meet strangers all the time.
Right. Not all the time, at least.
Not all the time. I mean, I met y'all, so I'm happy. But like, you know, I use Facebook and Instagram to keep up with people who I'm not like close to geographically or to like find events happening in my area and stuff. So
Right.
it's not as easy as just being like, let's just leave. Because most people who do come back, I did.
Right. That's this is something that Gina really cares about. I mean, not Gina. This is something that Blue really cares about.
Mm.
Net neutrality and having like other alternative options outside of like the big three social media websites and now Blue Sky.
Mhm.
And she was telling me something like a little bit ago about how not I forget what she actually said, but she was like not making the internet an actual like free resource for people is actually like a really harmful thing because now that we're at a time where like in order to get a job you have to have access to the internet. It kind of like feeds into a lot of like corporate interests, especially when it comes to like the amount of like homeless people that are outside, um, and how that feeds into like the prison industrial complex system and stuff like that. It's like it connects like a lot of weird stuff, not having access to
Yeah,
the internet.
absolutely. And especially like with businesses like not taking cash like that anymore, all that shit.
Yeah, that's weird too.
Yeah, yeah. I've been trying to commit to using cash more of in the protest, but it's kind of hard.
It is kind of hard. I don't know why. Well, yeah, I do. It's so
Does it make
much
it hard?
time. It just take my card, dude. Oh my gosh.
Right.
I'm so bad.
I mean, shit, I have like a little pop-up business and I don't even be accepting cash because I'm like, damn, like I gotta count this shit and be accountable to cash and then go take out cash to have enough cash to give people change and then go back to the bank and like deposit this cash. That's a lot.
That's
But
so much.
but if like we want things to be better, it's not always gonna be convenient. So I guess I'm kind of
Hmm.
like I have to commit to that.
I don't even want to be responsible for money, to be honest with you.
I feel that. I've been forcing myself to because I haven't wanted to for a long time, but I'm like, I guess if I run a business, I probably should.
What is your business, if you don't mind me asking?
But sure, I run like a pop-up cafe in Atlanta. So
Oh,
I
that's
do
so
like,
cool.
yeah, yeah, I bake, I make drinks, I have like a mobile bar cafe situation, and um, yeah, it's been hard low key because
Oh
it's
God.
I do it all out of my house, but it's been fun. I feel like it's been a way for me to like keep engaging because sorry, Sasha. Um, I infuse like herbalism into my baking and my drink making as a way of like making plant medicine more accessible to people.
Sorry, the football game has started and there is noise outside of my door.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but that sounds really cool. Unfortunately, I have to leave because I gotta start cooking. Well, not really cooking. I gotta start getting ready to like pick food up and stuff for like the game. I didn't realize what time it was. So it was nice talking to you, Cheetah.
Same. I'm excited to hear how your story is coming along. We should do this again.
Okay, no problem. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
No, I know Cup was in the meeting.
Oh,
Me and the guys were just chatting.
I saw. I was about to join, and then she's like, "I gotta go." I was like,
How are you?
"I'm doing okay." I think the worst of the tail end of my cold is over with now. I could actually talk without hacking my lungs up.
I love that for you.
Thanks.
I hate being sick.
Yeah. It's the worst, especially when you work in a school.
Them kiddos, man.
Yes. Absolutely wild to me how kids learn all about hygiene at an early age and they just like decide hygiene is optional.
Honestly, it is wild. But our government really be having so many contradictions within itself.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's rough. Well, praying for your continued safety amongst these snotty-nosed kiddos. No disrespect to them, just
Yeah.
facts.
Yeah, because like I mean I remember when I thought hygiene was optional.
Same.
But yeah, it's kind of hard to just be mad at them.
hmm Yeah, I was running wild in college, to be quite honest.
Oh my gosh. My cats keep contemplating on getting up on my lap and then just like patting my leg and walking away. And I'm like all ready to give them rubs, and they're like, actually, never mind. I'm gonna go sit in the window.
I love doing decisiveness with cats. My cat does the same thing. I think I might head out though. I'm gonna still be in stream. I'm gonna just get off of voice chat. I
Okay.
need to do some writing.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Peace, y'all.
Bye.
Laters. Oh. Okay. I have too many windows open. Okay. Question.
Mhm.
Have you noticed the general lack of discretion people have been showing? Maybe not lately, but I guess throughout the years, like when someone's like, I got this thing from this place, and then someone just bald face posts a link to the location that someone spent like God knows how much time like saying, I went someplace, but I'm not going to mention this place in a public forum.
I mean, do you mean like is this on a specific site, or
I
do you
mean,
mean in general, like across sites, like TikTok or?
this is kind of broadly across social media. Like especially like when college students are like, I can't afford that book, and someone just kind of posts a link to where they could get the book for like a discount, so to speak. And then everyone's like, why did you post that there? You could have just sent the DM.
Oh, maybe a lack of foresight in general.
Yeah.
Like they're just going about their day probably and multitasking that conversation, I feel maybe. So when someone's just like, where'd you do that? Where'd you get X? They're just like, oh, I have the link right here. And they're not thinking. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there is that case. Like I do like see a lot of cases where someone's like, yeah, another one will pop up. And everyone's like, that's not the point though. Like apparently it's like rampant in like anime spaces where someone's like, oh, I want to watch this show, but it's not available on Crunchyroll. And
There's
someone
like
just
no guarding like the sources anymore. I think
yeah.
it's like lack of, as people age and more of those people that well, young people on the internet are going to change the internet culture of like kind of protecting your niche websites and your niche links, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it is. Just like a generational shift. And people not being able to use Google in an appropriate way. Like I remember on TikTok, someone was talking about like the sort of they were talking about people on not being able to properly search things like fanfiction.net or like AO3 or whatever because they were used to the algorithmic like feed, like they're used to so many apps that they use
Yeah.
having like an algorithmically generated feed for them. And I also think that some computer literacy when it comes to like iPads and certain devices, they don't let you manipulate things
Yeah.
like within their their source folders. Like I can do that on an Android, I can't do that on an iPad. So just like how certain behaviors have shaped around that, I don't know.
No, I mean you're not wrong.
Like
They
they were
there
yeah, go
have
ahead, sorry.
like sorry. There have been like instances where people just talk about, oh, I'll just download the apps, and I'm like, don't you guys know how to use the internet? Like you can access, I see a lot of people talking about how they still use Tumblr, but they always talk about interacting with Tumblr through the app and how much they hate ads. And I'm like, you guys can like go to tumblr.com on your computer, use an ad block, and never see any of those insufferable ads ever again. And they're like, yeah, but I like using my phone. And I'm like, well, you can use the browser on your phone, like Firefox or Google Chrome. And it's just like, no, I like using the app. And I'm like, okay.
All right.
And it's like, I really have to like keep myself from saying these lazy ass children.
Sometimes, like
because it's not always the case. And I really don't want to be mean.
Yeah.
Do you watch a streamer named Alex Noramaki?
No.
Yeah, she's been playing Elden Ring for like 57 days so far. I feel like I came across her like when I don't know when I guess the Erd Tree DLC came out because like that around that time like there it seemed like there wasn't a time where I wasn't visiting Twitch and like quite literally everyone's playing like my whole feed right was just Elden Ring. Mm, I'm not even sure if I really want to play Elden Ring or like any other like FromSoft games besides like Bloodborne and like Sekiro or Sekiro. Oh, hello. Hi. Do you want to sit on my lap? No? Okay. Teases. Like, yeah, but yeah, I was only asking. I don't think I had like a larger point. Yeah.
I think Cup would have more to say about the Elden Ring if they were accessible.
Yeah, I've seen them play Elden Ring maybe once or twice. But no, that was that was weird. Like I hopped onto the stream, saw them talking, heard Regatta's talking. I was like, "What's going on? Are they like trying to like battle talk each other?" But then I couldn't hear them, and I was like, "Oh, they must be in a meeting." And they were like, "I'm in a meeting." Oh, hi. Come here. My lap is open 24 hours a day. Come on, you can do it. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Claire, come here. Oh. Oop. Okay.
Hey there, weekenders. I've returned. Sorry if this was a jump scare. And sorry for my absent presence. I insisted on continuing to stream even though my parents wanted to hang out. So I was like, I'm not trapped with you. Y'all are trapped in here with me. Let's see if the folks on Discord want to keep hanging. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. All still in here?
Hi.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
What's going on, Vic? Hi, Blue.
Not much. I'm mostly just chilling at home.
Hmm.
Because yesterday we got like the tail end of that
Snowstorm? That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
We
because
got like
Cheetos, who's all the way down in Atlanta, said that they got it too.
oof. Yeah, yesterday there was like a plan for like an early dismissal around like 11, and we were all gearing up for that. And then like around 9-ish, the neighboring teacher comes into our classroom and lets us know they're dismissing us 30 minutes early.
Wait, so what was the initial plan? Was it a half day?
Yeah, it was a half day dismissal at 11 a.m.
Mm.
Then they changed it to 10:30 in the middle of the day. Well,
Boo.
not the middle, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but still, boo.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, I gotta arrange for the bus to come get me quickly because it's like, man, okay, everyone's on a roll to get out of here.
Oh, so you didn't get a half day instead? You?
No, we did. We just got
Oh, you started school halfway through the day and then also got let out 30 minutes early. I see.
Yeah, like around 9 was when they made that announcement. Like, oh, they changed it. So now we got to speed things up.
Wait, no, I'm confused. So what was the original thing? Like, what time were you supposed to get out of school?
11 a.m.
Okay, and what time did you actually get out of school?
10:30.
10:30. So, okay, got you. So like 90 minutes after they made the announcement. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Got you. I see. Well, how bad did the snow turn out to be? Was it okay?
It was predicted to be like 2 inches. There was like barely enough to cover. Like it was enough to cover like the tops of like the roofs and stuff, but not that much. Other areas got plenty, but not like devastating, which is honestly normal here.
Yeah, we got like maybe 3 to 5. I should ask Galaxy because they measured it after it stopped. I didn't actually check.
But I know the children were excited about the Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. The kids.
I know the children were excited about the possibility of snow, and I'm like, yes, youth. But then I'm like, oh yes, you are young and have lived in this state for most of your lives, and the only time you've seen snow is on TV.
Yeah, so this is novel and glorious.
Yep.
I empathize.
It was cute though.
Yeah, no, fortunately I don't ever leave my apartment, so it snowed and my life changed practically not at all. Like, oh, when I go out to smoke, I have to stand up instead of sit down because my chair is covered in snow.
And bundle up.
I mean, it was already cold. That's how it like was able to accumulate in the first place, is that like it was below freezing for like 2 or 3 days straight. Because if it's above freezing and then it snows, it just melts immediately. But if it's cold for 2 days straight, then like, you know, you've got the street and the dirt are both like frozen, or not frozen, but like are like also below freezing a couple inches through. That's how the snow is able to accumulate. Is Layla in here? Who's that?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I just saw Willow responding to my message. I did not know that here messages people who aren't currently in either. Noma, are you still here? Seems like you wanted to talk about something. Also, I guess I could ask Dagger, what did I miss? Did it seem like Cheeto and Aganis had fun talking about their
It seemed like they did.
story
I
ideas?
I think I kind of phased them out because I was doing something else.
No.
But they seem to be having a good time discussing.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'll watch back the VOD later. Let's do some art. Is that what you're up to? Are you doing art?
Not yet. I'm staring at this page. Not a page really. I was trying to warm up with a blank page, and I'm just stuck staring at the blank page. I realized.
No, that's classic ADHD. And I know that feeling all too well. Been there, done that. Stared at the blank page. I'm almost done sketching this page. I think the proportions are fucked up. Monster. That's okay.
Well, better to proportion than proportion out, I always say.
Okay, we're gonna have to ban Dagger from the server.
You can't get rid of me. I'm in your walls. As Lex would say.
I'm looking to see what I'm able to do, and it seems like I can time you out. I can kick you or I can ban you.
It deletes everything I've ever typed in my entire history.
No, my favorite form of punishment is to give someone more responsibility, so I'm just gonna upgrade you to mod.
No.
You tell one more pun, one more dad joke, and I swear to God, I will upgrade you to mod.
It's dad discrimination.
Dad discrimination.
Help.
I can't believe this.
This is a trimesty of injustice. Truly.
Yes.
Is anyone else working on art stuff?
Oh yeah, I had some plans.
Plans.
Well, no, actually, I'm planning. I wrote down a list of stuff I want to accomplish in the coming months, and I'm kind of like narrow it down to something a bit more tangible to do.
Stop attacking me, Benadryl.
Woo.
Hi.
Is your cat's name Benadryl?
Yeah.
What's the other one's name? Zyrtec?
Clarendon.
Clarendon.
What?
Benadryl and Clarendon, the cats.
I hope Benadryl is older than Clarendon.
He is.
Wait, I thought they're not from the same litter?
Like No, actually. Apparently the cat catcher or whatever you call those people caught her separately. She was from another litter. And she just kind of stuck around with Benadryl's family.
That's funny.
Yeah, because outside of her, he had a sister named, what was it? It was something. I know he had a brother named Zyrtec.
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 You know what? It seems like Galaxy.
Benadryl, Claritin.
It seems like we might be on track to become cat parents ourselves, which
hey, congrats.
Cat distribution service.
Yeah, the cat distribution service is doing too good of a job, I'll be honest. But I'm thinking about the fact that Galaxy has like basically permanent disability as a result of their rebound congestion from Afrin. And I was like, what if we named the cat Afrin? This is a reminder of this era. Oxymetazoline.
Oxymetazoline.
I'll see how they feel about it.
They might just stare at you. Like, why? Why would you suggest that?
Pretty highlight.
I feel like you have to meet the cat.
I've met the cat.
Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, okay, so wait, did we not tell you the story, Layla?
About the cat?
Yeah.
Briefly.
Yeah. So long story as short as I can make it is that Galaxy's siblings like basically like took the lease from their mom when she moved, so they moved into her house, and the mom had been feeding the neighbor's cat, so the cat started hanging out inside the house when the sisters moved in. This cat's name is Gizmo, different cat, but Gizmo is actually technically the next door neighbor's cat, but now Gizmo prefers to stay at the girl's house rather than where like their siblings and you know, people who took care of them from birth.
Not gonna lie, I would be a little devastated
if your cat moved next door and
my
was
cat
just
was
like
no,
yeah.
thank you.
Well, to be fair, they have other cats, right? Like it's not like this was the only cat.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's
Is this how parents feel?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was like, Gizmo just moved. It was just like, I'm not leaving the neighborhood. I don't hate y'all. I just can't stand y'all. You know what I mean? And like, like I'm just gonna move next door. Doesn't mean I'm never gonna see you, but just not all
you
the
could
time.
name it
Some
Lemon
space.
Hope.
What? Lemon Hope? How? What is
Adventure
this Adventure Time reference? Why?
Cat
Come on.
scream.
Are you talking about
No,
because Lemon Hope left the duchy?
and also because he says that same thing of like, yeah, you guys like my family and all, but I have no desire to be around you. I'll come back in like 1,000 years or something.
Oh yeah, that.
But so new cat, baby cat, started hanging out with Gizmo. Gizmo's like, why are you hanging out with me? I don't get it. Like basically doesn't hate the other cat, but it's like, okay, you're like an annoying tag along baby cat. But one day when Gizmo came into the house, the other cat was like, oh, you live here? This your place? And just came in also. And Galaxy heard this from their siblings and was like, do you know what that cat's like, you know, like shots status or like any situation going on with them is? And they were like, no. And so Galaxy, who often volunteers for the SPCA, like was like, okay, well, let's do the proper procedures or whatever. And so once like the next time that the cat came inside the house, Galaxy went over, took it to the vet to like make sure it was okay. But then when they were like signing the cat in, they were like, is this your cat? And Galaxy put yes on the form. And so I was like, does that mean when the cat comes home that the cat is coming home here? Or are you going to put them back on the street, like near your sibling's house? And they were just kind of like, shrug. And I'm like, okay, well, if you bring that cat home, I will forgive you. That's the thing that you should know, is that if you bring that cat home, I will forgive you.
Well.
Accidental cat adoption. We call it the cat what is it again? I forgot.
Distribution network.
Yes, the cat distribution network. It's a decentralized distribution network that is actually run by cats, for cats. But humans do most of the labor.
Well, yeah, because they got the opposable thumbs.
I don't think that's the reason. But I hear you. But I don't think that's the reason. Personal belief.
My sister's cat has a neighborhood cat boyfriend.
Your sister's cat has a neighborhood cat boyfriend.
You'd be trying to bring him in the house.
The cat tries to bring him in the house? Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your sibling got to say about that?
We think he's a really gorgeous cat, but we don't think she should keep trying to get knocked up by him because he's a male tortie, and I don't think they can have viable litters like 99% of the time.
Yeah, hold on. Male tortoiseshell cats. Very rare because of the genetic anomaly that causes them to have an extra X chromosome. Yeah, that's an intersex cat. Cute though that even the animals are queer. You can't.
I mean, I think it's only like the Europeans who really had an issue with that.
Oh no, but the thing that I was thinking is that like more that like Layla being related to this person is inviting the queer spirit into the house. The idea of like into the space, the family, the extended network of interrelated people, and the idea that their sister's cat has a intersex boyfriend. I don't know. That seems cute. That's all I'm saying. They're making the frogs gay.
Oh, please.
Seems good.
Turn the
frogs gay. That's a Alex Jones reference for those who didn't catch it. Turn the frogs gay.
I'm sad they didn't let the Onion buy his whatever it was called.
Oh, it didn't go through?
I don't think so.
I think they attempted to buy it.
Let me know if I need to mute to eat this clementine.
If you need to eat it?
Mute.
Oh, no, you're...
Because
okay.
mouth sounds.
Misophonia. Judge rejects the Onion's purchase of Alex Jones InfoWars. What the fuck? Is it still on the market? Because shit, I'll buy it.
That's what you and Dandy and Logan will get up to.
Buying InfoWars. Listen, that would be the greatest investment I think of our life. No, judge rejects bankruptcy sale of Alex Jones InfoWars. Wait, so does that mean that he, like, whoever the main stockholder is still owns it? Hmm.
Okay, dude. I cleared him.
Oh, it was at an auction. And First United American Companies, which runs a website in Jones's name that sells nutritional supplements, bid $3.5 million to the Onion's $1.75 million.
Oh, I didn't realize they got outbid. I thought the judge was just being a hater.
Well, only 2 people showed up to bid.
What?
And one of them works for Alex Jones.
Yeah,
And
so if the judge was going to be a
bid
hater
more.
to anybody in this equation,
It would have been, yeah, it would have been funnier / made more sense to give the sale to the person who bid lower. Ridiculous. I like that on CBS News, though, they call it conspiracy platform InfoWars.
I mean, what are they known for other than making frogs gay?
Fair. Wait, hold on. Listen to this, though. Okay, a federal judge on Tuesday night rejected the sale of the conspiracy platform InfoWars to the Onion satirical news outlet after Alex Jones claimed that a recent bankruptcy auction was fraught with illegal collusion. He claimed it, and he sent a person who works for him to outbid them. The Onion was named the winning bidder on November 14th over a company affiliated with Jones. U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez's decision means Jones can stay at InfoWars in Austin, Texas. The Onion had planned to kick Jones out and relaunch InfoWars in January as a parody site. At the end of a lengthy 2-day hearing in a Texas courtroom, Lopez criticized the auction process as flawed and said the outcome left a lot of money on the table for families of victims of the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, which, if you don't know, Alex Jones was started a hate campaign against. You got to scratch and claw and get everything you can for them, Lopez said. The Onion offered $1.7 million in cash and other incentives for InfoWars assets in the auction. First United American Companies, which runs a website in Jones's name that sells nutritional supplements, bid $3.5 million. Lopez cited problems, but not wrongdoing with the auction process. He said he did not want another auction and left it up to the trustee who oversaw the auction to determine the next steps. Trustee Christopher Murray had defended the Onion's bid during the hearing. Only 2 people showed up to bid, and one was just better than the other, Murray testified, referring to the Onion. Asked how much better it was, he said, and by a lot. Although the Onion's cash offer was lower than the First United American, it also included a pledge by many of the Sandy Hook families to forego $750,000 of the auction proceeds due to them and give it to other creditors, providing the other creditors more money than they would have received under the First United American's bid. Jones did not attend the proceedings and instead broadcast from his studio in Austin during the hearing. I can imagine the judge would certify this. I can't imagine the judge would certify this fraud, Jones said on his show on Tuesday during the hearing. I mean, it's it's head spinning, the stuff they did and what they claimed. Okay, so the reason why he claimed bankruptcy was because he was told by a judge to compensate the parents of the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting because of the slander that led to a hate campaign against them. And instead of paying them back or paying them the what they're due based on the judge's ruling, he claimed bankruptcy because he doesn't have enough money, and that's the reason why the company was up for auction in the first place. But when the Onion offered to buy the company, the victims said that they would forego some of their reward
to make sure that the Onion got the company, and the Onion said that they would like pay a small amount of money to like other creditors, which means that like even though their bid was lower, the victims were on board with like them buying the company. But instead, Alex Jones sent a person who runs his nutritional supplements company, and they outbid the Onion at $3.5 million. But
Dang.
but that's so silly, because that means that like it's still his money. I guess I'm curious to know why this is so ridiculous. After being named the winning bidder last month, the Onion CEO Belle Collins briefly described its plan for InfoWars in a statement to social media. "We are planning on making it a very funny, very stupid website. We've retained the services of some Onion and ClickHole Hall of Famers to pull this off. I can't wait to show you what we have cooked up." The Onion said its exclusive launch advertiser would be the gun violence prevention organization Every Town for Gun Safety. In a satirical article posted on The Onion, the supposed CEO of Global Tetrahedron, parent company of The Onion, said the decision to acquire InfoWars was an easy one for the Global Tetrahedron executive board. They didn't get it though. Jones is appealing the $1.5 billion that he owes the victims, citing free speech rights. Okay. Faye says, "Hey Cup, I want to talk about game design, but the game I'm dreaming about you might find very aesthetically disappealing. Most of the art I've been drawing on pen and paper for the is HR Geiger inspired. I don't care. If we're talking about mechanics, I'm down to chat about whatever."
Faye, I saw you in my stream earlier.
Wait, Faye was on your TikTok stream? Tiki-talking? Tiki-talking?
I think so. I had the second meeting of my mending club.
I didn't get a notification, which makes me sad. Why don't you tell me?
It was a really boring stream.
Well, it would have been less boring if I was there. I make no promises, actually. That was not necessarily accurate.
Could be.
Could be.
This is random, but I realized that the reason I was listening to the Critical Role Let's Plays for so long before Dimension 20 is because it sounds nice. They're all voice actors. They sound nice, like they know how to do the proper inflection. I understand.
Okay, but here's the thing though, right? Like okay. Wait, did you already hear this argument from me about why I prefer Dimension 20 over Critical Role?
I think so.
The Critical Role,
Dimension 20. Yeah, you do it. You do your thing.
Okay, so Critical Role is by a bunch of voice actors who know how to like do proper mic placement and inflection and intonation, and like, yeah, they sound really good, but they're also more practiced at reading from a script and not improvising things that are actually funny. They're just a bunch of nerds who have been caught on camera like being weirdos who sound nice, versus the Dimension 20 cast, who are all trained improvisers. And so even though they're not so concerned with the presentation of the things that they say are legitimately funny. Like holding my gut laughing at the kinds of choices that they decide to make, because like when presented with doing like a role-playing segment and you just choose to do the most absurd thing because you know that it'll play really well for laughs, like, is superior to me than like just getting to hear Matthew Mercer errorlessly describe a beautiful setting and then somebody say, "Ah, yes," and like seem like they're really like playing a character in the setting. Like, yeah, like nobody in Dimension 20 like does I mean, a couple of them do funny voices, but for the most part they just kind of like are like themselves, but they say really fucking funny things that are appropriate to their characters, and I'm like, I love that. I care a lot more about that than I care about like presentation, I think. Yeah.
I think it's also because the Critical Role people are very pretty.
Yeah, but
you get what I'm saying?
But in their heart of hearts, in their souls, they are cringe lords all the way to the core. Like, not a single one of them is not.
It's like, the parasocial thing, and then they're pretty. And we heard them in that cartoon that one time growing up. So
like the thing that Critical Role did for me was it shattered the illusion in my mind that Ashley Johnson was not like in the top 10 biggest nerds on the planet. I was like, oh my god, like this person does not know how to people to save her fucking life, but she
that just makes her more, it's more endearing to me. Like,
oh god. Yeah, but now I like both, but I had the inverse response that, like, I started watching Critical Role and I was like, I don't think I'll ever be able to get into this, because like they also don't know, like, because they're accustomed to being in the studio and like taking turns doing lines, they also like are constantly talking over each other and like just like it's nonstop, and like that was really disorienting for me. And that
was part of why I stopped too.
Yeah, but for Dimension 20, like, because they're improvisers and they're used to like all being on stage, they all like have really good deference timing. Like if a person starts saying something, or like Brandon starts describing something, they all shut up immediately, and it's like, okay, like what's going on? No.
Yeah, like I think the recent episodes, the newer episodes, are better at watching parts of that. Because I remember when I was getting towards the middle episodes of their season 3 with Laudna, and I don't know how far you got, but the characters Laudna and Imogen.
I watched a bunch and was not able to retain any of it because I was too preoccupied by the presentation. Now, I think I'm gonna like actually invest time and energy in actually like watching it, or and listening and paying attention. God.
Yeah. Well, it's Critical Role 3, like that season. It's the third season that they're, I think, currently still on. And I think it was, what year would it have been? I'm guessing like a year or two back. Maybe. Where they started like not calling each other out, but like not calling each other out. They stopped the rambling and the interruptions more to get to the next portion.
I want to show Dream like the difference between these groups of people, because I feel like it's I've gotta put it together first.
I'm doing a presentation. Like these are both official promo art from the shows, and like you can see on the left a bunch of people who like are cosplaying as their characters. Just a huge fucking cluster of absolutely cringeworthy nerds. And the characters on the right, the people on the right, like they are kind of cosplaying as their characters a little bit, but it's like they care more about like like shit being unironically funny. Whereas like the crew on the left, like these are the people who
they're LARPing.
Yeah, they're LARPing. These are the people who like I would go to the Renaissance Festival with and like feel actively embarrassed the entire time that I was there because they like refuse to break character until like something actually like really frustrating happened, and then they'd be like, God damn it, didn't I say like we're just gonna do this? Dun-dun-dun-dun. Like it's just like they care, they're so invested. They're so deeply invested. Yeah, it affects my enjoyment. It's like, do I think they're doing a bad job? No, but there's a texture of certain things that I like. One of those things is like if you can simultaneously like shoot for earnestness and authenticity, but like not necessarily need to have pageantry as the method for how you achieve that. Like I get the impression that these folks think that by wearing the outfit they're like somehow embodying the characters more, which is true. Why don't we watch an episode of Critical Role?
Oh no.
In real time on stream.
No. Oh my god. 4 hours later.
4 hours later. Yeah, I don't even remember the characters. God. And I watched the anime too, and I still don't remember the characters. Like, what's going on, brain?
The Legend of how did the Legend of Vox Machina?
Well, Vox Machina.
I didn't realize there was such a hierarchy amongst the niche nerds.
I mean, this
variations.
Yeah, and it might be fully engineered by my own particularities. Like I'm sure that there are plenty of people who are like, I like both and for different reasons, versus me who's like, I find one unbearably cringe and the other one like exhaustingly funny. Okay, Vic says currently on mute because my smoke alarm is doing the warning beep and I don't want that to pick up in the background. Yeah. Now, if there's one thing I can say about Vox Machina, which I could never say about Dimension 20, no matter what season, is they hire the best animators to do their openings.
Yes. The bonuses of being industry associated.
Right. Because that tragically, oh, this is actually the thing. Yeah, tragically, well, not tragically, because the Dropout and Dimension 20 do do a good job and hire really dope people to do their like character art and their openings, but like they don't have the budget to, you know, pay folks like I can easily imagine this little minute and a half sequence being like 10K, and they're like, we're not spending that kind of money just to have like a dope opening.
I'd do it for them for a price.
Yeah, I'm saying like they probably will shell out like 5K and like have like a really good graphic designer who's good at Adobe, what's it called? After Effects, like do something that like looks cool, but like doesn't take months to make. But like
that could be a thing though.
This is, yeah. I mean,
we could.
I would offer to do Dropout's opening animation, but I also want to get paid, like, and do know how much this kind of thing costs. But
I'm just thinking it's a niche they're probably going to go into further.
Yeah, they're
associated with like books really right now.
Are you talking about Critical Role or
Dimension 20?
Dimension 20?
The individual members have things that like they've written for different like companies outside of Dropout. Or it's like for a property that is associated with Dropout. I'm not sure how to phrase it. But they don't have. Were you going to say that they're going to have an animated show?
No. They're playing Madison Square Garden. When is it? The January 24th. So this is their big breakout show, Gauntlet at the Garden. Like
I can see them.
It's, you know, a week and a half or like just under 2 weeks from now, so if you'd like to, you could. If it hasn't already sold out.
To see them. Oh, never mind. Of course.
Is it sold out? Did you check?
I thought you were saying it was.
No, I said it might be. Let's see.
Selling out Madison Square Garden?
Wilder things have happened.
It's not sold out.
Okay.
There's definitely still tickets.
Okay.
I probably say, oh, there's the stage they'll be on. Okay. It's like a fucking Coliseum. What the fuck?
You never been?
Nope.
It's big as hell. Yeah, and it's yeah, and it's what do you call it? A yeah, I can't amphitheater, which means that like it's got 360 degree seating. I wonder what they'll do for like how they'll be seated.
They'll probably have like screens, obviously showing.
Yes.
Or they just continuously rotate the stage with them on it.
Oh my god, that would make me so sick. Oh my god. Imagine trying to do anything while that's happening. Oh man. No, thank you. Holy hell. Well, here's the thing is if you were gonna go watch this, I would recommend catching up with the universe, like the seasons that they did that are set in this setting, because they have a show that takes place in New York. It's called Unsleeping City, and it's basically like magical Avengers, and it's really, really good. I cry every time, not joking. And they've got 2 seasons of it out already, but you'd have to like it would behoove you to catch up on those 2 seasons before going to this live thing. So because they're probably just going to like introduce the characters in a really like rapid fire way. So having context would probably be beneficial.
I mean, I figured. There are other live ones.
Yeah.
That are like wrapped into the Dropout app.
Have you watched Unsleeping City already?
I haven't. I've been listening to what was it? Always Blowing Up.
Oh my god, never stop blowing up.
Never stop blowing up.
Oh my god. That one is incredible.
I'm also listening to Misfits and Magic, the newer season
Oh my god.
with Abria Iyengar.
I love that one too. Well, actually, no. That one is the one that I have the hardest time retaining memory of what happened, because like I watched season 1 and I was like, okay, yeah, I know there's 4 main characters and I kind of remember what their powers are, but I don't remember what happened. And then I started watching like season 2 and I was like, I legitimately don't remember any of this. Like I have to go back and rewatch it. Like I remember all the characters, but I don't remember anything that happened. But Abria's other seasons, like the one about the weasels.
Oh
really
yeah. I'm watching that one too.
Yeah.
That one's fucking sick.
Yeah, it's so fucking cool.
The boar? Holy fuck. Holy shit.
The fight with the chipmunks inside the living boar. That's fucking terrifying.
My god, her mind and creative team. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really cool. I'm trying to think of no, yeah, I definitely recommend like powering through Unsleeping City if you end up deciding to go to the show. There's a specific thing that I was thinking about though. The first season might have been during COVID, or no, the first season was before COVID and the second season was during COVID, so it's like all on like over Zoom, but it's like also the first season that they introduced using Roll20 as like the setting, so they're doing like all of the stuff like the map and the distancing and stuff like that, and some of the rolls digitally, which I think that was amazing. That like COVID hit and like rather than this completely shutting down their operation, they were like, no, let's figure out how to do it digitally. And like the issue that I can imagine Critical Role running into, I don't know what they were doing during COVID, but I can imagine them being like, well, my home studio is nothing like the one that like it's nothing like the like West Hollywood studio where we usually film. What am I supposed to do? But like the Dimension 20 crew were just like fuck it, I'll use my like Apple earbud microphone to record my audio. Like what matters is that the show goes on, not whether or not the quality's in like super good. Yeah, also the Unsleeping Sitting characters are like my favorite cast of characters. Thought I just saw like a compilation image of the lot of them. Yeah. We got Kingston Brown from Uptown. We got Ricky Matsui, the holy firefighter. We got Misty Moore, the prima donna fairy Broadway actor. Sophia Bicicleta Lee, who is like a hairdresser from fucking Staten Island. She keeps trying to get people to come visit her, and they're like, no thanks. Cugrash, the sewer rat, is a monk who and druid who like lives in the subway tunnels. And then Pete the plug, who is a wild magic sorcerer who
he used to be a drug dealer, and then one day he just like fully tripped the fuck out and slipped into the dream world.
Mm-hmm.
And was like,
oh, my God,
oh
what?
shit, magic exists.
Wow.
This is Ali Beardsley's character.
The bottom one.
Yeah, and yay for trans representation in media. So fucking funny. Yeah, like they hired really dope artists to like do their character, their like official art, but it's like the difference between that and having like a fully animated thing is crazy.
You know, yeah, no, they don't really have. It's like a lot of After Effects, just like you said before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This fan art goes hard though.
Never.
So this fan art goes hard though.
I see.
Oh, I stumbled on the Reddit live action fan casting page. Or why did I do this? Meryl Streep for Misty Moore. Oh my god, Bill Hader is Kugrash. No, Idris Elba is Kingston. Just this is wrong. This is incorrect. Aoi Takea, Ricky Matsui. I don't know. Do you know who that is? Aubrey Plaza as Sophia Bicyclette. And obviously Elliot Page. Show's good. Let me get back to work. Convince myself to get back to work. You know, we could do an actual play podcast.
An actual what?
Actual play podcast. Fully ignore me. I don't know that.
Actual play podcast. Like we do like a D&D type thing?
Yeah, that's what Critical Role and Dimension 20 are actual play broadcast, podcast, vidcast. But actual play means like you're watching a group of people play D&D and that's the show. That's what
yeah, I get it. But would you be the DM? Is that what you're proposing, or just like a?
I could. I've been doing some world building for a fantasy setting. I could. If everyone went mic on right now and was like, I'm in, then I might feel peer pressure to actually do it. Okay, thank God.
I don't want you to feel peer pressure.
So compassionate, thank you. I appreciate that.
Like we could, it is an option. It is something.
Yeah.
And it could be like D&D and the Critical Role D&D and Dimension 20, where everyone has like their own little, or eventually like builds their own little campaign if they want to.
Yeah, I think the thing is that Matt, Brennan, and Abria are really good at encouraging their like co-workers, their co-actors to take up running their own campaigns.
like, and not out of like a fatigue thing, but just being like, listen, anyone can do it. And like, then they get the like brain worm of like, maybe I should do my own campaign. And then next thing you know, all of them have their own side campaigns, which is absurd to me because Allie Beardsley like had not ever played D&D before playing it on camera, which I can't imagine. The first time that you ever played D&D is in front of millions of people.
I've never played D&D before.
Me either, honestly. I haven't. Maybe I should be able to imagine it. I've never played because I'm too asocial to ask to join, and also too asocial to effectively organize and collectivize people around basically anything besides, I guess, this. Which I suppose if I just said, hey, we're doing character creation on stream today, and like 6 people showed up, then we'd have a game.
Yeah.
Something to consider.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I feel like now isn't the time, like, energetically wise for you to take on becoming like spearheading that sort of thing, but eventually the opportunity will arise.
I actually think that I've got a lot of, if not spoons to do it, I've done a lot of the background work because I've been trying to convince my IRL friends to collaborate with me on this, and they just seem like even more disinterested than the average person. Like, I'm like, hey guys, what do we think about doing character creation this weekend? And they'll be like, oh, maybe next time. And then like next time I'm like, hey, what are y'all doing like later this week? Do you want to do character creation? And they're like, oh, that's the day that I get super duper stoned, so I think I'm just gonna get super stoned instead. I'm like, okay.
That is not mutually exclusive.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was like, you can come over and be stoned and make a super cool magical character. Like, that's the thing, is that like basically people keep coming up with excuses. But I did the like work of building a world and coming up with a campaign. So I have an idea for a story that I like, a broad stroke story that I'd like to tell. And like, if y'all want to make characters for the world that I'm building, I would be down to migrate the story that I was planning on doing here.
If you build it, we will come.
All right. Okay. Once upon a time in the land of Horus. That was it. That was the elevator pitch.
I feel like any campaign you build will be so complete.
Well, my goal actually would be to improvise as much as possible. So striking a balance between like having the world set up and knowing what's going on in it versus allowing y'all to navigate the world how you want, and me sort of changing the state of it in response to what changes y'all make to it is the ultimate goal. Like, it's not the same thing as, you know, telling like writing a fantasy novel where like I already know how it ends, you know, and then just gotta get us there. What happens is I say this is the state of the world now, and there are secrets and like clandestine affairs happening behind every corner, but you all have to pick up the rocks to find out what's under them. And then it's a matter of like whether or not I planned ahead of time what was under what is under the rock that you picked up or not. Very different from telling a linear story. It's also one thing to say that and a completely other thing to make it so. But I'm down to clown. I'm up to the challenge. Wait, did the thing that I was just joking about a few minutes ago actually happen, where I was like, we could make our own actual, no, I'm just kidding. And then everyone, not everyone, but basically Dagger was like, yeah, why not? Fascinating. What were you gonna say, though?
Basically, if you build a world for like messing around in, I will create a character.
Okay. Do you have any like characters that you've wanted to play or that you've like fantasized about, like a type of magical entity that you've been interested in trying and being? Just out of curiosity, not necessarily that you need to answer this immediately.
I guess no.
I think Layla
That
might be
I
playing a
want to
human.
That I want to be.
Vic, were you going to interject and be like, I want to be a water elemental?
No, I just got back. I fixed the smoke alarm thing.
Oh, okay. Word.
Congratulations.
So I just unmuted myself and like just now tuned into the context of.
Got you.
Because I heard y'all discussing Critical Role earlier.
We're talking about maybe actually doing a actual play podcast and or running a D&D campaign on stream at some point. And
okay.
I was asking Layla if there is like a specific fantasy entity that they've had a particular interest in or can imagine themselves wanting to play, and very flatly said no. And so I said, looks like Layla might be playing a human. What about you, Vic? Have you ever been like, I want to be a fairy?
Not until you mentioned it.
Incredible.
Because I'm like, I am not too like I picked up bits and pieces of D&D and I'm from like I think my main exposure to it was listening to the Adventure Zone. Or at least seeing animatics of it. But that was like during college and then in up to 2021 because I needed something to keep me entertained.
Did you listen to it as it was airing, or did you go back and listen to the it's not Endless Waltz.
You talking about the first one?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Dang, I forgot too.
Oh, the balance arc.
Yeah, that.
That's what you listened to.
Y'all talking
I
about
didn't listen.
Gundam?
No.
Yeah, I didn't listen to it as it was airing. I did see like fan art of it and people talking about it online. I'm like, okay, cool. And then someone I went to that went to the same college as me had told me about it, and you know why they're interested in it. I'm like, I should probably check this out.
Mhm. Yeah, no, sorry.
I think it was
Blue. We were talking about the Adventure Zone because we were talking about doing a D&D campaign, and I said Endless Waltz because I couldn't remember what the name of the campaign was, but it's very much not that.
Okay.
yeah, I think that was my main exposure to it, and then I mean, I still hear about it from other people making like their own characters from it and everything, but I'm still I made it like an in-depth uh description on like how exactly to play it, like what are the statute of limitations for being able to do certain things in the game and stuff.
You're talking about the mechanics specifically?
Yeah, the
Yeah, no,
mechanics.
there
The
would.
concept.
You go ahead and finish.
The concept of it sounds cool. It's just, the mechanics are the only thing that's sort of like keeping me from being like, let me get into this completely.
Right. Well, Layla hasn't ever played. Dagger, have you ever played? You can type it if you're. Okay. AF mic. What about you, Blue? Have you played D&D?
No, I've just watched D&D related stuff.
Mm-hmm. And Dagger?
I've played D&D before. Like it's been a bit, but I've played a couple of games of D&D.
Word. But yeah, so not like basically nobody here is overly familiar with the mechanics or how they play in real time. So we would definitely have multiple sessions of getting people accustomed to play before like embarking on whatever sort of adventure that we were trying to do. There's a thing called session 0 where it's after you've made your characters but before you've actually begun like taking the events super seriously, so that you can kind of like see how your characters synergize, learn to understand the mechanics, and if there are particular things that like you're uncomfortable with or scared of, you can like make small adjustments. Like maybe your character like you're like, oh, I want to play a warlock, and then you find out that like, oh, I don't have this. That means that I'm not going to have enough spell slots to be very effective in combat, so I'd like to switch to wizard, please. And like the stat allocation would be similar, but you would just sort of like change like how your character gets their magic abilities, and we just like figure out like what that means in terms of how it changes the story, and we would figure all those things out before actually embarking on the adventure proper. That makes sense.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of preparation that goes into it. That's also part of the reason why I'm having such a hard time getting folks on board, is that I'm like it's not just hey, everyone come over so we can play D&D. It's do y'all have any idea what your characters are going to be like? And if they're like no, then I'm like, well, would you like to come over for a character creation session? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then they come over, we start doing character creation, they get bored. It's like, okay, well, by the end of that session we don't actually have characters, so we're going to need to do that again. And then yeah, and that forestalls the session 0, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the reason why it's so sort of cumbersome.
Isn't the option of character types dependent on the like world?
Yes, theoretically, but the thing that I'm trying to do is have the universe that I'm making be 100% back compatible with D&D. So instead of like making things that are unique to my universe, basically if someone says I want to play a vampire, I take what I know about my world already and then introduce the concept of a vampire based on the rules that I have in my mind, but their like moves and like character traits would still be determined by the person playing the character, and like so it wouldn't mechanically change anything. Like the entire we'd still be playing D&D, but just not set in the D&D world.
Okay, then I would want to be some kind of lichen.
Okay, werewolf. Cool. Cool.
Mainly because you said the word vampire, and I've always said that. And if choosing between vampire and werewolf, I would choose werewolf.
Mm. I'm looking at the werewolf's stats and their like basic attacks.
Ow.
And is it the same jobs like healer, bard, magic user, brawler type thing?
Yes. Like ideally, you know, they say that you should try and balance the party. And like that might be something that I say that I'd like pick up on based on what y'all choose. Like during character creation or during session 0, it might be like this feels a little heavily weighted in the like combat oriented category and not very well balanced in the healer category. So that means that y'all like it's gonna be like a 70 or not like a 50-50 chance of you all getting out of the encounter alive. So someone might want to take a few levels in cleric just so that they have some healing spells or something, and it becomes like a sort of practical thing at a certain point. But yes, usually the party is made up of sorry, my brain did a bunch of stuff. Magic user, healer, what did you say, bruiser, tank, and
I said brawler, but bruiser
brawler.
sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
bruiser.
but the word I was really thinking was berserker.
Berserker.
I like monk.
Monk? Yeah.
You like what?
Monk.
The monk class.
Monk class.
Mm.
Yeah.
Monks.
Monks.
Is it the same like chaotic, good, neutral, and light magic, dark magic?
That's been largely phased
magic?
out. It's fun to it's still fun to think about, but it's largely been phased out mechanically.
The monk class?
No. Alignment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like it's more like guidelines, right? If you're like a person who's like, I want my character to be the kind of person who responds to a situation in this specific way, like that's what alignment was useful for. But like there were people who like took alignment way too seriously, and so they would like always make the chaotic evil choice instead of making an interesting character, you know? And it's like, okay. Like
maybe to start off with neutral if you want to go like make it a little bit different.
Well, that's also uninteresting because we all have like backgrounds to some degree in terms of like what our life experiences are, right? So going too extreme and being like, I was orphaned at the age of 4 and I was raised by wolves and like no one can tell me shit because I know who I am. Like that's okay, that's dramatic. But if you're like
maybe just start with something small.
Yeah, or just say like, like a few things that may either mirror your own life experience or something that you've been interested in, but like haven't had the opportunity to experience firsthand. I feel like one of the great strengths of role playing is like converting like what you might experience as sympathy because of not understanding a set of circumstances, by playing a character who has those life experiences or attributes. You can move your sympathy a little bit closer asymptotically to empathy. So like
you don't think you can get there?
Here's the thing. If a person spent their entire life chronically disabled and you decide to play a character for disability representation, like physically disabled, you're like, my character is wheelchair bound. Like that can help
A wheelchair
you.
user.
Yeah, a wheelchair is a wheelchair user. Then like that can enable you to like think more critically in real time about the mechanics and potential environmental setbacks and obstacles that presents, in a way that like, you're spending hours actually thinking about these things, whereas a actual wheelchair user, might spend 12 to 20 hours a day thinking about those things, So it's like, yeah, I just don't think that it's comparable in a way that I would acknowledge it as empathy.
In that case, I very much approve of the use of the word asymptotically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Because like, yeah, another classic thing that people sometimes do is like, asking the DM like, who's the oppressed, like who are the marginalized people in this world, and like being like, well, classically goblins are like considered like fodder. They're like who most adventurers go and slaughter by the dozens in order to get XP, and so they'll be like, well, I want to play a goblin, and it's like, okay, well, what are we like are we is this blackface? Are we oppression? Are we cosplaying as an oppressed person here?
I think it's blackface if they decide to be an orc for that exact reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But at this,
now that we've brought it up, what are considered oppressed classes within D&D?
I mean, there's a difference between in the world of D&D and within the mechanics of D&D, right? Because you can, like, in the Dungeons and Dragons world, which is a multiverse similar to any given comic multiverse. So that means that there are stories that have been told extensively in each of these worlds. Like the thing that I just said is true, that like basically all of the quote unquote forces of evil and the infernal and fiendish forces. So going from like the devils that rule hell, the demons that are birthed from hell, the what do you call them? The goblins and ghouls that are terrestrial and what do you call it? Undead, but aligned more with like these infernal powers. Like all of these things would technically be considered oppressed under the hierarchy that exists in the world of D&D, but like that doesn't make them like less people, I guess. And then there are tieflings, which are like part devil and then part another species.
Wow,
so
this whole time I thought tieflings were like some weird kind of dragon from only seeing tiefling fan art and looking into it no further.
I also thought that. No, tieflings are they come from devil ancestry.
Work.
The tiefling thing has always struck me as just really like a surface understanding of discrimination and oppression.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
I think that most of it falls under that category. And I enjoy people who take the time to complicate the group's sort of relationship to these things. That's also another reason why I really like Dimension 20 as opposed to Critical Role. No offense to Critical Role, because I think that they do tackle some really delicate issues in interesting ways. But Dimension 20 from the jump is like, hey, all this stuff, we're gonna turn it on its head. Like just by being a tiefling doesn't automatically mean that you're evil. In fact, alignment doesn't mean jack shit in this universe. Infernal and divine are just two sides of, like, two parts of a cosmic bureaucracy, basically. And like, by being aligned with either, it doesn't make you inherently good or evil. The devils are actually tasked with providing retribution to people who have done heinous acts in life. And just because you got sent to the divine realm, like, they have basically a monarchy, not a monarchy, but a monopoly on the concept of good. And you can be a really shitty fucking person who like worships and gives power to these deities. So they might also suck, you know. And like, they like make that distinction up front. Which I think is valuable. Also, like thinking about pecking order and like mechanically speaking, right? Like, if you choose to play a halfling who doesn't have any magical powers, you're at a wild disadvantage like in a fight. You know, you've basically elected to be one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, so everyone just has to constantly be protecting you, which I think is a form of marginalization. Like, if you choose not to be a magic user, then you've put yourself at a disadvantage. But in the world of the story, like, that person didn't choose those things, so that just means that you're at a disadvantage.
That seems pretty normal to me.
Yeah. I guess, what is it similar to? It's like
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't feel like the non-magic using halfling is at any more of a advantage
than what?
I don't know, like a ranger maybe.
Well, like, like, if you choose to be a ranger, you have special attributes, including like having ranged attacks, and you might start out with specific proficiencies, no matter what like fantasy race you start as. But like, if you like chose to be a halfling barbarian, right? Like, the way that your stat spread gets spread out, like, you're not going to be able to put a lot of levels into your strength just because you're small. And so like, that means that you're going to have a harder time than if you were a half orc barbarian, because like, in the mechanics of the game, those that fantasy race gets started with like a lot more dedicated to their strength modifiers. And like, that is a thing that we can play with. That's what if you've ever heard of things that are homebrewed, or like, that's a way of improvising things to make it more balanced, rather than leaning into the sort of inherent racism of the Wizard of the Coast sort of like default stats.
Okay.
It's like, yeah,
I don't think, like, in a lot of ways, like, I think I was just like looking at like
you're cutting out a lot.
a normal.
I don't know what it is.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it! It's probably all the tabs I got. Hang on a sec. Close 22 tab. Okay.
Okay.
Is that any better?
You haven't cut out again since. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I was just kind of not taking into consideration the attributes and special abilities and stuff like that, because like when I watch something like Lord of the Rings, right? Like I feel like that separates someone like Frodo from Aragorn is maybe life experience and skill.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think in like a reality like D&D, you get like magic missiles or other stuff like that.
Yeah, but like if you make the decision, because it at the end of the day it becomes the player's decision, and if you're like, I'm going to be a halfling, I'm trying to think of what class, like either fighter or monk or something like that, like a person who does not like wield any like intense magical abilities and is just kind of like going out and doing whatever. Like if everyone is starting at level 1, then like that person is not at a gross disadvantage in comparison to other characters. Or like if you're a halfling rogue, like you're actually in a really good position, because like I think that both halfling and goblin rogues get proficiency in specific things like stealth because they're smaller, right? So like but it's up to you to choose like whether or not you're going to opt into the thing that is advantageous for the like species that you chose, or play against it, right? Because like if you're like, I'm a halfling barbarian, you're going to have a hard time. Now over time, like will it be less of a hard time? Yes, but like you're not going to have proficiency in the things that actually like amplify your ability in for your class.
I gotcha.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing though. Layla, you mentioned wanting to be a lycanthrope. This is I didn't know this about werewolves, but in their hybrid form, so you've got your human form, which means that you have basically like you're like a soft druid. Are you here, Layla? Can you hear me?
I'm listening.
Okay, yeah. So in
Soft druid.
Yeah, where you like can shapeshift and you have enhanced senses, so you have proficiency in perception. But then in your hybrid form,
Soft here is to say light and not be like in my soft druid era.
Oh, yeah, it means like because druids have the ability to shapeshift. Is why I said like it's a soft druid, but they also have access to magic. So you don't have access to magic, but you have high perception and are able to shapeshift at will. And
so I'm basically amethyst.
Yes, but the hybrid form is the at will shapeshift, and what that does is it increases your armor class, which means that you have higher defense, you have fast movements, you gain plus 15 strength, and you also gain damage resistance, and now you have keen hearing and smell, which means that you get advantage on perception checks, and then dark vision, which means that you can see in the dark when other characters couldn't. But and here's the caveat about it being a werewolf, there's a third form, which is beast form, and if your beast form onsets, you gain damage immunity. The character's immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons that aren't silver. But also you lose control. The afflicted character involuntarily assumes beast form, a dire wolf, and forgets their own identity, temporarily becoming an NPC. The character remains in beast form, assuming the appropriate alignment until the next dawn. The character's actions during this episode are dictated by the alignment of its beast form.
I think this is from an earlier version of D&D talking about alignment. But
I'm way okay with that because I like the alignment thing.
Okay. Like I didn't know about lose control as a mechanic. Faye's asking D&D. Yeah, I'm looking at D&D right now. Old manual. It's like a homebrew werewolf situation. But like I like that idea of like we would have to during character creation we would have to figure out what the condition is for the lose control
Not a full moon
event. I mean that's the obvious like reason, but it could also be other conditions, right? Like in Harry Potter, right? Like didn't they like create a fake full moon at some point, and that like caused Lupin to transform?
A what?
It's like
I think it was
I don't know if that happened, but it's been.
Huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it was like the scene where he was basically trying to teach the kids how to face their fears, and Harry basically conjured up a Dementor, and then Lupin stood in front of him, and the Dementor became the moon.
But it didn't cause him to transform. It was just like it was what do you call it? Foreshadowing the fact that he's a werewolf.
Yep.
It sounds like Father Gascoigne's second phase. Yes. Sorry, I just saw that blue. Didn't someone here hate that game, Faye asked? Yeah. Wizard's Bread Book doesn't like D&D and is Faye is developing their own game to sort of compete with, or just provide their friends, Faye's friends, with something else to play instead of D&D. Because they see it intrinsically as a war game, and they don't like that about it.
which is fair.
Yeah, 100%.
I always feel like if the more people got into the mindset of what was it, like creating stories where fair isn't the point, then
Creating stories where sorry, you started cutting out again. You said where warfare isn't the point?
Yeah, like stories would just like open up to people.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like with science fiction, like everyone basically has a post-apocalyptic story in the back pocket, but they can't necessarily like imagine a story where, like, I guess you would call it like solar. There isn't like an apocalypse or something, and people are just living in a better situation.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy that as an idea. And a thing that I would like to try and strategize around as a game master is like a thing that I would like to say now that I don't know is necessarily going to be true is that like I would like to consistently set up scenarios that seem extremely high stakes for y'all and or any of my players, and embed somewhere in play a win condition that is non-violent. Like that doesn't mean
I love that idea.
That doesn't mean necessarily that like if a like dragon straight up lands and starts blowing fire, and I say, and it deals like 32 points of fire damage to your barbarian, right? Like, and like that means that person is like now at 10 HP. Like the economical thing in that circumstance might be to fight, but like knowing me, there is the possibility, like that might mean that a character dies if y'all decide to go with the non-violent solution, but like like knowing me, there is a high likelihood that in every single encounter there is some way of like rolling a really high persuasion, perception, or intimidation check that would cause the enemy, the like entity to like behave differently.
Steven Universe rules.
Mm-hmm. Make friends with everyone. Yeah. Like if y'all like get a particularly high perception check, I might say like you smell a rotting deer carcass in the bushes about 10 meters away. And if someone's like, okay, well, I chuck it down into the ravine, and I'd be like, the dragon chases it. y'all can leave, you know? Like, that's something that I can imagine happening. And or like if someone tries to talk to the dragon, turns out that like it has capacity for speech. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I had no idea. I took you all for a couple of small morsels. I had no idea you had the ability to speak. Dragon's gotta eat.
Dragon.
What is the process of us learning, like what our characters would already know about the world?
That would be during character creation, and there are processes that are already set up to enable that. And we could have an additional sort of like follow-up session where we, like, me as the world builder and y'all as the characters meet with me one-on-one, and I say like, okay, so typically speaking, elves come from this place, and so high likelihood that you would be from there, but like, what sort of thing can you imagine you doing that would take you away from there and get you to where the other player characters are? And then like you might come up with the idea of like, well, decided to study at university in the ancient ruins of whatever this place is, and so like or like I'm an archaeologist, etc. And so we would just like hash out the specifics under those circumstances, but like basically whatever it is that you want to be true about your character, even stuff that like seems like it may be incompatible with my world building, I encourage y'all to contemplate just for funsies, because like there's a high likelihood that I'll be able to match that energy and be like, well, actually, I like that specific thing isn't possible, but I already had this thing in mind and it synergizes pretty well with this. How do you feel about ... You know?
No worries.
Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. It's like we get to co-create the world a little bit.
Yeah. Like I like the world.
So
the world
less
did not
responsibilities.
Yeah. The world did not have werewolves until half an hour ago.
Right.
And now I'm like thinking about like, oh shit, where do werewolves come from? And that's really fun.
So are we on like a planet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are sort of basic things that you would know about it, is that the world that I'm working on is a planet that is called Taurus, like the not like the constellation, but like the geometric shape, Taurus.
Oh.
And
The donut.
the donut, yes. And there are, hold on, I'm gonna bring up a photo of the map.
Ooh.
I just looked. I just looked up the shape. Ooh.
Welcome to the world of crawler. Didn't open. It's still not opening. Hold on, give me a second. Wait, where's the... Okay, it's now opening.
Is there
okay.
a football game going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's it starts at 8.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so welcome to the world of Taurus. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major continents, with like basically small, large seas or shallow oceans, and a sort of larger archipelago of islands. And it's similar to the world of Avatar. It's broken into regions that are sort of dedicated to or affiliated with different of the 4 elements. So this continent is covered in desert, similar to Australia, but this is the water continent. And the reason why it's called the water continent is because the water dragon, Naga, lives on this continent. But everywhere that Naga goes, it sort of like causes oases to bubble up from the sand, and that is how like ecosystems are able to thrive on the water continent. And then on this continent is the air continent. It's where the air dragon, I want to say Aura, or it might be Fricka. On just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
It says that it searched it, but then it's not coming up. Why would that happen? Dragons. Where are my dragons at? Man. Okay. Air dragon's name is Aura. Yeah. So this is the air continent where the air dragon Aura lives, in this sort of like wetland that is bordered by a massive mountain range, where there's a large temple complex that's dedicated to Nivian, the air deity. This is also the continent where humans first evolved. It's similar to Africa in our world, and this river channel is where the first like the ruins of the very first civilization dedicated to the sun was like existed and are. It's where a lot of magical artifacts come from. The continents to the north and south, I think I might have had even no, I didn't. There's a version of this image that rather than being split in the middle the way that it is, split this way. Yeah. Okay. So the continents to the north and south are the fire continents, and they are the home/migratory pattern of Gildra, the fire dragon, who in the summer or in the winter, in the northern winter, I guess it's the winter either way. In the winter of the respective hemispheres, spends their time in the ice caps in the northern and southern continent. And basically, the way that the magic works in this world is that wherever that nature abhors a vacuum, and so where there is the least amount of a specific element is the most likely place that a dragon will form to fill that lacuna, that absence. So where there is a lot of ice is where the fire dragon lives. Where there is a lot of dry air and desert is where the water dragon lives. On the sheer side of a mountain range in a low-lying wetland is where the air dragon lives. Now, can you guess where the earth dragon lives?
Space.
In space?
Space.
Close. That's a good guess. Oh, it'll be so fun if you can figure this out. The fire dragon lives where it's the coldest. The water dragon lives where it's the driest. The air dragon lives where it's the most still. Where would the earth dragon live?
Where it's the most moving, the ocean?
Yes! Whoa! Oh, nice. Very good. Incredible. Yeah. So the earth dragon.
I feel like the atmosphere for that reason is kind of a better spot because air moves around more than water does.
Well, that's fair, but they never go super deep into the water. What they do is they follow the currents and never stop moving along the ocean. And so the earth dragon is actually a a aquatic entity that is constantly going in the with the flow of the water across the planet. It's never stopping. The key is that they don't fly. Not to say that that isn't a great idea, but mechanically in this world, because also in this world, air, I would say that air and space are synergized. That the Nivian, the god of air, is also the god of space. Their domain is how do I explain this? Okay, so I think this is also something that people who had sort of a elementary education in this world would know, and it's that yes, there are the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, but there are superlative examples of those four qualities that in a fractal way are expressed in the universe at large. So for example, in classical mechanics here and now on Earth, in addition to earth, air, fire, and water, we have solids, gases, plasmas, and liquids, right? And like, I wouldn't consider those things, like those abstract concepts, to be superlative of like sort of the substrate that like enables reality to exist. The thing that I would say is, rather than earth, air, fire, water, structure, space, energy, and movement or motion. And so that's what the like four deities who like sort of govern this world are considered like those are considered their domains. So structure, space, energy, and motion. I just saw Reganis is in chat. Cup, have some wine with me. Wine? Cup, did you answer my question? I went to go get pizza. What question? Wine. Is there a skeleton hanging on the doorway asking for some? What? Blue? What the hell? What is that a reference to?
I said it's the last unicorn. I remember that.
Oh. I didn't. The last unicorn, there was a smart-ass skeleton hanging on the top of the door begging for wine in exchange for letting the leads pass through some mystical door. Sounds silly. It cracked my sister and I up for ages when we first saw it. Let's see how it plays
it's
now.
Silly. Yeah, it's silly, but looking back on it in retrospect, I'm now aware of like some of the themes that they were trying to touch upon in the narrative, and I'm like, oh, I'm able to understand this now. Wow, this hurts.
Is it about environmentalisms? Environmentalisms?
Okay, that part was a bit silly though, because he acknowledges that he can't taste anything, but he remembers how it tastes. So that's just enough for him to get drunk off of it.
Wow, that truly reminds me of myself. I'm not listening to the audio because I'm worried about it getting taken down. I just want to see if I think he's funny.
I think, I remember the lines in this one. Hey, please. No.
They're laughing so much.
I mean, he's dead. He's got to find something funny here. Who else do you think visits him?
I feel like the protagonist right now.
Which? Oh, right.
Just the fact that they're fed up and are just like, please just let us pass.
Wait, who do you think is the protagonist in this?
I don't know. I've never watched this movie. I'm never gonna watch this movie.
I'm gonna make a guess and say it's the last unicorn.
I'm gonna make a guess and say it's the princess-looking girl who they've barely shown at all, who is actually an anthropomorphized version of the last unicorn. That's what my guess is.
I don't need to say nothing further.
I used to call the wizard Mulder when I was a kid.
Wait, the blue one is a wizard?
Yes.
That seems extremely racist.
He's described by practically those deemed better than him as incompetent, but like it's his incompetence that kind of like is what's needed for is what's needed in this case. And then we have Molly Grew, who is a character I appreciate more as I get older.
Yeah. Interesting. It's difficult for me to read the wizard as anything but a racist stereotype. Like, this is reading like caricature of a Jewish person to me.
I cannot fault you for that.
Way.
Yeah, looking at his character now, it's like, yeah, they really try to say something.
Interesting. Okay. Fascinating. This whole shit feels racist as fuck, says Reganis. Interesting.
Actually, wait, let me think.
Okay, wait. Oh, I wanted to talk more about my world, if that's okay. Just some quick stuff, because I need to actually draw this onto the map so that y'all have like clear signifiers. So the fire continent, right, which is ironically the coldest, or the fire continents are ironically the place where the North and South Pole are, and they are the dwelling places of the fire elves, who worship let's see if I can remember her name, Somar, the goddess of fire. And they enacted a colonial campaign wherein they attempted to do a sort of feudalistic colonial imperialist takeover of the world. And it's partially successful in the sense that they are now engaged in diplomatic imperialism, where they try to wield soft power throughout Taurus. The water continent, where that big desert is and where Naga creates a bunch of oases, this is a mercantile society where the network of oases that Naga has created make sort of like small city states that use the outgoing river channels to bring goods in and out from all over the world. And so because it's very central, it's also the place where most of the goods that are produced or distributed around the world, they kind of like go through the water continent. The air continent, because it is the what do you call it, where it's something, the origin point for quote unquote civilization, and is the location of the air monasteries, is sort of a theocracy that's run by the Nivian religion. And they are the like most potent magic users, and like basically have an abundance of prophetic ability, and so end up influencing society through art and literature, music. It's the sort of cultural hub for the world, at least in this sort of like hoity-toity whatchamacallit, snobbish sense. Bougie, yeah. Like it's where the ancient ruins. Yeah, it's where the ancient ruins of the Sun Empire are, and so like they're like, oh yes, we're the place where like
they're the motherland. They're like Nubia. They're like Egypt. Just like Kemet.
Yeah. Okay. So like this area is more like sub-Saharan Africa, where it's like actually all the cool shit happened, but then up on the mountains up here, it is like Egypt.
Like they're like, oh, we've got like the most advanced temple architecture, and like everybody knows magic, and like we influenced all the sciences across the entire planet, that kind of thing. So like height of the like 18th dynasty Egyptian empire.
Oh, so
rather.
we was already like in like the Ptolemy Empire and all of his other niggas and shit like that.
Pre Ptolemy, but before they were colonized by other places. So it's like they just were like, we are the hottest shit, and no one will be able to convince us otherwise.
Yeah, like the inception of like being bougie. Like I bury myself with all of my shit type of shit.
Okay, so if the fire continents are run by are like sort of feudal dystopias, the water continent is a sort of mercantile, almost like cyberpunk dystopia. The air continent is a theocratic sort of like cultural hegemony dystopia. Can anyone guess what the Earth Empire and or the like
Wait, what were the fire niggas like again? What were they like?
They are feudal, so they like tried to conquer the world.
Feudal. Okay, so they're the firebenders, and then like the airbenders here are like the bougie HBCU types. And then the water niggas are merchants. And you want us to guess what the earth niggas are?
Yes.
Okay. All right. World, stop. They're either nomadic types, agriculturalists, or they're OD in the STEM space.
Hell yeah. Wow. Incredible. You're 2 for 3.
Wow.
They're
why are the fire guys always bad?
Huh?
So why is the fire element always bad?
It's
they
not
be
that
doing stuff.
It's not that they're bad, it's that they consume. It's not that like fire is not inherently evil.
It's active.
Yeah, but it's active. And like in a world where it's like meaningful to be like stationary and cool and like have conversation rather than act, like it feels like a contrast to all of those things. It doesn't mean that it's like inherently bad though. They attempted to colonize the world, but they didn't. So like it's probably fine.
Fire, when I think of fire, I also think of like something that consumes, but only like, okay, remember when Aang was like scared of fire bending and everything, but then he went to go train with the dragons. It was like, oh, fire is just pure energy. Like you can, you know, that whole shitty metaphor where it's just like, guns aren't bad, people are bad. No, that actually applies to fire. Fire isn't bad. People are bad.
Yeah. It's like unregulated, right? Let's like, I'm thinking about the wildfires that are happening right now on the West Coast, right? Like that much fire is bad. But there's the possibility, and I don't know what the actual indigenous traditions were on the West Coast, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out that they're similar to the indigenous traditions in Oceania, where the like indigenous people of Australia would like do controlled burns, and like during the seasons where it wasn't windy, to make sure that there wasn't so much forest that during the windy seasons it would go completely unchecked and wipe everything off the planet, right? Like there's a certain like balanced relationship that you can have to the element that is like differentiable from like, you know, chucking a match on onto an ocean of kindling, you know.
And me and Cub was just talking about this earlier. I was like, I don't remember what TV show I was watching where I got this quote from, but somebody in some cartoon that I was watching was like, listen, if I had access to magic, I would just throw fireballs because it's honest. And I agree with that. Fire is a very honest substance as opposed to like water, which can like drown you and do a whole bunch of other crazy shit. Or like, have you ever been yoked up by like a severe wind, like a tornado? So
Yes.
I knew. No, I don't ever want to go through that. I
It
met
feels
somebody
kind
on
of
the
nice.
I met somebody on the internet who literally was stuck in a tornado once, and they said it was petrifying.
Oh, I don't want tornado though. I just want like a nice strong wind.
I don't even want that. I think the concept of flying should only be left to people who don't fear heights. Okay,
Oh,
Dagger.
where's Dagger heading out?
Dagger said still in chat, maybe back in VC later. I think they got overstudied, maybe, or just were tired of being in chat.
Yeah, I mean, I have been yapping for a while, so I appreciate you hanging though, Dagger. But you were saying either they're nomadic or heavy in STEM. I started watching Critical Role clips. Damn, I wish I had put on Critical Role. Okay. Damn. Okay. So the Earth Coalition Federation, they're of Ashley Johnson. Yes. Ashley Johnson. Yes. The Earth Federation, ironically, they worship the Earth God, or the god of structure, whose name is Atum. But they're if anyone's seen Moana, the
first one?
The first one, yeah. The gigantic interlocking ships that the is it they called Toa Toa, that the Toa Toa pilot is like what the Earth Federation is. It's a massive complex of interlocking ships that are constantly going across the ocean, and they are chasing after, their religion is chasing after the Earth Dragon. And y'all, I think I've shown y'all pictures of the Earth Dragon. It's this gigantic 6 finned whale that has an entire ecosystem on its on their back. Like they're basically like growing an entire coral network, and have like all these fish that sort of like are and other whales that are basically swimming around it all the time. And so basically the Earth Federation follows the Earth Dragon around, and Earth Dragon's name is Fricka, and they follow Fricka around and basically are just constantly fishing off of, like, their food supply is fishing in the wake of Fricka traveling along the currents of the ocean. Does that make sense? But they have to constantly be innovating technology to like keep up the ships while they're moving. So they're nomadic and STEM.
That sounds like a lot of hard work to be in a constant state of like, what's the word, innovation. Sometimes I want to chill. What if I really like my iPod Nano and I don't want to move on to the next thing?
Then you probably want to live in the heart of the water merchant colony.
Yeah. Honestly, we should not have progressed past the Nano. I'm just being honest.
Now a thing that I have not done yet is name these places. I think that it's going to be a pain and a half to name all of them, but I do have
like dedicated locations and histories for
You could always anagram like streets in Washington.
I can't do that. Tragically, my autism prevents me from being able to do this.
Okay.
I just be doing that all the time. Mortar ball is just Baltimore. Period.
I know.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I've got a list here, and I've got like, I know where the first city ruins are, where the mountain monastery is, coastal port city, Nivian's Overlook telescope, the giant temple to Aura, or the ancient temple to Aura, the colonial megacity in the Fire Continent, the Forest City, Fire Island City, Twin Fire City, Sunken Fire City, South Fire Temple, Peninsula Port City, and
Sunken Fire City sounds crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's just an ancient city that got drowned, flooded.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, this sounds like this place like was already below the sea level, and then like they got hit with one good natural disaster, and that was it. Their shit went kaput.
You're correct. That's exactly what happened.
That's a funny thing, because I'm just like, if you niggas know that your shit is below sea level, why set up shop right here? That's not smart.
Well, I mean, isn't that what people in Maryland did?
Yeah, and it wasn't smart.
Now, to be fair, right? Non-white people all over the world had strategies for settling in places where it's a little bit volatile, but then conveniently not being there at the times where it's most likely to be volatile. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, like we was nomadic. We was like, okay, bro, like rainy season, this place is no bueno. Dry, semi-dry season, we can do a couple things. We can do like a little agriculture. We can do like a little sewing shop situation, like turn our flax seeds into like some nice little clothes, like turn our horses into meat, make new horses, you know?
Well, one of the funniest things I ever heard about, and it's not funny anymore, but it's funny to think about. It's similar to when white people first landed in the Caribbean, and the indigenous people were like, "Who skinned you?" And they're like, "Huh?" It's like, why do you look like skinned rabbits? Like, where is your skin?
That's fucking funny, bro. Not who flayed you, who got you, bro. Show us who did it.
Europeans were so like they're so excited to spread the rumor that like indigenous people worshiped them as gods and thought that they were like magic and shit. But the actual translation of the first things that the indigenous people said to them when they first saw them was like, "What is wrong? Like, where did your skin go?"
Where did your skin go, bro? Who hurt you?
Okay, so similarly though,
and then they were thinking, "Oh my bad."
I said, "Why do you smell so bad?"
Why do you?
That was stinking.
Oh my god, that's also. Have you?
Yeah, and they're like, they thought it was his gods. They adorn us with flowers, and they're like, no, y'all.
Yeah,
that was potpourri.
Y'all smell like an unwashed donkey. Like, for God's sake.
They adorn us with flowers and light candles and torches wherever we go,
and perfumes.
Yeah, and
oil.
Yeah, and oil perfumes. And like the reason is like, if I'm forced to be in this enclosed space with this person for more than 10 minutes without a lot of like fragrant compensation, I will pass out from the smell.
I will pass out. I will die. I will convulse. I will perish.
I will lose my breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, like I will, like
Like they were like, ooh.
Ooh, brother.
Like, brother,
Okay, wait. So the thing that I was gonna say though, so the like flayed skin thing is funny, but a fascinating thing to me is that the indigenous people of the Mississippi Delta, right? They were nomadic until the Europeans came and were like, what's wrong with y'all? Why don't y'all settle here? And they were like we hang out there a lot during the like spring and summertime, but then like when it gets like later in the year, we go upstream and like have settlements up there. And the Europeans were like, y'all are fucking stupid, and like started building a city right on the Mississippi Delta. And what do you know? Next thing you know, completely destroyed by a hurricane.
Yo, like it's so crazy to me.
Well, at least they got a bath.
True. It's so crazy to me how like the concept of a hurricane, right? Like to me, when I hear hurricane, I hear lots of destruction. Well, not up here, up like this far up north. Like we get hurricanes, but it's never that serious. But like all the way like in Florida, nigga, like in the Caribbean, like where there's like more water than there is land, bro. Like you want to set up shop like that close to the equator, bro? Like that's kind of silly. That's kind of crazy, bro. Like, are you think that's why? Do you really think that's wise? And then
Well,
like, yeah, bro. Like, what's the worst part? Like, my banana plants is like growing like crazy. Like, they doing real good right now. My banana trees.
Well, I mean, the thing is, right? The reasonable way to behave if you find and settle a place where it's like nice and warm and things grow really well and like, you know, you can spend a few safe months there is to be semi-nomadic, right? Like you go down the ocean in the spring, hang out where it's like dope and there's beaches and you can like splash in the water in the ocean and all that shit. And then like the moment of the first cold front comes through, you go, okay, time to go back upstream.
It's
like,
time to go.
Yeah, it's time to dip. And like, but Europeans like got so brain bricked in that like, if you find a good place that has any amount of just immediately make a city, like build a city on it.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Like I'm pretty sure that's what they thought when they first like drop shipped on into England, right? I'm sitting here like, yo, England sounds kind of like it sounds like a good place to like chill out and settle down. But England is too close to the North Pole where I would ever feel comfortable just like setting up complete shop. Like it gets cold over there. And I can only imagine how cold it was before they set up all these cities with all these wind tunnels and all this other shit going on over there. Before the beaches were like completely brown and shit over there. Like what did the beaches look like then? What was it like before like England became England? And I'm pretty sure it was still kind of miserable on the low. But
yeah, I'll
it's
show
still
you what it
too
looked
far.
like.
Yeah, show me what it looked like. But I'm pretty sure it was still too cold to like really be there like long term. You feel me? Like that's too close to the North Pole.
You used to look like this.
Vibes. Why is the cliff side white? Is that salt?
No, it's
It's a called cliff.
chalk.
That's the channel, ain't it?
It is still the British Isles.
I didn't know that Britain and Scotland was on the same island.
What? They are?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know that for a long
time.
time.
Oh, I thought you had to take a boat to get those stuff.
No, that's Ireland.
Yeah,
Ireland
it's
is a separate
it's
country.
my island.
Yeah.
This is a reference to if y'all ever seen Braveheart, like a bunch of the Scots are collectivizing to like go to war against the British, and there's this one random Irishman whose name is Stephen, and they're like, oh, we need to get some more resources, and he's like, oh, don't worry about it, I'll go back to my island and grab some. And they're like, what do you mean? You mean Ireland? He's like, yeah, it's my island, it's mine. Like, he's out of his goddamn mind.
Man, I want to go to Ireland.
The coolest character.
Ireland just seems chill.
It's mine.
They probably visit at least once.
Well, if you do visit, we got peeps there.
Ireland.
Yeah, we do have
peeps.
peeps there.
My sister keeps telling me to get a passport so we can go to Scotland.
Scotland's cold as hell, bro.
Oh yeah, I know. I'll probably catch a lot
hell.
of colds, or my allergies will probably bother me or something.
Oh, hold on.
They got cold swamps. Why would you want to go and ever just be in a place where it's like, oh, it's cold all the time and we have swamps? That's crazy to me. No. No, thank you. Cold and swamp? No, thank you.
I'd probably go in the summer.
Honestly, cold or swamps. Also, no, thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, a cold swamp sounds horrific. This is why I stay in Maryland. You know what I mean? Because our swamps are awesome. Yeah, but we have the humidity that combats the cold a bit. But in the summer, our swamps are awesome.
Cold.
Mom, there's swamps in Maryland.
Okay, so we've had this conversation many times before, and it's deeply frustrating to me because people insist on they built DC on a swamp. It's not necessarily true. There are swamps in Maryland. Okay, listen. Anywhere where there is any sort of
I don't get a sunken feeling from DC.
Huh?
As I don't get a sunken feeling from DC.
My point is, wherever there are like water outlets that go to the ocean, you're going to get a lot of wetlands, right? And a variety of different kinds of them. And the bulk of settled Maryland, DC, Virginia, the DMV are on the Potomac and Patuxent and are on rivers, right? And so yes, there are spots of wetland along here, but in comparison to other places where they are primarily known for their wetlands, it's not that much. That's something that you could also say about some. Yes, but it's something that you could also say about New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts. All these places also have wetlands.
Yeah, and I'm talking about specifically Maryland. I'm not saying that we have the best or the most notable. I'm just saying that they exist.
I'm talking quantitatively, right? When you're yeah, and what about our swamps? It's okay, but it's not we're known for having swamps. It's not the bayou, which is mostly swamp. Yeah, okay. I get you.
What I'm saying.
If you're just asking the question do we have wetlands? The answer is yes. But if you're
we have wetlands, we have swamps, we have them. We're not known for them. We're known for our crab. We're known for our natty bows. We're known for our Utz chips. We are known for many other things before we are known for our swamps. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, yes, Utz chips come from Maryland. Old Bay comes from Maryland. You know what else comes from Maryland? Johns Hopkins comes from Maryland. Slavery comes from Maryland. The Mason-Dixon line comes from Maryland.
Wait. The first mile of laid train track is in Maryland. Yes, it's right down the street from where I am.
We got so much shit going down.
Mm-hmm.
I love people from smaller states because they always be having the trivia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we be having the dumbest trivia. You know what? I was just talking to Buttercup about this last week. I was like, yo, New York is big as fuck. But the propaganda that people will give you that New York is just a city will have you being like, whoa, New York is big as fuck when you look at a map.
Hmm.
Wait,
Sorry,
I don't
yeah.
understand. I'm sorry.
It's big as hell.
Huh?
The New York as a state, sorry, New York is a lot of land, but when people say New York, they are thinking about like less than 1% of that land. You know, like
The subways and like, what's the name of that place? Times Square.
yeah. No, I'm
Yeah,
just thinking about
like
Manhattan Island, right? Is like what people think of when they think of New York, and even what they think of when they think of New York City. New York City is like maybe 5 times bigger than just Manhattan Island, but then like the actual state is just so big. like
it's like
Oh,
ridiculous.
yeah. Here, I'll just show an example on stream.
Like I was
for
saying, like I remember when I used to work at Barnes and Noble, right? And I was like, New York is tiny. And like one of my coworkers who was from New York was like, no, it's not. I'm from a part of New York where it was basically touching Maine. And I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, yeah, New York is big as fuck. And I was like, where were you living? And he was like, oh, my family's rich. I got disowned because I'm gay. And I'm just like, oh, that's fucking horrible,
What
dude.
the hell?
But
You've
then
been drinking, right? Have you been drinking? Is that a thing that's been happening?
yeah.
Okay.
But then like he like the geography and how he grew up on like a farm situation,
Is it
right?
in the Finger
And I was like,
Lakes?
oh, like, huh?
Was it?
Something like that. He like I'm either confusing it with that or like the Catskills or something like that. Somewhere where there was like a lot of farm. Like it was just him and his family type shit.
I feel like they should get a percentage of the land for getting disowned.
I mean, I don't even know this person. Like I've lost contact with this person because I lost contact with everyone when I was working at Barnes and Noble. So I don't know. I don't even like last time I talked to them, because I don't know what his situation is, what their situation is at this point. Like they had no interest in like even reconnecting.
Fair enough.
Okay, can
Yeah,
y'all
very happy
see
being broke and being in Baltimore. Huh?
can y'all see my screen? Can folks see my screen?
Yeah.
The highlighted part,
Yep.
right? That is New York State, right? And then in order to see Manhattan, you got to zoom all the way into this little tiny corner, all the way in, and just this island right here is Manhattan. The rest of New York is this.
I would argue though that the city consists of all 5 boroughs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That, again, the reason why I said that New York City is actually 5 times as big as just Manhattan, but the actual state is like, but that constitutes 1% of the size of the state regardless, is the thing that I was saying.
Question.
Mhm.
I might be misunderstanding this.
Mhm.
Do we have 2 New Yorks in the United States?
We have New York,
No.
New York, which is the name of the city. So New York City
Right.
is New York, comma, New York. New York City, New York State.
Okay, so the state on the West Coast is not called New York?
What state on the
No,
West
that's
Coast?
California.
Are you thinking New Mexico maybe?
No, I was under the impression that the West Coast had a New York State. That whenever somebody said New York State, I was like, oh, okay, the thing in the West.
No,
You mean
New-
Washington State?
no, New York.
There
New
we
York.
go. Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking Washington State. Okay. Because I was gonna say, when you hear New York State, they're just talking about upstate, which means north of the city, north of Long Island, which
Okay.
all of this land is New York State.
Which is crazy because it's big as fuck. Like, why is New York that huge?
Mhm. Now there is the northwesternmost state is called Washington.
And they do refer to that as Washington State as opposed to Washington, the District of Columbia. Does that make
Can
sense?
I be
Is that
honest
what
with
you were
you
thinking
guys?
about, Blue?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. What's up, Morganis?
The Pacific Northwest, like I have like online Black friends who live over there, but the Pacific Northwest, because of all of the like because I learned about it in my Africana Studies class and in my Black History class, like its history, like it
For
kind of
what,
scares
Utopia?
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that kind of scared the dog shit out of me, and it kind of made me very scared for my Black friends who live over there.
If it's any consolation whatsoever, it is not demonstrably worse than the South, which actively enslaved people.
I mean,
You know,
like I feel that. I feel as if that's like it's like fire. Remember our conversation about fire? Fire is honest. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what they're gonna do to my niggas or in like the white utopia. Like that's what scares me.
I feel you. I felt afraid for my life when I was living in Maine. I was one of, I think, a grand total of 3 Black people who I met during the like months that I lived there. So I
Really?
get it. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it was me. There was a lady who worked at 7-Eleven, and then there was a undergraduate student at the university across the street from where I lived. And we went to a like racial sensitivity lecture by like an anti-racism activist, and during it the like biracial Black student like raised their hand to talk and was like, oh yeah, I've heard about that thing, whatever the subject was. It's like, it reminds me of the thing in apartheid South Africa. And a old white lady turned around, made a face at him, and said, it's pronounced apartheid. Apartheid. And I was like,
Yo, that's so crazy.
you just turned around to the 1% of Black people in this state and corrected their pronunciation of a Dutch word. Fuck you.
Yo,
Like that's
remember
crazy. Huh?
remember when I told you about the white lady who left a review on Nnedi Okorafor's Akata Witch, and was like, I refuse to read this book because the title has a slur on it for
Oh, yeah.
albino people. But the whole story had to do with an albino Black girl and her acceptance into her non-albino community.
Crazy. Racism works in mysterious ways. I'm gonna tell you that. If there's one thing I know,
I tell you
if there's one thing I know, racism works in mysterious ways.
This is a funny girl. That's a funny girl. My girl, racism. She's funny. She's funny as shit. She's funny as a bitch.
It does circle back into absurdity if you think about it long enough.
Bro.
Knowing how it started there.
Yo, the nomadic STEM folks in your story sound so cool though, Cup. Imagine, like, because of the fact that they're going to like different locations and stuff like that, they can pick up different raw materials and make different stuff.
Yep. That's the idea. That's the idea.
Imagine making a pair of goggles and someone in like the water country is just like, yo, these goggles are sick. Where'd you make them? And you're just like, oh, girl, I made this in a location where like the materials was like super rare or whatever. I can only make this like once a year.
Well, the thing is, they don't really leave the boats like that, because like if you disconnect from the Earth colony and like go to and make landfall, you're basically stuck there until the like next time that the earth dragon passes by, you know, like you don't want to get locked in anywhere. You want to like hop on that boat and stay on that boat for as long as possible. Now, what they do is, because they have traders, like people who trade, who will, like, as they're passing by, like dock onto the colony and trade with them, and then like get off before they get out of range, if that makes sense. Yeah, so that's kind of like, so that's how they get new goods and stuff like that, and interact with people, is that like, but like if you leave the boat, high likelihood that it'll be too far away before you're able to get back on it. So
that would piss me off. That's, remember how Neil was like, you have to think about time in like 45-minute intervals, because that's how the bus be moving. That's how I would be thinking if I had to deal with like a fucking earth dragon timing. It's not even a nigga like driving this shit. Is you're literally giving it to like a mythical creature where they have like a whole different concept of time than you do.
Well, they're just constantly moving. It's like shark fishing or something like that. Well, you know that the sharks come by here because they're following the specific current, and they like to do a feeding frenzy when these specific fish are here. So you got to like be there at that time. And like that's the way that the earth dragon works. And the people who live in the colony, they get so accustomed to just being on the water all the time. It's like living in a cruise ship. And like, but it just, the ship never docks is the thing.
That'll fuck me up. I like being on water, but I like land. You know, like I like having my feet on the ground. I've seen the reports of what happens when people get stuck on cruise ships for too long, and they lose their sense of equilibrium. It's like being on a spaceship for too long.
Yep. Yeah, I think that
superpowers.
Huh?
Cruise ships or curves?
That you get super, you become one of the Fantastic Four.
Oh my gosh.
Well, like, I mean, you're losing your equilibrium. Are you gaining anything?
No, you're just losing brain cells.
Damn.
Yeah, no.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh no, wait. I take it back. You do gain something. It's called. That's a little thing I like to call scurvy.
Scurvy.
That would not be a very good superpower.
Yeah, vitamin C deficiency.
Oh no, I fucked up my skirt already. Layla, I'm making a free-handed skirt to like test my crochet abilities, and I already messed up.
What did you mess up?
I'm doing I'll have to show you a picture, but supposed
Can you
to be
turn
like
video on?
yeah, I can actually. Look at me. Just don't look at my zit, you're anti-black.
Look at me. I could be center field.
Can y'all see?
Wow. Woven.
This is all woven. It's supposed to be like, this is a single crochet. These are half doubles. Single, 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 half, half, single, single, single. Oh, I didn't mess up. This is my half. Boom.
Very cool. This is going to be a short skirt, a long skirt?
Just long enough to cover my butt. It's supposed to be like a summer skirt. I'm gonna make one for Cup, but don't tell them.
I don't think I'll need to.
I know, right? They're right there, but I'm gonna pretend that they're not and just have the secret out and open.
An open secret.
Oh, Regardless, did you see my babies when they were babies?
Yeah, I was there when they were born.
What?
I was with you in the birthing room, Blue, when you gave birth to Benny and Claire. I remember. Wait, was it Blue that spoke to me, or was it Was it Victoria?
It was blue.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was there when you gave birth to Benny and Claire. Blue. You were at Sinai Hospital.
Not Sinai Hospital.
Oh
You got the
God.
good insurance.
Not Sinai. Take me to Johns Hopkins or leave me on the side of the road.
I mean, as long as it's not St. Agnes.
Listen, everyone likes to talk shit about St. Agnes. They're not that bad.
Like, out of not context. Like, they tried to call the police on my mother.
What?
Yes. Because she wouldn't cooperate with the orderlies. And Dad's like,
Isn't that
nah.
belligerent?
Yeah. So, yeah, me and my dad are just like, yeah, me and my homies hate St. Agnes.
What the fuck? I'm so sorry that happened to y'all. Oh my God. Let me stop joking around.
You're good. I mean, I can laugh about it now because nothing happened, but
Oh, thank God. What the fuck am I gonna do? Throw your mom in jail when she clearly needs medical care? What the fuck?
yeah, it's wild. It's like when she was injured, like the year before 2024, the nicest people, but as soon as they found out she had like a illness, done with.
You're cutting up
Really? I feel
a
like
little bit.
I'll probably have to like restart my computer because I like take a long ass nap and this like on.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, mommy.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
No problem. I feel like I distracted the whole conversation.
Well, what if you started the whole conversation and then changed the subject of the whole conversation?
I did?
What if?
How do I?
Hypothetically speaking. How do you
wait,
hang up?
Just the hang up button at the bottom.
Yeah, I see it. I'm always forgetting that.
Period.
Hypothetically speaking. Like, medically speaking.
Reganis,
Hmm?
when you kept saying our swamp, it made me think of the gospel song Our God, but just replace the word God with swamp.
No, brain. I don't want that in my mind. I'm going to change the subject as fast as humanly possible.
Okay, let's see.
We can talk about oh yeah, we was talking Layla, we were
Go ahead.
talking hot shit about She-Ra earlier today. I forgot what we was talking about, but it
What
was
was the
not
hot
fun.
shit?
We
Which
was
version?
saying how N.D. Stevenson's versions. We was talking about how
Okay.
N.D. Stevenson can't really write for real, but somehow got the best deal out of all of them niggas. N.D. Stevenson.
Well, have you seen She-Ra, Layla? Did you watch She-Ra?
Is that like the new name for Noelle?
No.
Yeah, they're non-binary.
Oh yeah.
Trans-mask, I believe.
Okay. Gotcha. I wasn't aware that pronouns
They, them.
Yeah, they them.
that they had.
They and I
a
think
new
also
name.
he. Let me check.
Oh, they, he.
Oh,
he,
it's they trans mask.
Yeah.
Good
Let me
for
check.
them.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know.
They made a
she was
comic
the
about.
name.
They made a comic about this and everything. Yeah. So they. Yeah. So ND, the initials for Nate, Diana, Stevenson. That they wanted to keep their middle name to at least make the. So they didn't have to change their entire initials, I suppose. Yeah. So
Yeah.
non-binary and transmasculine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Good for
knew
them.
about their identity because I read like the original run on Nimona.
Yeah, and I
Wait,
also
that
met
was
them,
written
and
by N.D. Stevens's as well?
Yes,
yeah, before
but the
the name
original looks
change.
nothing like the animation.
Yeah, because I remember when that was released onto officially published. Because I found out about them through Lumberjanes, because that's what they worked on along with a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of other creators, and then
Mm-hmm.
they visited my library, which is also where I currently live is also their hometown, so
Oh,
it seemed fitting. So I got to meet them in high school, but this was prior to the change in name and the enhancement of their identity.
Mm-hmm.
hmm. Well, cool.
I think I saw like
You're saying
six.
they're not a good writer, and why do they have the best gigs?
I'm not saying that they're not a bad writer.
Mm.
I'm just saying that
Wait, I think
I would have made very different
Oh,
decisions
shit.
in the Google Doc than what they came up with for She-Ra.
I'll be right
I'm
back,
not
y'all.
saying
I'm
they're
gonna go get a drink.
bad. Yeah, it's time to get some drinkies. We're not
I need a
we're
drink. I haven't had any water in like actually all day.
yeah, get some water.
Yeah, because I
So
remember
much fun. Hyperfixating.
yeah, I remember like having a conversation with a couple other folks before upon this was like shortly after watching Nimona the movie, because I had already read, and um in retrospect, while the narrative of Nimona was decent for what it was supposed to be, it is still written by a white person.
Um, that's not
And
even like my biggest gripe when it comes to like She-Ra or anything like that. I think that N.D. Stevenson is just like, okay, stakes to them are like I don't ooh. I stopped watching She-Ra around season 1, right? And I
okay.
genuinely believed that She-Ra was going to be like maybe a one, maybe 2 season type situation for like the show that it was for on Netflix. But I was shocked when it got a season 3, and I think it had 4 seasons altogether. And I was like, did the plot necessitate 4 seasons?
5 in total.
There's 5 seasons?
Yes, if I recall correctly. Let me check.
Brother, what were you talking about after season 2?
5. Yep, I was right.
Bro.
I think one of those seasons was intended to be a single one, and that was just split up for. I mean, it is Netflix, and Netflix is odd when it comes to these kinds of things. But yeah, I see what you mean.
Me and Cup had the same kind of frustration when it came to She-Ra. The stakes were weird. We got like a really pressing plot, like that felt very time sensitive, right? But then there were all these twists and turns in season 1 that was really like devaluing the actual like not plot, but like the inciting drama of like the whole shit. You feel me? And so like there was like a lot of side quests that was going on to like a plot that demanded at least like 10 episodes to resolve, in
Mm,
my opinion. And then on top of that, I didn't like how She-Ra was written. Like one thing that I like, Victoria, is a dumb girl that likes to punch stuff. But I need her to like punch stuff in a direction where like it advances the plot. And it's funny
mm,
because like it felt like it felt like Stevenson was trying to write like a shonen anime, but made Shira, Adora herself, kind of like too much of a shoujo protagonist, where she's like not that, like it's more of a melodrama. You feel me? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. So the thing that you have
Uh,
issues with the fact that you know the season for the story for what it was could have been shorter than what they had made now.
I feel as if like when it comes to like Shira as like a main character or Adora as a main character, I understand that Adora is a lesbian who was traumatized by the prison, I mean, not the prison industrial, the military industrial complex system on her planet. And she is just trying to help her homegirl who is still very much so in like the grasp of like the empire that she managed to escape from and everything like that. But I felt as if Adora Shira was like both too incurious about the world around her and a bit too cartoony violent for like a plot that kind of like expected a bit of empathy from its main character. And Adora didn't have that much of it. I think we got most of the empathy from like the princess sidekick character that was like traveling around with her. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Granted, it has been a while since I've watched this, and the impact that it had, at least towards the end, uh, wasn't quite as strong as I thought it was going to be for me. I think I was also feeling that some of the decisions with the writing weren't it would have been better than what it was. But I guess on like an individual level, in terms of like certain characterizations, and not with the narrative overall. But I think I see what you mean.
I feel as if like Indy Stevenson was I feel like there was a lot of Steven Universe influence when it came to um She-Ra, if you can see
Most
it.
likely.
And I'm like only saying this because of the fact that Rebecca Sugar and Indy Stevenson either used to or still do run in the same circles. And so I imagine they talk. I imagine that they are somewhat friends or whatever. And I imagine that they like talk ideas and like idea craft and everything like that. Um, but I feel as if like the genuine, heartfelt empathy that I got from Steven, I should have also been feeling that from Adora, and I wasn't.
Mm.
Hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean. There are parts of Adora's character that feel a little flat and just kind of like squeezing into the premise that they have of like she'll be like she'll have all these attributes attributed to like masculine fantasy like
Hmm.
hero character, um but instead of her being like a shoujo sorry shonen protagonist, she'll just be kind of a himbo.
Yeah. And like, there's nothing wrong with being a himbo or like a dumb punch girl or anything like that. I feel as if like if you just give them like an ounce of curiosity, if you just have them question like the world around them with like a bit more intensity and like a bit more genuine curiosity, that like kind of prevents them from just being a brick. Because after a while, I felt as if Adora was just a brick and there was no actual like purpose to her character other than like being like a Swiss Army knife for like whatever plot relevant obstacle is in the entire like that is in the good guys' way. That's what I'll say.
I see. Yeah, maybe that's why when I look back on the show, I have a better recollection of other characters and their actions and attributes feeling a lot more stronger to me than what
Then
she
Adora's.
went through. Yeah, than hers. Like, yeah,
Somebody
like
go
even with
smoke.
yeah, like even with Katra, and I had very complicated feelings about Katra's character as a whole. But though I understood where she was coming from and stuff, that I at least find like I remember that there it was at least compelling to watch.
If not necessarily the most believable.
Yeah, I
And
felt
yeah,
as
the
if
most believable,
Patra's
like,
response to like what was happening to her was literally the most believable thing about the show. I got frustrated with so many of these characters. I was literally like, Indy, you and I have a very similar problem when it comes to like people crafting. Like very similar. It's almost scary.
Interesting.
and Trapta's character and what I read, what their intentions were for her and Hordak, and I'm just like, okay, I see what you're trying to do. I see the dynamic that you're trying to inject here with these two.
I mean, like,
But Hordak,
okay, I will
but
give it to
Hordak,
Andy Stevenson. I will give it to Andy Stevenson on this, right? They're very good at creating scenarios where a character will act against their best interest. Like every time Katra made a decision that was just against her better interests, I understood that there was like a veneer of fear, like within every single one of her decisions. So I get that. I think she's very good at crafting those. I mean, I think they're very good at crafting those specific scenarios.
mm-hmm.
Hold on, my dad.
Yeah, that I get.
Okay. All right, there. We go. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I have a lot to say.
Pertaining to She-Ra?
Sort of. More so like Regatas was talking about thinking that it has a lot of Steven Universe DNA, but I would argue that it's almost more Avatar The Last Airbender in terms of the vibe. And
What vibes?
well, that like there's political intrigue, there's like narrative back and forth between characters who are nemesis or have conflicting goals. That's not a thing that happens a lot in Steven Universe because Steven is the perspective character, and so like if someone is Steven's enemy, we see them as the enemy until they're not, until Steven wins them over, versus the omniscient perspective of the observer in Avatar and in She-Ra, where we get to see what the baddies are doing too, you know. We're not locked into a single perspective. We get to see like what Katra and what's the crab girly?
The big bush
Scorpia.
lady?
Wait, say what did you say, Vic?
Scorpia.
Scorpia. Yeah, Scorpia. We get to see what Katra and Scorpia and Entrapta are doing, even when they're not like being directly observed by Adora. And like, you know, the show will cut away to what's happening in a specific kingdom, and like they'll be selective. It's selective third person, in order to maintain like drama or tension in the story. But for the most part, like yeah, we can see we're jumping from perspective to perspective to perspective. Not the case in Steven Universe. Almost like probably more than 80%, it's all Steven. But in Avatar: The Last Airbender, we're doing the same thing where it's like it's the main characters are four leads and their mentors, right? And so insofar as like when the perspective that we're able to see is everyone's, basically. You get to see things from Aang's perspective, Katara, Zuko, Iroh, Sokka, and like sometimes
Not
it
y'all
even
forgot my baby girl Toph.
so I mean, yeah, Toph.
I don't think she got that much. Well, sometimes, but
I mean, they
not as often as
dedicated
the others.
an entire episode to just Appa's perspective and just Iroh's perspective, right? Like those are things that they are
dedicated
comfortable
an
with doing.
episode to Toph's perspective.
Wait,
She shared it with Katara, but I see what you mean.
Did they? When
Yeah,
she
that
learned
was-
iron bending, I thought that was her whole episode.
oh no, that was also split
No,
with
it was also-
Aang too. Aang
it was
was
also-
learning to open his chakras that episode too.
Oh.
Yeah, and there were like bonus appearances with Sokka, Katara, and Zuko and Iroh.
Oh, that sucked.
But my point is that the perspective is third person, omniscient, limited omniscient, where like we're jumping from a bunch of different people's perspectives in order to like see all the different angles of the story. In Steven Universe, if Steven doesn't see it, we don't see it.
I mean, that's true, but I'm also thinking about the perspective of like, when I have a perspective, I'm thinking about the idea of like, we're following this person and the story kind of like just revolves around this particular person. Like, I feel like when it comes to Steven Universe, we did get a peek into like other, like, what the homeworld diamonds were doing, like when we first learned about what Yellow Diamond was up to, when we first learned what Blue Diamond was up to with like the human zoos and shit like that. But it did require Steven to like see that to like know what's happening. But we did dip into that kind of situation without Steven like once or twice. But I think like the DNA that I'm talking about is like what am I thinking about when it comes to like the Steven Universe DNA of it all?
Of She-Ra.
Yeah, about She-Ra. I was like, what? Oh, I think it came mostly due to the pacing. Because remember when I was saying Cup, I was like, She-Ra did not have as much executive meddling as Steven Universe did, but I felt as if it had just as much like filler feeling type episodes as Steven Universe season 1, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think with the length of the show that they ended up with, that it wasn't it. I find the show really difficult to remember looking back, because what it felt like happened was each season there would be like 3 episodes where I cared a lot about what they were building towards, would lose interest, and then the last episode I was like, holy shit, and then like wanted to know what happened next, but then like I kept losing interest in the middle. Like I don't understand how
like
yeah.
we had to meet all the other princesses without being told that the princesses of power actually had plot relevancy until season fucking 4, when I already stopped watching in season 2.
Yeah. You didn't even make it through the show, did you, guys?
No.
Yeah.
Were you asking, Vic?
I said I also remembered like tidbits about other characters that were relevant, but again, were not necessarily the same thing. Like the whole deal with Entrapta and Hordak's relationship dynamic, which I know what they were trying to do, but it did not feel
Correct.
It did not
It
necessarily
felt
have the
incorrect.
same.
What was the incorrect feeling? Because it was giving like abusive, dysfunctional mom and dad when I watched it, I think.
The intent from, I think, what I saw with the people who were involved with the show, they were trying to invoke some kind of Beauty and the Beast dynamic with it, and I'm like, okay,
Whoa.
look, I like it. Okay, yeah, Beauty and the Beast, one of my fundamental hyperfixations from when I was younger. This does not feel earned. Hordak is still a colonizer.
I mean, like, so was Beast low key. What's a Frenchman in 17th century France doing in a big ass castle unless he did something? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me rephrase. Hordak is an active colonizer. He's invested so much into this. The Beast is implied to have been turned when he was a child. At least in the animated one.
Okay.
But yeah, because I know what they were trying to do with Entrapta being fascinated by Hordak's physiology from a scientific perspective, and also and also a whole bunch of technology from the planet of, I forgot the name of, but that was a whole big mysterious thing.
She was
That
attracted to his physiology on a scientific level.
yeah, and because he mentioned that he is a clone and he's considered the weaker version of the original Hordak. But since it's her first time seeing something like that, she's like, let me just get out all the scientific tools and stuff and everything so I can see how you
No,
work and or whatever. Again, it's been a while since I've seen this, so I could be forgetting key details, but that was the gist of how it started out. And then Hordak ended up appreciating her as like a person, which was something that she was struggling with because at the time she felt like everyone abandoned her because of how, and they saw her as a very odd person and whatnot.
okay. I think we're getting way too deep in the weeds because, like,
Yeah, my bad.
no, you're good, Victoria. I appreciate you being able to recall this because me and Cup, Cup recalled a lot, but I don't remember what happened after. No, I watched season 2. I was on Twitter. Indy was in a Twitter space. They got dragged because they said or did something in She-Ra
Yeah, that I
that was like
remember.
making you racist, and that was like the end of my relationship with Indy over the internet.
Yeah, same here. Because at that point, yeah, same here. Because at that point, I admired them as a creator and stuff, and I felt most of the
Mhm.
work. But after seeing that, first I saw like them posting, a general apology of what they did, and I'm like, okay, what did you do? And then I found out about that. I'm like, oh, that's not good.
But
Hmm.
I'm not even going to get into that. Indy Stevenson, shout outs to them. They got a Netflix deal. They made the cartoon. They got 5 seasons. They got the best deal out of all of them niggas except for Pendleton, which is crazy. But good for them regardless.
Hmm. Yeah.
I have
What
so
were you
many
gonna say, Cup?
opinions. I have
Yeah, what were you
so
gonna
many
say?
opinions. Just I'm overflowing with opinions.
What's your
If
ninth opinion?
if I was going to write a story about a dumb punch girl, I would have that person be insecure about their intellect in a way that would be a massive driving force in the story. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like have that be their arc, like have it be that if this person was like grew up in an abusive scenario, like have their core trauma be that a person is constantly insulting their intelligence. And so the way that they solve all problems and the reason why they see every problem as a nail is because they've only been validated meaningfully as a hammer. And then their arc would be like learning that that's not a bad thing, B, that they actually, when they give themselves a chance, have a much higher capacity for whatever it is that they want to set their mind to. It doesn't matter whether it's like fixing stuff, solving problems, like being less insecure, but like coming out on the other side, realizing that as a member of a team, that they have a lot to offer, not just because of their positionality as a bruiser or as someone who's strong or someone who's like magically predestined to be something, but like as a person who like has gone through the process of confronting their insecurities and can help other people through those things as well.
Yeah, like inverse the Edward Elric storyline.
In what way?
Yeah, that would have been a lot more interesting. That would have been a lot more interesting to see.
I
And more
said
memorable.
inverse. Yeah, I agree with Victoria with your statement, Cup, but I said inverse because Edward Elric started off as like walking around as if like they were the smartest person to walk the earth and was like very secure in that fact until they realized, oh my God, I need people, like at the end of that one Ari Lennox song. And then found out that community and like what they know is good, but there are other people who know just as much about their form of alchemy as he knows about his form of alchemy. And forming a community with other people who are just as competent in their own respective forms of alchemy and even non-alchemy, when it comes to Winry and Captain Armstrong from like the Arctic branch of the army and shit like that. That helped him achieve his goal.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
do I sound any better?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hard to know because you have to say like a whole paragraph's worth of stuff, and if we miss 15% of it, then that's when there's a problem. Because for some reason it's like almost like clockwork that when you say the word that is the most important to understanding the sentence, that's what gets cut out. That's what gets cut out.
Okay. So it's like Discord hates my paragraphs.
Can you recite a tongue twister or two?
I mean, I can read what I see on the screen. It says Buttercup posts everything to Patreon 2 weeks before the rest of social media. Subscribe for $1 to be a part of the, what's that, Fortnite Federation?
Hell yeah. We heard every word, every syllable. It might just also be like not talking directly into where the microphone is. It might be like doing noise cancellation if you're too far away.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was perfect.
Perfection. But yeah, that's how I feel about Dumb Punch Girls, and I'm sticking to it. Boom.
Bang, bang, bang.
Do we have any examples of the thing that I described where oh, Toph. That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, Toph.
Yeah. But rather than her like core injury being like you're stupid, it's that like you're a girl.
You're delicate.
Yeah, you're delicate. You're a flower. Yeah. It's like, no, I'm fucking not.
And then she leans on hyper independence as a way to, sort of counteract this. And then over time she realizes, it's okay to be dependent on other people. Like That was the whole thing that Arrow was trying to impart to her.
Mm. Yeah, I feel as if like even with hyper independence, right? That is like infinitely more active than just in curiosity. Like Toph actively wanting to prove that she is not delicate and actively going out of her way to like fight the biggest, baddest looking motherfuckers out there to prove that she is not a passive, delicate little flower. Iconic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like putting real complicated tasks in front of her and allowing her to fail enough times that it feels really fucking good and earned when she invents metal bending. Like,
yes,
that's the one of the coolest things that's ever happened in media.
Literally that. And I want to like okay, so the princess and She-Ra had a very similar story. Was like constantly being told by her mom, you need to stay in the house. You need to be a very delicate girl, like sleeping on 10 mattresses on top of a pea, and you still feel that shit type shit. You need to be delicate. And her daughter is like, I want to be an active magical girl. I want to go out and save the people. But the crazy thing is that like I felt her want to like be out here and like be able to be her own person and not really give a fuck about monarchy and hierarchy and all that other shit. I felt that. But the way that it was written out felt very bratty and insecure, which actually kind of like melded with the character a bit. Not even going to lie, it was hard to like her. But I felt as if she stayed in that mindset a few episodes too long. And by the time she actually started to gain some like lightweight character development, it was being overshadowed by the fact that Plot was punching She-Ra straight in the face.
Yeah. It's interesting when writers try to pair like a character's arc with like a character's upswing with another character's like low point, because like it feels like when you see a character who is getting punished horribly by not having that other person around because they just experienced their low point, and like they're just getting the shit kicked out of them, and the other character's like, what's wrong with me, why haven't I figured out the problem, blah 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 blah, and then they're like, oh, it's because dot 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 dot, oh my god, I can do it. And it's like, I needed you to figure that out like a while
5
ago.
minutes ago.
Like and like not to be like, actually like I'm gonna Deus Ex fucking Machina. Like it would have been really interesting if we got to see the fruits of that like to see the fruits of that progress synergize at a time where it's like, fuck yes, we knew she could do it. Not surprised to see you here, Queen, because fuck yes, helping the girlies out when they're at their low point is what we do in these streets. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just rooting for them instead of being like, you're late. Like,
you're late. That sucks. Because I really wanted to fucking like her cup. Like you don't understand.
Oh no, I get it. I'm right there with you. Like I watched the whole thing all the way through, wanting to like her and feeling that way. So I feel you.
It was just frustrating. It was like, yeah, we get like a cute, fat, magical girl character, which we are woefully deprived of, in my opinion, in terms of representation. And she's just like, kind of like a bratty, not quick on the uptake, but still has like very good intentions type character. Like this is the thing. I feel as if this whole cast was just like the dumb punch versions of whatever archetype character that they were. Like it just so happens that the archer was like the smartest out of all of them.
I think Glimmer was like considered the strategist though, right? Like that's her. Is that not her position in the group?
I thought Bo was a strategist.
No, you might be right.
Bo.
You might be right. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, they were like very specifically. Who's the like sailor character with the mustache? Oh my god, I hated that character. Like that his.
I hated him.
Seahawk.
Huh? What's his name?
Seahawk.
Seahawk. Yeah, Seahawk. No, you're right. You're right. Seahawk. I forgot I forgot that the Seahawk episode was supposed to be the first Seahawk episode was the episode where they were trying to establish Bo is the strategist because he got them out of whatever situation they were in on that episode. But like I didn't realize that until that episode and had been presuming that like Glimmer's arc was going to be like that she realizes that she's the strategist. And by the end, because she's like technically the leader, she is the strategist, even if she's not coming up with I'm frustrated.
She's not the strategist, bro. Like she was just the leader. She was like distributed out what to do.
I feel like it is.
She was the princess. The princess.
I enjoy the storytelling when the not the leader, but like the strategist and the delegator are the same character. Not to say that needs to happen, because there could be like a situation where it's like I'm the brains of the operation, and like you're working behind the scenes, and then you say like, all right, Cap, here's our here's what we should do, and then they send it over to the person who has the charisma and can command a room kind of situation. Like that is interesting to me, but I don't know, especially in a story where like, what's the story? The story is the coalition of princesses. Hold on, this story was just flatly unbelievable. Like Hordak is commander of a thing called the Horde, and the Horde is going around like completely decimating the landscape and people of Etheria, and the only thing that is like stopping that from happening is the princesses of power. And like he got robots, bro. He got robots and people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he got robots and hella people. And magic.
And it was like only like the foot soldier for like the much bigger Hordak to take over Etheria.
Wait, I thought that the story was like, hold on. Stop. World, stop. I am confusion. I thought that this whole time that the story was like the Horde had like was basically taken over whatever this planet was.
Yes.
And that the princesses had been like pushed all the way the fuck back, and that they needed to like corral together to push back against the Horde to reclaim the planet. I thought that was the overarching story.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I don't understand. How is that different? What did I say?
Okay, so then I just misunderstood what you said. Okay.
Is that Blue? Blue says, wouldn't the best way to mitigate something like the Horde be to attack the Horde's military bases? But what if they're filled with like baby girls who have been brainwashed into fighting for the Horde from birth, who don't know that the Horde is evil, but are just sort of like doing their best, living their best. What's that movie? Star Wars. Their best. I can't remember what they're called. The people who get kidnapped as kids and then turned into
the stormtroopers.
Stormtroopers. They're just living their best stormtrooper life.
They were clones.
They were until they
clones in the
weren't.
prequels.
Okay.
They were until Darth Vader got super paranoid and was like, we can't trust these clones. And then he started kidnapping kids and then training them to be stormtroopers.
Crazy.
I say Darth Vader, but it was really the Emperor, but Darth Vader is the person who like enacted it. He's like,
Yeah, I think like after basically the clones just either got phased out or, you know, died of old age or what have you. They basically did what the US military did, which is like just hire eager recruits. I mean, originally I think that's what Han Solo's backstory was.
oh my god, yeah, I forgot.
And
yeah.
and then like with like the sequel trilogy, like they added this wrinkle where they basically kidnapped a bunch of kids from their homes, indoctrinated them into fascism. And then like John Boyega's character was supposed to be like an example of one kid basically breaking away from that.
You know what would be interesting if they had written this specifically into the story? Because what do the Jedi do? The Jedi go around the galaxy and find kids who have high force sensitivity, and then they kidnap them, take them back to Coruscant, and make them Jedi, right? But like it's okay because like it's an honor to be a space cop, and so like their parents put up with it. But what if Darth Vader just did the same thing, but the way that he did it was that he would go around and find the least force sensitive people possible, and then like babies, mind you, kidnap them, take them back to the Death Star, train them to be I already forgot the word again. What are they called? Stormtroopers. And that's the reason, canonically, why they can never hit anything when they shoot. They're the least force sensitive people in the galaxy. That's the reason. That's why. They're also the least likely to like be like what do you call it? Suspicious, to rebel or be suspicious that anything weird's going on because they can't sense shit. I love that. I think it's paralleling his childhood, right? He's like, this is what I was subject to as a child, taken away from my home. They said they're liberating me from slavery, but what really happened was they turned me into the gnarliest space cop of all time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing to hundreds of thousands of other people, but like I'm going to select for the opposite attribute. I like it. I'm joking. Not like hard joking, but just like rather than being like, this is good writing, I'm just saying like it's funky. That there's just no explanation. Yeah. Did anybody watch The Acolyte?
Go in 15 minutes.
You have to go.
No.
You said in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. The Acolyte is
Oh yeah, I heard of that.
You heard of it. Okay, so an interesting thing that I would recommend everyone do is like, how long is The Acolyte? Is it 7 episodes? Hold on.
Is that the one with Amanda Steinberg or what's her last name?
Stenberg.
Stenberg.
There are. Yeah, I got canceled. There are 8 episodes, right? I recommend watching the first. No, damn, that's too many. Damn, I guess you gotta watch the whole show just to even get the good part. That sucks. It's like bad, but like it introduces a lot of really fascinating ideas that like if they weren't bad would be good. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
no. Okay.
Well, yeah, I understand what that means, but no, I'm not about to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, my general how I was made aware of this was people posting about it on TikTok, but specifically clips of Manny Jacinto's character
I don't. Why did you tell
like
me
that.
this? It makes me sick. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Why did you say that?
Sorry, I didn't know.
Listen. I wanted to talk about a dozen other things besides that, and of fucking course, the first thing out of somebody's mouth is like, "Oh yeah, I know about that show because woo, look at that fine ass man."
Sorry about that. Sorry.
I mean, that's
Sorry.
kind of how they promoted the show, right?
Can we?
Sorry about
is
that.
it possible for us to do other things with our ideas?
Yeah, sure. Sure. You can forget I said that. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I feel the need to explain myself. I did not hear what Victoria said. Like my brain just like
it's
ADHD
okay. We
at
don't
that
have to talk
exact
about it all.
moment.
We can change the subject to something else. Sorry.
I was laughing at Cup's whole response to that. I thought that was so funny. Because whatever my brain just like ADHD glitched out and did not hear. Cup's response
It's
was
okay.
so
We can talk about something else. Sorry.
No, if it's any consolation, my insta rage response is 100% just like it's like a fucking course rather than it being.
Which is
no, it's okay.
but
I am not in distress. I'm not in distress right now, Victoria, at all. I was just like, of course, like in my mind, I don't know how to express like the complexity of the concept of the of course that I experience, but it's like. I was thinking about a bunch of different stuff, and like when I talked to my partner about this show, they're like, "Have you seen Manny's fucking abs, bro?" Like that's, and I'm like, I want to talk about so many other things besides that, and this is where we go immediately. Okay, and like I come here, and it's the same. It's the same. You know, I'm just like, I'm not like literally like upset. Like I'm not like this is going to like ruin my day. Upset. I'm just like. A fucking course. I wanted to talk about storytelling, but of course we're talking about how handsome this man is. Okay, no, okay.
We can move on because I don't want to make Victoria all flustered.
Okay, yeah. You're good. I just want you to know that you're fully good, Victoria. What were you gonna say,
funny,
Blue?
Bro.
I was gonna say, like, to answer your question about the horde. I mean, honestly, that's kind of a moral quandary, isn't it? Like,
we're back at Shira.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was like,
about the horde.
I was like, wouldn't the best way to mitigate something like the horde be to attack their military bases?
Right.
And I was like,
go ahead.
And I was thinking, like, in the pretext of like slowing down like their ability to, I guess, rapid response or just attacking things that aren't civilian spaces. But then I don't know much about Shiro, but I'm thinking maybe they built the military, like built bases around like civilian areas like they do here in the US. So like they have that built-in consent or something like that. And then there's like the fact that this is probably callous, but like there are a bunch of I'm going to reference Gundam Wing. I was like there are a bunch of like young Oz pilots who totally believe in the cause of Trace Kush Renata, and I'm just like, fuck them kids.
Yeah,
but part of the problem.
No, but the primary catalyst for anything that happens in the story of Shira and the Princess of Power is Shira, who is an ex-stormtrooper, right? And like but again, she's not the strategist. She's not like, let's invade the like base in this specific strategic way. She's the thing that she gets caught up about a lot is like, I grew up with those guys. I don't want to hurt anybody. But also you get me mad enough and I'll punch it, you know?
Like she'll hit the fuck it button.
What was her, like, hold on, I'm like forgetting, like, what was the reason why she even left the horde in the first place? Like, what was her inciting incident that caused her to leave? Like, she just got access to the sword?
I think that she and Katra were assigned to inspect the like old one's facility or something like that, and they came across Katra. What are you confused? Yeah, Katra. Huh? What did you think I said? Blue, what do you think I said? Oh, you're typing it.
Yeah, Catra.
Oh, cat, like 4 in French. Got you. Yeah, no, Catra, the character, like, yeah, I feel like I don't remember the specifics, but I think that they were like they were on some sort of mission, and damn, I don't even remember. Like, I feel like she got the powers and then ended up in whatever Glimmer's like city is called. I don't remember. It's so difficult to like recall the early episodes of that show. But like,
Well, y'all talking about it has certainly made me interested in watching it.
you hadn't seen it before? You haven't seen
No,
it?
because like my only exposure to it has been like the girlies on Tumblr.
Mm.
Yo, if you was
And I'll
fighting
stop right
bitches
there.
from that fandom on Tumblr, you will understand why you was fighting bitches from that fandom on Tumblr once you watch the show.
Well, listen, if it's any consolation, there is at least one good thing about the show. Sorry, I'm trying to think of it. There's this old lady.
Are you being sarcastic?
I was going to jokingly say the horse, and then I realized that I hate the horse so much that I can't in good faith say the horse. But then I remembered the old lady. Do you remember the old lady?
No.
Oh, you didn't get far enough to meet the old lady.
So.
Is this old
think
lady
so.
anything like the old lady of Voltron that like beat the shit out of somebody with a pole stick?
Yes. Also, what else is she like? She's like old lady Toph in Korra.
If she wasn't a
That's
cop.
awesome.
She was a what?
Yeah.
I said if Toph wasn't a cop.
If Toph wasn't a cop. I mean, she was a retired cop in Korra. She'd retired.
Fair.
And like, if we think about it, right, like She-Ra is Jesus, and so if this person is like the prophetess who is supposed to be the harbinger of the next Jesus, like she's basically a cop. You know what I'm saying? Like she's a kind of cop.
She's a proto cop.
Question.
Mm-hmm. The old lady's great.
I just started thinking about Godzilla and my question died. I'm sorry.
You started thinking about Godzilla and your question died. What were you thinking about Godzilla? I need to know. I need to know.
Okay, I was thinking like in the MonsterVerse, every time I watch it, I'm like, Godzilla feels too much like a cop because apparently he has the final say in which giant monsters get to live or die.
You're talking about at the end of the American series?
No, just like the thesis, right?
Is that's true across stories? That like Godzilla always gets to choose which monsters live or die? Because I felt like that felt true in the like whatever the last Kong, like Godzilla versus everyone, Godzilla, Gods and Monsters, like that seemed true at the end of that, but I don't know if I think that's true across the series.
Right. So I mean, just like specific, I always feel like in the movies that I've seen, right, which is very few.
Okay.
It's like Godzilla just seems to be like minding his business, and then some monster just comes down and attacks him. At least that's how it seemed like in the Heisei films, because like they always seem to start with Godzilla chilling in the water, and then something falls on top of his head, and he gets mad, and then you see the title card. And I'm like, will they leave him alone?
Will they?
But like,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but in the monster verse, like they kind of like set up this idea where Godzilla and the other Titans are kind of like mowing the lawn with the species. Basically, if one species overproduces, because like the film also believes in like overpopulation, the films, then he shows up and just kind of starts blasting, right?
Okay. Well, I'm going to I'm going to try and pop the autistic bubble real quick and just like say that probably after the third or so Godzilla film, it was all just come up with a good excuse to sell toys. Right? Yeah. And so like the question that you're asking is, why does this happen? Why won't they leave him alone? Why is the like weird antinatalist xenophobic message of the story that there's too many people? The answer is, we need an excuse to have Godzilla come out of the water to blow some shit up to sell toys. You feel me? Like,
yeah.
I think that that's the answer to the question, rather than being like, okay, but like in universe, why don't they? The answer is they're going to do whatever it takes to sell a Godzilla toy.
And like in my heart of hearts, I know this, but like when I watched King of the Monsters in 2019, that got me so incensed. I wrote like according to Medium, I wrote like a 40-minute article about it. I was so mad.
40-minute Medium article? That's a novel, bro. You wrote a novel.
Please turn that into a YouTube video, bro. I'm telling you, like any of your articles, Blue, that is over 10 minutes, turn your camera on and just, that's your script. Just make the video.
I agree. I am I'm looking forward to Blue's deeply prosperous YouTube video essayist career. Like I feel like by video number 10 you'll just be an expert at it and you'll have your fucking cadence down, everything. I see it. I can see it.
Especially start with the Resident Evil one. Start like get the money up first.
What's your Medium username?
It's just Gina Hardy.
Okay.
But it's spelled Geena, like Gina Davis.
Got you. Yeah.
Like literally everyone who I get a job from, right? They're like, "Why do you spell it like that?" I was like, "Oh, because I don't like spelling my legal name on my account." That's all.
That's fair.
And also, my mom told me, she was like, "I was gonna write your name like how Gina Davis did it, but everyone kept calling you Jenna." I was like, "Oh." They still call me Jenna, but you know.
Okay, it's not that bad. It's 24 minutes. It's not 40 minutes long. It's 24 minutes. 24 is a very reasonable length.
Jesus, the water went down my.
I'm glad that you survived. If you had gone completely silent and then we just found out, like, they fully choked. Yeah. I have an essay that I've been working on since 2019 that is let me see if I can find okay, it's called the original title for it was Asperger's Endgame, a documentation of my restricted interest in and falling out with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And then the updated title is the infinitesimal nuance of interpersonal value differentials and the tragic inevitability of social entropy in the absence of a grandiose fiction, or a critical holomorphic theory of racialized category, or how stories texture reality. And like I said, I've been working on it since 2019. I don't think I'll ever finish. I think being able to write something that's 24 minutes to read and like
really like reflects your intense feelings about a thing is extremely successful in comparison to taking 6 years to write something as convoluted and ridiculous as what I just described.
Thanks. I mean, yours sounds interesting. Like, I'd read it.
Thank you. Well,
like, especially since, like, around that time I had, like, a falling out with the MCU as well.
Why did you have a falling out, Gina?
It was mostly just, like, my irritation towards, like, the dismantling of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then there was the fact that I was one of those people who were, like, put Miles in the MCU, and they were like, well, we want to go with Peter first. And I was like, but then they took all of Ultimate Miles' storylines, and I'm just like, why? So yeah, I just kind of had to, like, take a step back before I got into fights with people in the comments.
So, wait, what was the first complaint that you had?
Oh wait, I gotta go. Bye,
okay.
y'all.
Bye.
All right, later. My first complaint was basically just how, like, S.H.I.E.L.D. got dismantled and then replaced with, like, the real life government, like the FBI or the CIA.
Right, and I think I already contested that assertion earlier because you were like, doesn't that just like make it easier or ... And I was like, no, actually, I think that was the Russos actually shot the franchise in the foot by doing that, because now they're beholden to what sort of like contractual arrangements they can make with the CIA and the FBI, and they have other organizations like Sword and Saber that they can take from the comics that like will be similar to S.H.I.E.L.D., but they're not allowed to have the same potency because audiences are already presuming that they're infiltrated by Hydra.
Right.
So not necessarily, but like it does make sense to like feel a type of way about that. I thought that it was brilliant for in the moment, but the MCU is largely improvisational, or surprisingly on like a percentage basis, like improvisational, and they stick to the decisions that they make in that improvisational space, and that's the thing that has texturally made it different from other pieces of media. Now I also, like, as a comic fan, like I'm not a comic fan, but knowing that you're a comic fan, I empathize with your frustrations with their choice to like largely adapt the Ultimate comics, especially knowing that was like that's your Doctor Who. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like the Ultimate comics were the inception point for you into the franchise. And so, like, yes, adapt Miles, you cowards. And then to see, not only did they not adapt Miles, but they did adapt Miles. They just made Peter Miles and made Ned Genki. Is the most like gut-wrenchingly insulting thing that you can fucking imagine.
Yeah, like top 10 anime betrayals.
Yeah, top 10 anime betrayals. Like from a strategic standpoint, made a lot of sense. And because the franchise is highly improvisational, the reality is that they did not know when they started shooting Civil War that Spider-Man would be in that movie, and they cast for Peter and found maybe the best Peter Parker to date. And it's like, and the entire franchise is filled with those kinds of compromises. They also cast Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther, not knowing that a year later he would be diagnosed with colon cancer. And do you know, like, there's like, it's so much it's so dependent on what's happening on the day, in the moment, and a willingness to capture a snapshot of that as it's happening, that's the reason why it succeeded in the first place. And the moment that they were like, okay, now let's throw it to the wind in service of doing Secret Wars in 7 years, that's the reason. That's when it fell apart, in my opinion. That's the reason why I started writing this essay. Like every choice that was made up until Infinity War, or to like the simultaneous shooting of Infinity War and Endgame, like I was on board because I was like, this has the malleability to evolve in any potential direction, including a progressive one. And that's the reason why Black Panther made the splash that it did. That's the reason why they were like, fuck it, we'll make girl Superman. Like, do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
And yeah, nobody in the industry was brave enough to ride by the seat of their pants in that way, and they made fucking $4 billion doing it, and then we're like, okay, what are we gonna do next? And they got afraid and made the choice that would ensure a specific outlook of the future, and that choice led to disaster, because the past 4 years of the MCU have been the worst 4 years of the MCU. And you know, maybe they'll surprise the shit out of us by like the time that Secret Wars comes out, and we'll be like, wow, they really focused on just working on this project rather than worrying about all the stuff that built up to it. And it feels like it feels like Infinity War all over again, but I highly doubt that that's the case. And this is my,
I feel like that's
sorry.
like I was gonna say, I feel like that's like a once in a generation thing.
Infinity War? Yeah. Infinity War was like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw that in
Apocalypse
theaters.
Now. Yeah. Yeah, Infinity War was the 20-teens' Apocalypse Now. That's not something that people in cinema are usually allowed to get away with. Shocking people that way.
Yeah, and like with regard to Miles, I feel like they didn't feel confident enough about even like doing anything with him until like after Into the Spider-Verse. And like my own personal issues with Into the Spider-Verse is kind of an offshoot from like the comics that Miles is in. It's like Miles has all this real estate, and maybe they're doing something with him now, because like I don't really read his comic book titles, mostly because of money. Where I felt like when he first came out, they could have gone like anywhere with him, or at least established like a concrete sense of the world that was his. But because of, I guess, what's his name, Brian Michael Bendis, his own like preoccupation with like Peter Parker's Spider-Man, Miles never really got out of the shadow of Peter Parker like in the 2010s. So like when they were like, Miles is getting a movie, but it's about him meeting a bunch of other different versions of Peter Parker, my immediate thought was like, why couldn't it have just been a bunch of different versions of Miles? Like,
okay,
you could have ran with that kind of idea.
I have two like it could just be white what do you call it, myopia, and it never occurred to them. That's a possibility. But with regard to why didn't they cast Miles in the MCU, you gotta, I mean, I don't know if you know what the legal situation was like in detail. I mean, I think we all generally know what the legal situation was with Sony. And they were willing to loan out Spider-Man to Marvel under specific terms, and given that they would get a 3-movie deal where the bulk of the revenue would go to Sony, right? Like that's the That was part of what it was that they negotiated to get Spider-Man into Civil War. And it might have been contractually, like a contractual obligation up front that it be Peter Parker, because that seems like the kind of cynical thing that Sony would do in order to make sure that they make back their money.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
those leaked emails kind of made the point where they were like, Peter Parker can like never be black, and I suppose that might go like translate over to like Miles Morales as well.
yeah. I fucking what's her name? I can't even remember her name. The lead person at Sony. She makes me agree. So much for a person whose name I regularly forget. You would think I would remember based on how angry she makes me. Yeah, I can't even think of it. Ari Aster's partner.
Oh, really?
Not like no, sorry, not Ari Aster. Jesus, Ari.
Oh, Evan something, the X-Men producer.
Yeah. Bro, brain, come on, brain. Hold on. Sony head of production. Who's that? Give me that name. Dylan Mason. No, not that person. Spider-Man.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, this should be easy. I'm just going to look at Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie. Oh, Ari Arad. Apologies to Ari Aster. Ari Aster only committed the sin of making Midsummer, which is a fine thing to have done. And the person I'm thinking about is Amy Pascal. Oh my god. Does anyone else know who Amy Pascal is? Are you familiar? Blue, are you familiar with Amy Pascal?
It sounds like an obnoxious YA author name.
Oh, obnoxious YA author name? Amy Pascal is the chairperson of the motion picture group of Sony Pictures Entertainment and co-chairperson of SPE, including Sony Pictures Television. I want to look up the Spider-Man. Pascal started her own production company, Pascal Pictures, which made its debut in 1916, Ghostbusters reboot in 2017. She produced Spider-Man Homecoming, Molly's Game, The Post. She has received Academy Awards for Best Picture nominations for producing The Post and Little Women, and nominated for the Academy Award Best Animated Feature for producing Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Okay, that's crazy to me that she edit this page? Because the thing that she was most known for was ruining everything about Spider-Man before Kevin Feige was able to wrestle him from her cold dead fingers and bring him into the MCU. Like, let's see. Amy Pascal. What movies has Amy Pascal been a producer on? We'll look at her IMDb. I'll also share this with folks. Oh, she was a producer on Morbius.
Wait, she's
Madam
still working
Web?
with Sony?
Yes, she's the head of Spider-Man. They put her in charge of all things related to Spider-Man at Sony Pictures Entertainment. She's a producer on Venom, Venom: The Last Dance, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Spider-Man No Way Home, Venom: Let There Be Carnage, Spider-Man Far From Home, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Venom, Spider-Man Homecoming. Come on, I know she worked on Madam Web.
Movie?
Did she? Did she not? Is it out already? It's out already. I guess not.
Madam Web or Craven?
Oh, neither. Untitled Spider-Man sequel. Oh, when is that coming out? 2026? Don't tell me. Don't threaten me with a good time. Where was I? I was doing something. I can't remember what now. Oh.
Okay, so it was Amy Pascal making those comments in that email that got leaked?
Yes, that is the person in the Sony emails. Like Amy Pascal Sony emails. There we go. This is what we need to see. That's like literally in the LA Times photo, that is her. Like that is a photograph of Amy Pascal in the embarrassing emails that preceded Amy Pascal's resignation. She resigned. She came back. If she resigned, she came back.
Yeah.
Sony Pictures Entertainment co-chairman. Go ahead.
There was like an article from 2019 that says Amy Pascal retires as head of Sony Pictures Entertainment after 30 years.
Well,
I guess she got bored.
You said she got bored? She came back? Is that why she came back? She got bored? She's like, damn, I can't believe I got canceled. Well, I can't just sit home and drink wine all day. I guess I'll reapply for my old job. It's incredible. And they were like, yeah, we'd love to have you back, Amy, honestly. It's an old boys club and Amy, you're one of the boys.
They're making another Cleopatra film?
Is this I saw that already, but I clicked on it. I didn't see who was. Yeah, it's directed by Denis Villeneuve, the person who directed the Dune movies. So it's probably gonna be really fucking good. Like, let's just hope that he like cast like a like fun mixed race like Afro-Grecian actor to play her, so that like for the first time in all of history there will be a potentially borderline accurate depiction of Cleopatra. Let's see who the cast is, if it's been leaked.
Zendaya for Cleopatra.
Oh my god, Zendaya for Cleopatra.
I'm just saying that because she's been in like those. Was she only in the first Doom movie?
No, she's in the second one too. Listen, she hold on. How do I explain this without spoiling Dune? Do you care about the plot of Dune at all? Is that a thing that you like care about the really. Cursorily? So Dune is like supposed to be like sort of like a Jesus narrative where you've got Paul Atreides and he's kind of like, oh yeah, it turns out the prophecies are true. I'm Jesus. Hell yeah, space Jesus. And then, but it turns out the prophecies are not true. It's his kids who are actually space Jesus. And Zendaya's character is the parent of at least one of those kids. So she's going to be around for a while, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. You calling me, Sweet? Sweet, you summoning me? They did a big clap and it resonated down the hallway. Seems like they are not calling me.
Is the cat?
No, cat's not here yet. Cat's not here.
Oh, okay.
Galaxy like clapped loudly and I was like, are you calling me? And they did not respond. What was the thing that I was looking up? I was trying to...
Amy Pascal's embarrassing emails and Spider-Man.
I mean, I don't know how badly I want to read this. Let's see if I see any quotes that are particularly good. Should I ask him if he liked Django? Pascal asked, referring to Django Unchained, Quentin Tarantino's slavery-themed Western. 12 years, Rudin responded, citing another movie about slavery. 12 Years a Slave. Or The Butler. Or Think Like a Man. Pascal continued, referring to movies starring predominantly African Americans.
Shortly after the emails were made public, Pascal and Rudin issued apologies, and Pascal set up meetings with Al Sharpton. Known in Hollywood for his acid tongue, Rudin was one of Pascal's most frequent correspondents. The two exchanged fiery messages regarding potential Sony projects, including Cleopatra, movie starring Angelina Jolie, and a fraught Steve Jobs biopic. The Jobs movie would be the pair's undoing, as they ended up making that movie, right? It wasn't Ashton Kutcher who starred in it. As they disagreed about the movie's budget and leading men. Unable to come to terms on who would play the Apple co-founder, Rudin took the sought-after project to Universal Pictures in November, leaving Pascal feeling as if she had made a major blunder. I feel like I just gave away a seminal movie like Citizen Kane for our time. What the fuck, bitch? She thought that a Steve Jobs biopic was the Citizen Kane of our time?
I feel like most people don't even know Steve Jobs outside the context of Apple jokes.
Maybe she meant it in the sense that Citizen Kane is really boring.
Oh, that was a sick burn. Thank you, Layla. Thank you for that sick burn. No, here's the thing about Amy Pascal is that she is like chronically and horribly out of touch. She's the person who was like, okay, so we have access to every character in the Spider-Man multiverse except Spider-Man right now in this moment, because we signed a contract saying that he could be in a Marvel movie, which means that we can't put him in our movies. What's the next best thing? How do we make money off of this? And they were like, well, his biggest enemy is his nemesis Venom. And she's like, okay, let's make a Venom movie. And they're like, okay, so a thing that you should know about Venom is that the reason why Venom exists is because this alien goop comes in contact with Spider-Man, takes all of his powers because it's like genetically connected to him and his powers are genetic, and then it attaches to another person who's deeply jealous of Spider-Man professionally, and it's the synergy of the alien feeling shunned by being cast off by Spider-Man and this other person being like materially jealous of Spider-Man that causes them to come together and become a symbiote that is Venom. And she's like, yeah, I don't fucking care, make a Venom movie. And so they made a Venom movie where the first thing doesn't happen, and so it makes no goddamn sense. She's the person who authorized that. And the biggest takeaway that people had when they left the theater watching the Venom movie was that was actually pretty good. And the reason why is that what's the name of the actor who played Eddie Brock?
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy played Eddie Brock, the lead character, and Venom. And the big takeaway that people had was this is a story about a blob and his boy, and they're in love, and that's what's beautiful about this. And Tom Hardy did an immaculate job playing his confused self on set and the monster that is inhabiting him, that has a bunch of like weird vocal effects put on top of it. And like, that's what's beautiful about this movie. It has nothing to do whatsoever with the plot or the fact that it's ostensibly part of the Spider-Man multiverse. The thing that really matters is the blob and his boy. And like, Tumblr loved it. General audiences, not so much. What did you say, Gina? Sorry.
I said I was there.
Mm-hmm. Tumblr fucking loved it.
Like, I was ready for people to roast that movie, and they were like, "Oh, it's so great." Eddie and Venom forever. I'm like,
Eddie and Venom forever. A blob and his boy. Ah, I love the memes. They're so cute.
Buttercup.
Mm-hmm.
Is there no way to neatly, or no, there's definitely a way. How do I neatly save a set of swatches?
Neatly save a set of swatches in Clip Studio. Give me a second. There is a window called color set. It's probably what you have open to make this watch. And then in the top right, is that the download button?
Ah.
Not that.
I thought that was a download button.
Yeah, me too.
I should have just tried it. But also, yes.
Wait, so it is the download button? I'm confused.
What
did it do?
When I click on it, it says add color set. And I don't know how to say the last 4 colors I just used.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. It's the wrench. If you hit the wrench, then you can add standard set and give it a name. Or create new set, which will make a blank one, I think. Could be wrong about that. Now, an important thing that I think it's important to acknowledge as important. Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, I'm like checking, I'm double checking to make sure that what I just committed to. What did you get from what I just suggested doing, Layla?
I got exactly what I wanted. Now I just have to select all my colors and add them here. Thank you very much.
Do you have the color history window open?
No.
Do that, because that's how I actually have the color history tab nested in my like overall color
the color
thing.
history tab is very confusing to me.
It's literally
I see what it is.
In chronological order, the last colors you use the eyedropper to select. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. It's really helpful for me because like I'll be painting and this may not I mean, I don't know like what you're planning on doing in the future, but this may not be applicable to you, but I'll be painting and like not be able to remember what the original purple was that I was using because I've been like selecting and reselecting over and over and over again, and like having the color history tab open and then scrolling down and looking at all the different hues or like tones of purple that I've been using, and then being able to see which one was the first one that I used and being like, that one, thanks, you know. Very useful.
Whoops.
Are you gonna do a full, are you doing your comic in color? Or are you just trying to do
it's not full color.
I've never seen a Layla comic that wasn't just in black and white. I'm so excited.
Oh. I do love black and white comics. Is that just me being lazy? Probably.
I don't think so. You go out of your way to like add texture and like have it look cool and stylistic. But I also like, no, I enjoy seeing you like expand your practical horizons. Does that mean anything? Do those words mean anything?
I'm using a thing that before I did not use, so I think that is appropriate.
Yeah, I like to see it, but I also think you're doing great regardless of whether or not you actually use it. So I'm not too kind. I'm just saying things that I think are the case. Wait, maybe I'm too kind. Am I too kind? Shit. Here's an interesting line of inquiry. No, I don't know how to phrase it now that I've started to attempt to. It's like, it's going to depend from person to person, but I was going to say something along the lines of like, is it more encouraging or confidence building for a person if you sort of trying to think of the not ableist term.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
back. If you unrepentantly, what's a good word for just like perpetually? If you
Passionately?
perpetually, if you, what was the word that you said? Compassionately?
Unabashedly.
Unabashedly, yeah. If you unabashedly and perpetually support them, regardless of how you actually feel internally, is it healthier to do that, especially if you're like in a position of authority, or is it healthier to be not brutally, but just unabstractly, foggily? What's the word for when things are clear?
Murky, dubious.
Clearly?
No, when something is, what did you said? Clearly?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean like when you are not, when you're, what I'm trying to express is like not trying to obfuscate the truth, right? Not trying to, not intentionally obfuscating the truth. Okay, but when you are just earnest, right? You say the things that you're thinking inside of your head. I'm asking this question, and I'll rephrase the question in a second so that you'll understand what it is I'm asking. But I'm asking this question because I want to know what it seems like best human pro-social practices are, and I'm guessing that it depends from person to person. But so the question I'm asking,
I was agreeing that it depends from person to person.
yeah. And the broad question I was asking is it more effective to be I forgot it again, ubiquitously, constantly,
Unambiguously?
Oh, that was the second one. Yeah. But the first one is it better to be consistently supportive of a person regardless of anything, in service of like rhetorically supporting them versus being unambiguously clear about how you feel and being earnest with them consistently in order for them to like develop a sense of like what kind of person they can trust versus the kind of person who might try to deceive them. Because the thing that
I
I'm
would
concerned,
say for me, definitely the latter.
okay, yeah, word, that makes sense. I worry about like wanting to behave in a way that's pro-social and beneficial to people, and there have been times where I thought this is the best way to treat people broadly, and I learned from personal experience and interacting with people that that was incorrect, that like I should have been like taking into consideration a number of factors that were not obvious to me. A perfect example would be like the amount of hurdles that people assigned female at birth experience and the sort of like safety insecurities that they might experience out in the world are things that I didn't take into consideration for a long time. And then like when I would say and do things that were like earnest, and I thought because I'm a trustworthy person that would be received well, like as a person who was assigned male at birth, like it was received poorly, and I didn't understand why, right?
And so I like was like, oh, I need to alter my behavior to adjust to this like new paradigm of expectation and safety and like understanding the perspective and like life experience of a group of people who like were not in my purview until someone made it obvious. And like now I'm thinking, is it better to be supportive of people because people need support? Or is it better to be honest with people because in the absence of honesty, people can be taken advantage of? And I don't know if there's like a definitive answer to that question, but that's the thing that I'm thinking
support,
about.
different people need honesty. I was talking about my partner about something sort of similar. I was saying how I would immediately lose trust if I got the sense that a therapist was like trying to coddle me. Because that is not something I desire out of therapy. And upon hearing that, my partner was like, oh, I feel the complete opposite. I go to therapy because I want to be coddled.
Fascinating.
And it's like, different strokes for different folks.
Truly. Actually, though. Does anyone else, Blue or Vic, have an opinion about this? Or was that a lot of information to process at once?
I got in like halfway into the conversation, so
I was going to say that if you were going to support someone, there'd have to be some kind of like intention behind it. Like, do you genuinely care to support this person? Do you, I guess, believe in what they're doing? Or do you feel like they need that kind of shoulder to lean on? Because I feel like just supporting people for the sake of supporting them, like, I don't know, might be a bad idea, because I'm assuming this person or persons are not investigating what this person is doing.
Well, no, I'm talking pretty abstractly right now. I'm not like thinking about a specific
okay.
circumstance. However, I think that it's possible to answer the question that you're asking, which is like the first part of the question, which is that like are you supporting this person like for a reason that is like for their benefit, or because you think you should, or something like that? And I don't know. I think that that's part of the reason why I'm asking the question. Because I feel like I'm beginning to realize how many people are it's difficult too, because I'm in therapy and my therapist has convinced me to acknowledge to myself that like I'm a person who has for 0% of my entire life ever not been impoverished, even if it aesthetically it doesn't seem that way, right? And so that means that like I always actually need other people to be overfilling my cup in order for me to give a meaningful amount of myself, in order like to be a helpful contributing member of society. That is like just a thing that has been consistently true about me since childhood. So there's the thing that I'm like trying to take responsibility for, and it's like a concern that I have about being autistic and callous. And in both meet space and online, I worry about saying things that have a negative impact on people because I am literally just speaking my mind. And I know in a room full of autistic people, everyone's going to be like, what's wrong with that? But
what's wrong with that?
But there is something to be said for like my dad got it into his probably also autistic brain that it's important to tell a child that you're proud of them, right?
And my dad never went more than 3 days from the moment that I could understand the phrase to the moment that I left the house for the first long expenditure of time, like without letting me know that he was proud of me. Do I think
That's super cute.
But do I think he was actually proud of me? Like even on his bad days, you know, like on the worst days imaginable, he like would take the time out to just like pop into my bedroom, and like I'd find out a week later that it was like the worst day of his life. But he was like, this is part of the ritual. It's very important for me to say because I don't ever want this child to think that this is not true, because it's important that this child never think that this thing is true. Is not true, that this thing is not true. And that thing is, I'm proud of you. No matter what, doesn't matter what you do, who you are, where you go in life, I'm proud of you. And then walk away, right? I'm like there is some utility to that ritual, because at no point in my life to this day do I have any insecurity whatsoever about that thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
So I worry about that. That like, is it more important to develop the Pavlovian response in the people who you're close to, the security and anchor point of them never having to worry about that thing, rather than earnestly feeling that thing? I don't know. That's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's definitely person to person.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
And also that while you clearly feel a probably autistic responsibility for how you show up in people's lives and in conversation, as far as I know, you are no one's dad, and therefore do not have this level of responsibility.
As far as I know as well. Okay. Thank you. But okay. During that like hour break that I took from stream to hang out with my parents, we ended up talking about family, and I realized at New Year's a bunch of people came over to my house who I did not know and fully recognized and knew were quote unquote cousins in the most abstract sense. It was like, I don't know who raised these people, how they're related to me, and I don't think that it particularly matters. What's most important is that they show up, right? And that we also show up for them. That's what's cool about family reunions in general. But like, I was like, but I do want to know like how these people are connected to me, concretely, genetically, and also like in familial proximity, just like which of the people who I already know about and care about is related to this person and like may have raised this person or may be siblings with this person or be the aunt of this person, you know. And my parents gave me like the rundown. I was able to add like maybe a dozen or two or so people to my family tree over the course of that like hour-long conversation. And that was dope. But at the end of the day, like when I walked away from it, I was like, no, but I was earnest about the first thing is that like it's more important that they showed up and that we can show up for each other. And I think that like is a testament to an affirmation about chosen family, that like blood family also still needs to choose to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like deeply interesting to me. Because Layla was like, as far as I know, you're not anybody's parent, and that's true. But I am a part of a community wherein there may be and or definitely are people who look to me that way, even if like I did not position myself in this place of responsibility.
and I would like insight into how best to navigate this, if not how to do it right now, where it's probably more okay to make mistakes, but like in a potential future wherein, who knows, like Galaxy and I might adopt another human being and raise that human being. If we do that, I would like some insight into best practices, outside of just like depending on my community, which is a thing that I will do. I can tell you what though, every single day I'm gonna be like, you're a fucking little asshole. You know that, right?
Heel turn.
You're a little tiny asshole. Has anyone ever told you that? Hey bud. Hey bud, how you doing today? You know I'm here. It's to let you know you're the smallest of all little tiny assholes. All right, see you later. No, is anyone else entertained? Is anyone else like grinning a little bit? I think that's really funny.
I am at the same time. I'm like, will they take that literally?
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of what I was thinking, but I was, letting you go along with the joke.
I'm an asshole?
Really a room full of autistics.
Yeah. Wait, am I an actual sphincter? Is that what I am?
No, I'm on the side.
A real life, full grown, anthropomorphized sphincter. That's what I am. Okay, got it. Thanks, Baba. Thanks for the reminder.
I
Walking
wonder if Reddit
sphincter.
will still be around by that time.
Am I the asshole? Hey, so I adopted this kid, 8 years old when I adopted them. Every single day since they were adopted, I walked into their room and reminded them, hey, just so you know, you're a little asshole. Am I the asshole?
Yes.
I want to know what Reddit will say. I should just post it to Reddit regardless of whether or not it's true, because half the shit on Am I the Asshole isn't true anyway.
Yeah, most of that stuff reads like somebody like had a creative writing class and they had to submit something and they're like, let me just post this to Reddit.
It would legitimately not surprise me if there is a creative writing professor, if not a few creative writing professors for whom that is part of their curriculum. They're like, okay, your assignment tonight is like, I bet that there's like a mappable upswing in absolutely ridiculous Am I the Asshole posts on Reddit, and you could correlate them with like it being mid semester for this specific professor's class. You know what I mean? Like, I like earnestly, I think that earnestly. Yeah, literally a creative writing assignment.
The background noise loud?
No, it's actually kind of interesting to me. If it's frustrating for folks, please feel free to say so. I'm gonna go take a bio break.
Okay.
Hmm?
Oh, I was just saying, okay.
Okay. Yeah. But do y'all have a preference for whether or not I mute you for stream?
For what?
For stream, or do you want to keep talking? You care?
I think I'm gonna go on mute because I'm gonna check on my cats.
Okay, so everyone's taking a break. I'm gonna put on some music then and deafen on Discord. See y'all in a little bit.
Okay.
I'm still in here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, hi, hello. Welcome back to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist, weekend warrior.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I meant to announce to Reganis before they left that I posted the granny from Shira in the chat here in Discord.
Oh
That's
yeah, the
that's my
old
favorite
lady
character. Yeah.
who called Adora Mara.
Yeah. Because she's the lore dump, zany granny.
Mm.
I have so many windows open. Because I was looking up Amy Pascal.
Oh yeah, she's the one in charge of the Spider-Verse distribution. Isn't she a producer on there?
Yep.
Yeah, she's the reason why I'm choosing to watch the third Spider-Verse movie through a different avenue.
Interesting, yes. No, we approve of that behavior here at the Petal Party.
It's what Hobie would want.
It's what Hobie would want. Don't disagree. When is it? Is it due to come out anytime soon? What's the release date?
We do not know.
Beyond the Spider-Verse. Do not know. In April 2024, Singer said he worked on the film and that it would be released in 2025. At this point, Sony has reserved the release date for June 27th, but it could move. Okay.
That seems more likely.
What were we talking about before I dipped? Do you remember?
Actually, it was something that you said you were discussing therapy.
Right.
I think it was like support for the sake of support.
Yeah. Curious to know if there is some utility. Well, I guess I'm interrogating it in service of not trying to act contra any of my sort of like natural impulses, social impulses, but like wanting to know whether or not it's like a more compassionate way to behave. I feel like I gave like a abstract example of like other times that I've learned like, oh, it's actually more compassionate to behave a specific way in service of being amenable or compassionate towards people who have different life experiences. It seems like, at least Layla said, that it differs from person to person, which I get. But I'm interested to know other people's like thoughts or insights, or if like if any of y'all are having like sort of reflective thoughts, in the question being brought up at all.
Not at the moment.
Have you found, okay, because Victoria, you recently like have been I mean, you've been working a lot, but you like started like engaging with a part of your family that you hadn't for a while. And in what ways do you think like spending every day with like folks who you hadn't interacted with for a while, like how that's altered or augmented your behavior or like outlook on how to treat people? And this could also be applicable to like working with kids every day, right?
Um. So okay, I'm trying to figure out how to word this in a way that um will provide enough information, but I'm still tying it back to what you're asking me.
Oh, you don't have to. You can just like hyper focus
No, I'm.
on your personal experience. I wouldn't like begrudge that.
Oh, okay. So there was sort of like a like the awkward adjustment period for me, especially with uh me and my sister, because uh we hadn't spoken at all, and I kind of had a uh sort of negative perception of her, and I sort of like just calcified that experience from when we were growing up as like the only aspect of her, I guess.
Mm.
But since she was still living with my mom at the time, now she's at college now, but you know, she once I got in here, she said, I don't have to say or do anything I don't want to do around her or her mother, because my mom was, happy to have me back, but she at least uh, my sister was sort of the one that was a bit more direct with the fact that I still needed time to adjust to things,
Mm.
and since we were already in proximity to each other, talking about our perspectives of where things were at in our family before all this went down was very eye-opening for me, and part of me kind of felt bad for not reaching out to them sooner, but they didn't make me feel bad about that because they understood, oh yeah, this is probably what you were thinking at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it became easier with time, and now I feel closer to them because I think now we're in a position where we don't necessarily have to hide anything. Well, my mom doesn't feel like she doesn't have to hide anything anymore, and my sister and I are in a place where we can communicate with each other more effectively that compared to when we were children and going through similar things, but we handled it in different ways.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Let's see. In terms of working with children, this is a somewhat different experience for me this time compared to me being a substitute and before working at summer camps before the pandemic happened.
Mm-hmm.
But even with that, I was still somewhat closer in age to some of the kids compared to now.
It's the natural
'Cause
impact of getting older.
yeah, but now I'm actually, having to experience that in my own way. So now with working with kids on a more consistent basis, I keep having to remind myself to exercise patience with certain things, and also having to remind myself, oh right, they do not know any better. They do not know about this specific thing or how to do this because they were raised in a different way compared to how I was raised. So I have to be the one to teach them things that they're probably not getting at home. Or no, not like bad things or whatever, more like things that I considered to be basic skills and didn't realize the relevance of until um I have to teach it to them, like how to use the dictionary.
Right.
That one was an interesting thing because we have actual dictionaries in the class. They still ask me how do I spell this word, and most of the time I end up bringing out the dictionary so that way they understand how to use it in the event that I'm not here.
Mhm.
I've also found an online dictionary website. At first, I tried using dictionary.com, but that one was a bit too. I figured was a bit too complex for them.
Mm.
So I tried finding something that was more on an elementary level, and that's still working. Though there have been a couple of cases where they asked me for help on how to use it or what definition to use for for their individual assignments.
Mhm. So what age group are you working with?
So it's fourth grade, so that's 9 to 10-year-olds.
It's so fascinating to me because this is tying back to uh you'll recall the times where you're like would talk about your engagement with a specific piece of media and being like, but at the time I didn't really understand the context for like how this was an expression of racism or something complicated like that. And I'm like, oh, how old were you? And you're like, I was 4. And it's like, yeah. Like 4-year-olds don't know what bigotry is. That's okay. um and like there's a level of consistency
Yeah,
with treating uh like people who like neurologically speaking like uh yeah, just literally don't know what they don't know and don't have the developmental capacity to be like to ask active questions about the things that they can't know, um just
yeah,
experientially. And but you're still like being like, here, let me model for you how to look something up in the dictionary. And it's like it's really a extremely useful skill to develop as like an 8 or 9-year-old, but at the same time it's not something that like uh I think the vast majority of adults like think of critically about in terms of like being like, oh, let me allow this person who I see as a full person even though they're like haven't even reached their like double digits yet, how to like instruct them how to use this resource. Like I love that about autistic people because I do that, but I feel like I do that in a way that's like self-conscious, where it's like my neighbor's kid is 8. I'm like, I talk to him the same way that I talk to any other person, but I also am aware that other people don't do that, And so I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about my behavior in the context of other people's behavior. And like, you're just like, no, like,
oh, okay.
this is what I do. And it's like, right, but are you aware that like 90% of other people also don't do that thing? or specifically don't do that thing.
Yeah, working with these children every day has been a constant reminder of me realizing, okay, my childhood, even in the context of the childhoods of other people that grew up in the same uh time, you know, time period as me, it was a niche experience.
Mm.
So it's not. So I have to remind myself not to base what they're experiencing based off of what I've experienced for a variety of factors.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of the things, because another thing is like, okay, yeah, I did not grow up during a pandemic and have to spend most of my formative years in online school before going to public school. Okay, just gotta remember that. Like, there's
Mm.
a whole bunch of reasons as to why they are like this.
Yeah.
Like as a collective.
Yeah.
Individually, you know, it varies from kid to kid, but yeah. So at the very least, some are a bit more receptive. A lot of them are much more receptive to the stuff I'm saying, especially with the dictionary thing. That one still needs a bit of work, but some of them are at least starting to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what else. Uh, Actually, no, that's the most prominent example I can think of for like, you know, exercising patience and also being like, okay, yeah, they're not going to know certain things that are considered to me basic skills because this hasn't really been introduced to them yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because each of them have their own laptops and other electronic devices. We do not have a computer class like I did when I was younger on how to navigate, like how to do your own research and stuff,
Mm.
because because a majority of the time they go to Google for that and just go with the first um because now with that whole AI thing that's implemented, they just get the answer immediately without having to click any of the links that could potentially give them more answers.
Mm.
And this was also the thing with the dictionary thing too, because they're like, let me just type in the definition of the word and get that result. I'm like, okay, yeah, but you also got to learn how to use the dictionary. And then a thing that I kept running into when I had to teach them how to use at first dictionary.com is that you got to type in the word you want the definition for, not definition of this word. This doesn't function like Google, kids. This is You got to just put in the actual word into the
Mm-hmm.
search bar.
Okay, so uh now doing the labor of tying it back to what it was that I was talking about, do you find yourself um like, because there's got to be uh a sort of system of exchange for you as the instructor with regard to like the kids like acquiring knowledge and you feeling proud of them and being like, hey, yeah, you did it, you know? Do you have a practiced sort of ritual around um giving them positive feedback, or is it something that you just kind of like experience in the moment that you're just like, yeah, you know? Sorry, that was loud, but yeah, you know. um
I I guess in the moment, though, granted, maybe this is something I ought to be more consistent with, though. I at least try for each kid for when they've at least gotten something right, right. I at least say good job, or if they at least attempt to do it, but do not get the acquired results. I'm like, okay, not quite, but good job for trying.
Mm. Okay. Mm. That makes a lot of
Is there like
sense.
a specific thing? Oh,
The thing that I was thinking about was like, and this is difficult because again, room full of autistic people who like we have a sort of even trend in terms of what sort of like communications we expect. But the question that I was contemplating is like whether or not in an allistic way, this is the reason why it's difficult, if there's some sort of pro-social benefit to having a arbitrary, dedicated, compassionate response and or like affirmation in, because like the model that I gave was that like my dad consistently was like, hey, I'm proud of you. And like probably somewhere into my early 20s, like not that I started to question that ritual, but I was like, oh, I'm now starting to understand that this is like a thing that some like parental counselor or someone who like was advising my dad on how to be a good parent, they were like, hey, make sure that you let your kids know that you're proud of them, right? And like he just autistically took that extremely seriously and like made it like a ongoing and such a steady practice that like I couldn't tell you how many hundreds or thousands of times he told me, you know. But like the impact is like demonstrably the like I never question, even in the face of like being the black sheep of the family, betraying his expectations in my choice or like my convictions about being atheist, like betraying conservatism, not associating at all, even culturally, with Christianity. Like I still never questioned for a split second whether or not like the people who raised me are proud of me. Like that's like like there is a utility in that in the context of like establishing psychological security that like, you know, other people might need therapy for, but I don't, because that's just the thing that I don't have to contend with. I can always like rest assured in and like even explore the cognitive dissonance around like that being a thing that he made as a testament consistently. And like it's hard to explain because it's like I can cognitively say that like, well, I mean, maybe he wasn't necessarily like feeling the feeling of being proud of me every single day, but like because he went out of his way to say it, like that's just a thing that I feel deeply secure about. And like, is that useful? Is it useful to say something to people in a way that like causes them to feel secure about that thing, even if like society's not going to in any meaningful capacity reinforce that security? Or potentially like dysfunctionally, does that instill a false confidence and narcissism in a person
by reinforcing this idea consistently.
Hmm. I think I partially understood, at least where you're coming from with this.
Sorry, mouth noises.
I guess it's hard for me to come up with an answer at the moment, and I guess part of it is because my my perspective on these sorts of things is I don't know if different is the right word. It I don't necessarily tend to interpret it through that phrasing, but I guess maybe rephrase the question. I'll see if I can try to
Yeah. I'll pose a hypothetical. It's not like
okay.
a truly a deeply abstract hypothetical. Like uh I'm I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head. I'm thinking about like gold star systems and like letting kids know that they did a good
Oh.
job. And like what that does in terms of reinforcing their internal security. Because you might be counteracting like a lifetime of discouragement, like lack of attention, lack of acknowledgement. And like I don't think that this is like the job of any individual teacher or even school system to like do the work for in the context of family. That like, you know, the people who raise you should like in an ideal world like reinforce your wants, desires, sense of self, etc. They don't always do that, but like in a context where you are an influential person in the life of another person, and this includes in contexts where you're talking about like a dozen plus other individual people, and are trying to manage the chaos of interacting with them every day. Is it useful to do the performative thing, assuming that most people in this circumstance are holistic, of like saying, oh wow, like nice, good job, you know, because they internalize that, even if it's not coming from a like autistically real place. Like for me, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to say exactly the thing that's on my mind because I want to accurately reflect the reality that I occupy and make sure that everyone else in my perimeter is aware of like what I'm actually experiencing, as opposed to in any sort of performative way being like, yeah, no, everything's fine. You know, that's like it's acting. And like, it's a kind of acting that like may bring balance to the space, but it's going to, like, in my experience, have a negative blowback because what if I'm on the verge of being overstimulated, am masking and performing and being like, yeah, no, like shit, everything's chill. And then someone comes to me with like something really heavy or like comes at me with like a lot of intensity because they're misreading my energy. And like what actually happens is I end up really overstimulated and it takes me out for a fucking week, you know? Like, is there a benefit to masking under certain circumstances in service of enabling people who are at a certain developmental stage to like help reinforce their sense of self at the expense of my autistic need for earnestness.
I thought of a personal experience I've had from work. I don't necessarily know if that counts as
I'm
the
interested to
answer
hear.
you're seeking, or if or if that is answer. If you want me to share with you.
I'm interested to hear.
So there's been a total of like maybe 2, 3 times when I first started my job where I got overwhelmed to the point of tears. And the first time it happened, it was in front of it happened in the classroom, and in the moment before I completely broke down, I was thinking to myself, okay, I can't let them see me like this. I need to go to the room where it's our designated space for
It's the cry room.
the
Got
group
you.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Well, no, but it can be used for that purpose.
So.
So I told the teacher, and I let her know about it. She's like, yeah, no, please, yeah, no, go ahead and do what you have to do. And I went and got out of my system. My team lead was very understanding, and I told him about how I was feeling, and he understood where I was coming from, and so did my coworkers. Now, the other times it happened, at one I was already in the room, and I was feeling overwhelmed from like a meeting that we had prior, and sort of like coming and sort of like feeling a bit uh inadequate with what I've at least presented in the meeting or didn't present exactly. And then we had another meeting immediately after that, so that was a lot. I was in the second meeting that we had was between our general place of work instead of the school employees discussing stuff pertaining to our small groups. So I remember in the moment that I wanted to express how I was feeling verbally, but there was a lot of stuff going on in my brain that made it hard for me to fully express that, and I just got upset. But everyone understood. I asked if I could instead I went to the school library. Luckily there weren't any students in there, just librarians. So I went
Oh, sorry, Vic.
to
1
a
second.
space
I
to
accidentally unplugged my
write out how I was
headphones.
feeling and oh,
Gotta reconnect them. There weren't any students in the library. That's what
okay. I went to the school library to at least have a
Hold on.
more
Hold on.
private space. At least.
Vic, can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, hold on. I'm not connected yet.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay. So I went to the library to have a bit more of a quieter space. Well, it was already quiet in the room, but other folks were in there, so I at least wanted to write down my feelings instead, since wasn't in the right headspace to verbalize it like I wanted to. So I wrote down my concerns and I handed it over to our impact um
About to
our
do
impact
some.
director who was there visiting that day.
What is an impact director? Because that's what I
Oh
was talking
right,
about,
my
like
bad.
school jargon. Don't know what that means.
No, no, that's no, they don't. They work with the school, but they're not like directly hired by the school. It's with my job at City Year.
uh,
You don't have to worry about that.
I I would like a shorthand for what role they play in like helping you with your job though. So like they're not your boss, but like could they be considered your um uh uh impact director, your uh evaluator?
Yeah,
Okay. Efficacy evaluator?
yeah, and the boss of my boss,
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Boss's boss.
and she and they are more so on like the more technical side of things, like running like the inner workings of the company rather than being directly at the schools. Though they do visit from time to time, but that's the main priority lies within the actual office space. So yeah, boss is my boss. I feel like that's the short version of it.
Okay.
Right. So where was I? Oh, right. So I wrote down, my, you know, how I was feeling and what my concerns were in ways that, and other things were going on because they were, you know, asking if there was anything that they could do to help with, how this is only like what 2, 3, yeah, 3 months in, sort of at the time. So they at least wanted to do like a check-in, see how we were adjusting, if there were any concerns that we had with, how our job was going with anyone within the with concerns within the company or our scheduling, just any tangible grievances in ways that they felt like they could help out with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and I know at that point I was still, after I shared it, they said, they would get back to me that same day, and they did. But I was still sort of feeling not quite out of it, but I was still coming down from some heavy emotions.
Yeah.
And in my head, I thought I at least felt internally better, at least how I was feeling several minutes ago. And I was on my way to take my lunch break, but I at least wanted to swing by to see the students and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They could, some of them could tell I was upset, but um, yeah, uh, yeah, it was this moment and another previous moment where I at least said that I was fine, but I said, well, I didn't exactly say I was fine, but I said I will be fine, so it wasn't a total lie.
Well, I feel like I'll be fine is like if a person asks you like, are you okay? And you go like, I'll be fine. Like that's I don't think it's a lie because it's an affirmation about your
goal, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also, yeah, if someone, I mean, if one of my coworkers, I mean, granted, they already, saw the whole thing, so they at least so they were at least aware I was feeling overwhelmed in that moment.
Mhm.
The students only saw like the aftermath of it, so
Oh, was it your coworkers who
the
asked you
main
how you were
reason,
doing?
yeah, so some of them did, like they were present for when I was had the moment of being overwhelmed,
No, I mean, like when you were
but they didn't
when you were
check
responding, "I'll be fine." Who were you saying that to?
the students.
And was it because they asked?
They asked I get because I guess I didn't fix my face well enough for them to for me to at least look relatively fine because they could tell I was upset
Okay, I was
for
literally
what.
just asking if they asked, but I see.
Oh,
I
sorry.
understand. I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, they
Yeah.
did.
Mm-hmm. Got you. That was what I was confused
Yeah.
about. The like
So,
they actively
oh,
go
oh,
like,
okay.
you know, are you okay?
Oh, my bad. So, um, yeah. Usually this hasn't happened in a while, but I would say something like that to the students because they know they're at least aware that I'm upset, but I'm not necessarily in it. I don't necessarily feel comfortable to at least fully articulate why, because they don't know the whole scope of my emotions, and also I don't want them to feel responsible for that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. This is actually low key giving me insights into the thing that I was asking about.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you don't mind, there was something else that was, well, not fully on my mind, but I was talking about with my therapist the other day, and uh, it sort of like it was sort of like a thing I'd realized I internalized that is still kind of impacting my thought process, I guess.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it.
Okay, so this has been the thing that I've sort of begun at least noticing more. Usually it comes up in conversations with my mother when she either reminds me of something or corrects me on something, and I sort of take it the wrong way, or at least internally I take it the wrong way because I know she's just trying to um, you know, have me be aware of something because she doesn't know what I do or do not know.
Mm-hmm.
So um, this was one of the things I brought up with my therapist the other day, and I was sort of like discussing where this internalized reaction might stem from um, whatever lingering insecurities I have about my social skills. Because uh, I guess once I realized that I was autistic, which was very young, because my parents were like, okay, now that we know what's going on, we might as well inform her about it, while also making sure we're well informed. So I didn't quite know the full scope of how I was different from other kids until I got older and realized how it impacted me socially. so I put a lot of stock in my self-worth and stuff pertaining to academics, because at least that was something I could do, and it had like, it was something that was easier to grasp than dealing with trying to navigate social situations with my peers.
Mm-hmm.
And now I at least have, you know, good friends I can talk to about these things, about various things, and I am adept at navigating social situations, but there's always like this lingering irrational thought of not being what,
Not being
not being as skilled in social situations or whatever. And usually that kind of thought pops up whenever there's something that I didn't know, or like some kind of like, a fairly simple conflict that that had information that I wasn't aware of prior to this, and it's like I didn't know, but instead of taking it as a learning opportunity, I see it as like, I don't know, a situation where I should have known better.
Okay. Have you talked in therapy? Oh, have you talked in therapy about where that sensation derives from? Like oh, I should have known. Like that, what's that word? Reflex? Where that reflex comes from?
Not yet, anyway.
Okay. So, why did you bring it up? What you thinking about? So, why'd you bring it up? What you thinking about?
I don't know. It has, I mean, I guess maybe I wanted to know if that was something that you had experienced before, or
Okay. Can you phrase it again? I'm like, I think I was focused on your experience of it rather than thinking about like how it related to me. So can you ask the question again? Like, just phrase it the same way that you did. Let's say it again.
Okay. You had asked me why I brought it up, and I guess
No, I mean like the thing that you were describing, the feeling, the sensation. You said something about like you feel pretty competent in social situations, but occasionally you get upset because of not knowing like some specific part of a like normative social ritual, and then you start beating yourself up because I should have known.
Yeah.
And you're asking if I have had that experience?
Yeah.
With regard to the thing that I mentioned earlier about like coming to the realization that like
people who are assigned female at birth like have differential like personal experiences just in public spaces and social spaces generally. I would say that like I had a deep sensation of that feeling, but it was very broad as opposed to just being like, oh, like this is a circumstance in which I should have known what's going on. It was more like it was like epistemic injustice, right? That like something about the human experience was hidden from me because like more than 50% of the population experiences this thing and it never occurred to me to be concerned about it, right? And like it makes sense to me to feel deeply ashamed about having missed that broad a part of the human experience, but not necessarily in a way that like like results in me feeling like oh my god, I fucked up. It's more so like a deep sense of like, well, why didn't anybody tell me, you know?
Oh.
I think that that's where I default to, but that could have something to do with like something having to do with Catholic guilt or something, right? Like that you don't default to that feeling. Like when I have an experience of epistemic injustice, I'm upset that no one informed me about the thing that I very clearly should have known about, rather than being upset at myself for not having intuited something. I think that's, you know, guest culture versus ass culture kind of.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
It's like, why didn't someone tell me the rules? And the answer is because they were invested in convincing you that you need to automatically know the rules, and that's not true about anyone's experience. Why would you have intuitively known the rules if no one told them to you? And so because I grew up in like an ass culture sort of space, I don't default to I fucked up because I didn't know the rules. I default to it's deeply absurd to me that no one took the time to explain this thing.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily something that I'd like expect everyone to experience. I think that it trends with sort of cultural expectations and like growing up in an ask versus guest culture sort of environment. Like if you grew up culturally Catholic, it's much more likely that you'll experience like internalization of wrongdoing in social situations where you don't know what to do. Whereas in a culture or like a space where you're expected to ask how to navigate the situation, you'll be like, if you commit a taboo and people look at you weird, you go like, well, why the hell didn't anybody tell me? You know? And like no one even indicated any like that I should ask. That's fucked up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think about it from that angle before, but that gives me some insight to ponder on.
Did you have a specific example, or did I like forget you mentioning a specific example of feeling that way?
I gave like a very broad example of sort of running into this whole thing into this usually when my mom reminds me of things, and I don't know, I feel like there, granted there's no external factor in which I'm told, okay, I should have known this thing or whatever. But like her reminding me of things, or at least letting me know about things that's, it's just a general reminder. It's not necessarily a testament to my knowledge or character or whatever, but I don't know, there's at least something in my brain in which that like makes it feel that way, even though I know that's not where it's coming from, and I know that this is not the intent at all. But I feel like there's a need to be on top of things and also socially aware in things. I at least acknowledge that this probably came from childhood, not just because of the ass versus yes culture thing, but also with the knowledge of being autistic, and then with that knowledge being aware of the negative connotations that came with it, and trying to in some ways outrun those. I don't know if that's the right word, but it'll have to do for now.
I'm confused about that. Okay, wait, so rather than, okay, wait, I'm sorry, did you just describe feeling shame about being autistic? Is that what you...
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in middle school.
And can you describe to me what it was that you specifically felt ashamed of? It like, because what I'm imagining now is like the idea of a clinician saying like, okay, so FYI, you're autistic. That means that these are the kinds of things that you're going to not understand or miss out on. And you going like, oh, but I should be able to understand those things. Like, that's the kind of thing that I'm imagining happening in your specific circumstance. Is that true?
Not quite.
Okay. Because I'm trying to understand like why you would be ashamed of being autistic. It's like deeply confusing to me.
Okay. Well, I told you about that, so.
Huh?
Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't told you about this specific portion of my life, so yeah, it makes sense why you'd be confused.
Okay.
So, I was diagnosed when I was 9.
Again, at a time at which most people don't remember most things.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to explain this as best as I can. I'll let you know when you can share the comments, because in some ways it's difficult to talk about, so I kind of at least want to share it. And I'll let you know when you can comment.
Could you please rephrase that as a question?
Could you let me speak about this at least to the best of my ability, and then when I'm done, then I'll let you know when you can comment. But right now, I would like to speak without interruption.
Is it okay if I rebut with phrasing it the way that would actually be a question? Quickly.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it okay if I get through this quickly? And would you mind waiting until I finish to comment?
it gives me the
Yeah.
opportunity to say yes or no, and the answer is yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So I was diagnosed when I was 9, and I at least understood like a basic concept, but I was still curious as to how, what being autistic meant to me. So I did my own research with, the limited resources I could have at that time. I read the books that my parents got as a way for them to educate on how to raise me, and still standard enough for me to at least understand the basic concept, but feeling somewhat okay with this because at least now I knew how I was different from other kids my age. Then I got to middle school, and I went to a specific class for autistic kids and other developmentally disabled kids, where I wasn't in it for too long. It was just part of my class schedule, but I still went to class with other kids of different neurotypes, whatever. But I saw how those peers treated the other students who I went to the support lab. That's what they called it, the support lab too, and hearing them say things like the R word to each other. That was where I first started. And even though this was not said directly to me, none of the kids knew that I went to that that I went to that class. And there was like a segment in which I was like, it was in 6th grade. I was putting together an autism related presentation for April for that to air on a news show. I specifically left out my name on it because, at the time I at least wanted the information to be out there, and I wasn't out of shame. But then I saw how the other kids in my class were reacting to it. So that, coupled with how they were treating those other classmates of mine, led to my internalized shame.
Okay.
It wasn't until 8th grade that I told other students that I was autistic, and at that point, I was going to graduate anyway and probably not see them and see most of them. And for the most part, I was right. But they didn't really respond to me in the way that I thought they were going to respond to me. And by the time I got to high school, I feel like things sort of even out, in which I still went to the designated class that I was supposed to go to, and I had my general accommodation stuff and everything. But I got more comfortable telling other students my age. Some of them I'm still friends with, and uh, and it wasn't until college that I met and befriended another Black autistic person like myself, who was also raised as a girl. Because even though there were plenty of autistic kids in my middle school and high school class, there wasn't one that had the same lived experience as I did. But yeah, that's sort of where that's like the main source of my internalized shame. Even though much time has passed, things have changed, but it's it was something that happened. Maybe like 1 or 2 minutes.
Hmm? What are you saying?
I just need a minute or two, and then you can
Okay.
comment.
Hmm.
Okay.
Um. Okay, so I'm trying to do like an internal specific recap of what we've been talking about and like its relevance to like the specific the specific personal experience that we've been discussing. um you asked if I had the experience of directing internalized shame around not knowing what to do toward myself. And then you explained sort of a understandable traumatic experience of existentially framing yourself against other people's perception of you based on having special needs because of your like autistic traits. And
Mm.
that was legitimately traumatizing for you based on how you're navigating that in my experience. Does that seem accurate?
Yeah.
Um uh hmm. Yeah, I think that my like the thing that I attested to saying basically that like more often than not I feel confused about why a person didn't communicate something to me like registers in my mind now as like a form of entitlement that has to do with the sort of ask culture that I was a part of, right? That like I feel an entitlement to information about myself and my environment without judgment because I was raised in an environment where it's safe to ask questions. And so if you have not been raised in an environment where it's safe to ask questions and labels are placed on you and your sort of social status is intrinsically changed and your sense of self is intrinsically changed because of things that were beyond your control, I think it makes sense to like come to the conclusion that like, oh, so the reason why these things are happening is because there's something wrong with me instead of understanding that there's something wrong with society that it didn't clearly communicate the ways in which you were different and what impacts that those differences would have instead of like being hypersensitive. I mean, as opposed to what they actually did, which is be hypersensitive and be like, okay, sweetie, so this is what you have to do, da 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 da, and they don't do any contextualizing of like, so this means that people are going to call you a retard, and it's very important for you to know that, like, because that would be fucking helpful to know that that's a thing that's going to happen, you know.
In fairness to my parents, they probably didn't know either.
Because they're Caribbean, or why?
No, no, like my I think this was, you know, their first general, like, primary encounter with autism in general, like, or at least what, or at least that they were aware of. So most of what they got from, you know, the information that they received from this was from the books that they read and other people that they end up befriending that also had, that were also parents of autistic kids in their life. So don't really, like, this was sort of like their test run with, you know, I was also the oldest kid, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think it's like, you know, in so far as it is, it's good and important to acknowledge that like their unique experiences are what like dictated or guided their actions.
Yeah.
But like that doesn't like here's the thing about epistemic injustice, right? I mean, you know what that term means, right? We've talked about it before. Is do
Remind
you
me again.
epistemic injustice is, and now I preface it by saying I really enjoy the reality that epistemic injustice is one of those things where once you describe it, you're actually resolving an instance of it. Epistemic injustice is when you don't have the terminology or knowledge about something in order to better inform your understanding of your positionality in the world. So, like epistemic injustice,
Oh.
growing up non-binary and never having access to the word non-binary is an instance of epistemic injustice. Growing up autistic and never having access to the term autistic or having a heavily stigmatized concept of autism is a form of epistemic injustice.
Actually, yeah, definitely the second one applies to me because even with the research that I did as a kid and with the stuff that my parents read and everything,
Mm-hmm.
the what's the word? The figure the, of autism was represented by a little white boy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Only having autism represented by little white boys is a form of epistemic injustice because
Yeah, which apparently, according to my mom, that's almost how I got. She tells me that's the story of how I almost got misdiagnosed because these were doctors from New Jersey. She said, and they were like, okay, she meets all the criteria, but she's not a little white boy. And one of the doctors there was like, okay, let's just pretend that she is for like 2 seconds. Would she still be autistic? And you're like, yeah, she would be. Let's sign these papers.
yeah. Oh, good point. Huh. Yeah. I hadn't thought about it that way.
Let's use our limited imaginations to our advantage in this case.
Yeah. All right, I need a bio break. I'll be right back and I'll try and retain what it is that we're talking about while I'm away.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I had an epiphany, right?
Okay.
You were asking if I've ever experienced if I've ever experienced like internalizing the feeling that I should have known better when there was no actual precedent for me to have known better.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense in relation to what it was that you're asking? Is that an accurate representation of what you're asking?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Because I haven't had that experience, but I've had a similar paradoxical experience, and it's one that I talk about pretty often. It's that sometimes when I'm watching the Hayao Miyazaki Studio Ghibli movies from the 80s, including Nausicaa, even though it's technically not a Studio Ghibli movie. When I watch Nausicaa, Kiki's Delivery Service, Laputa, Castle in the Sky, I think about the fact that I was born in 1988, which means that I could not have been alive to have participated on those projects. And then
Oh yeah.
and then I would have needed to have lived for 20 years minimum to have had the life experience to even participate in those projects, right? And I feel an irrational anger at the universe, at nothing, about the fact that I was denied the opportunity to like be able to do something that was legitimately, existentially, metaphysically, materially impossible for me to experience, right? It's 100%
Right.
completely irrational. And knowing that it's 100% completely irrational, I don't hold on to that feeling for very long.
Okay.
And what you're saying is, like sometimes I have a like lapse of social understanding or like cognitive empathy, intuition into how I should have behaved in a certain circumstance. And instead of being like, shit, that's too bad, I go, God, I should have known. Right? And like, okay, but
Mm-hmm.
if you metaphysically, like, what was the list? I said, like, literally, metaphysically, materially, huh? Say it again?
No, I think that was something else.
No, like, you literally, metaphysically, materially could not have known. Is there a legitimate reason to hold on to that feeling for any amount of time beyond that initial impulsive, paradoxical feeling?
Yeah, herein lies my conundrum. Logically, I know the answer is no, there's no reason for me to hold on to this. I just have to internalize that.
Yeah. You say it as if it will be a simple thing, and while also acknowledging that you know that it will not be. And rather than saying I just need to acknowledge it, like, okay, so what I would suggest is saying to yourself, okay, so I know it intellectually. What I need to do is internalize it. It's not a simple thing. It's not a I just need to internalize it. It's that like it is meaningful to acknowledge that it is truly a paradox. It is an instance of epistemic injustice. You cannot resolve it by having known better, like, prior to the experience. So rather than beating yourself up, which is your impulse, your habit, your instinct, the more functional behavior to enact is to be like, this is a learning opportunity. And as a person who works in pedagogy, I value learning opportunities.
Yeah.
Could not have known better. But now I know. I may not know better. I know.
Could you repeat that again?
I could not have known better. I don't know better, but at least now I know. I could not have known better, but at least now I know.
Just have to write this down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just wrote it down.
Could not have known better, but at least now I know.
Yeah, that helps.
Glad. Also, I think it's important to know that that's rhetorical, right? Because like, is it effectively true? Yes. But also, you could not have known, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you know, but you have more context. But poetically speaking, it's more useful to say, I could not have known better, but at least now I know.
Yeah.
Well, I've got context now. That's important and valuable to have.
Yeah. I think, at least saying it to myself will keep me grounded.
Mm-hmm. Hope so. Do you have any sort of like any other questions that come from that space? Like from the mindset that you asked that initial question from?
I think that was the only thing that came to mind because it was on my mind recently.
Mm.
But I guess it's at least nice to hear your perspective on it, so that way it's interesting to hear your perspective on it, so because I guess with I'm so used to thinking this way and feeling this way that hearing it from someone else's perspective kind of puts sheds a different light on things, so that way I'm able to at least see it from a different point of view. Because it's not necessarily anything that I directly blame my mom for, or, you know, anything that she directly did. But, you know, we've been talking about, she's been more candid about her habits and, you know, some things that she uh, believed and internalized and stuff. And we both agreed that I unconsciously picked up on behaviors that uh, she's expressed or whatever. So it's not necessarily the kind of advice that I can come to her for, but it's more so like we are both trying to unlearn these things.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I see. I can also
Especially
imagine.
now
Oh,
that
good.
I've become, especially now that I've become, or at least become more privy to it, the dynamic between her and her mom, my grandma, and she says things have gotten better, but um, at one point she had mentioned that, you know, our grandmother has offered, you know, us to move in with her to, you know, she wants to see her grandkids and her daughter and everything. My mom said visit the most I could do was like a phone call with her once every week and occasional visits because, you know, this is where my boundaries with her lie. I do not think I would not want to stay with her for extended capacity of time.
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to understand you a bit better. So I guess even if I did want to come to her with this kind of advice and stuff, she at least acknowledges that she has limitations with the kind of advice that she can offer me. So I guess, you know, it's nice to hear your perspective and other people's perspective on this because I tend to get in my head,
So you tend to get in your what? In your way?
my own head.
In your head. Yeah. It's certainly difficult. And I mean, there's something to be said about autistic, like not just solipsism, but what do you call it? Like concept rigidity, and like feeling a feeling and then just sitting with that feeling for a long ass time instead of thinking critically about whether or not that feeling is coming from a emotionally or logically consistent place. And like wanting certain things in a desperate way. And like, I mean, I've gotten the impression over the course of the past couple of years that like, this is just who you are, Vic, and what sort of things you'll care about. And there's not much anybody can do about it. But there's also the possibility that like, just because you're young, that like rather than being preoccupied with these things as intensely as you currently are, that like there's a possibility of you, based on the discoveries that you've made in these conversations and in your life experience, that you'll come out on the other side being like, oh, like I invested a lot of time and energy into this thing, like this way of thinking about things in my youth. And now that I've been disabused of them, like I can focus on caring about people in ways that are actually helpful to those people and not detrimental to my self-concept, you know? And like, I don't suppose that it's like a easy peasy lemon squeezy path to recovering from complex trauma. But rather than just thinking like, yeah, sometimes I get too deep into my own head about this, like the reality is that like you've got a lot of life experiences that have informed the way that you think. You've got a lot of feelings that are important and compassion oriented, and like being able to know yourself in the ways that you've grown to know yourself are all important. And like you know, as an autistic person, you might be dependent on your parents and the people around you for like like just being able to live effectively. But there's also the possibility that you can simultaneously know that that's true and self-actualize in the face of that knowledge. And I think it's important to be able to like keep on living despite like fears about you being too deep in your head, like actually being a problem so much as it being just true, you know.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that all made sense, but trying to help.
It kind of did.
Because no matter what, that beat is gonna go on, says Reganis, and they're right.
The beat.
What is it that that one hip hop electronic group said in that one song that they had to like change the words on because it was ableist?
Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah, they said and the bass keep running and 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 running. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when they said that? They were spitting.
Not
and then
that
they
one specifically, but
well, the chorus of that song is, "Let's get our word, let's get our worded in here. Let's get our worded in, let's get our worded in here."
I just only heard the
radio version.
Yeah, the radio version.
The let's not get canceled version.
Yeah.
I love the let's not get canceled version of that song. The devil was working hard when that song came out, says Lord Goddess. The devil was working up. Who in your family in the past 48 hours said that specific thing? That southern ass thing that you just said. The devil was working overtime when that song came out. What you mean? Where you get that from? How much you been drinking? Sorry.
The baby is going to baby. What? Wait, is that in reference to me?
What? Which part?
Earlier comment after, because no matter what the beat is gonna go on, Regina says the baby is going to baby LMAO.
No, yeah, they were saying because no matter what, the beat is gonna go on. We were talking about I was saying like I think it's important to internalize certain like facts about like our positionality and disability and our dependence on other people, and the limited ways as disabled people that we can self-actualize and just be like, hey, like I may be dependent on other people for the rest of my life, but at the same time, I don't have to internalize the things that they say about me or believe the sort of things that they've conditioned into me to prioritize when developing my self-concept. I can simultaneously be like, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want, and I need these people to survive. And Reganis was responding to me expressing that sentiment as saying like, because no matter what, the beat is going to go on. And that's when I was like,
and the bass keeps running.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
no, I was looking at the chat, but the other comment was a reference to something else. All right, makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Janae says the baby is going to baby. Is that bitch pregnant? Is that her trying to sneak to you that she's pregnant? It would be so funny to me if this was the moment that Reganis realized that Janae was trying to do a subtext about the fact that she's pregnant. That would be so funny to me.
Subtext?
Yeah, because if she says the baby's going to baby, that's a true thing if you are a person who babysits. But it's really funny to me if like Janae, who is Reganis' friend, who they talk to like almost on an almost daily basis, if like she's been dropping hints for the past couple of weeks that she's pregnant and Reganis has not been picking up on them, and me asking the question, is she trying to sneak communicate to you that she's pregnant, and this being the moment that she realizes it, that would be really funny to me. If the answer is just no across the board, I'm okay with that, but it would be really deeply funny to me. Who's pregnant? I'm asking if Janae saying the baby's gonna baby is her trying to sneak communicate to you, because she's married, right? Is that a thing that happened? She got married like a couple years ago. If she's married and has not said like, I ain't trying to have no babies, there's a possibility that her being like the baby's gonna baby is her being like, a thing that we should all agree on is that the baby is going to baby. It's true once a baby's out, but it's also true once a baby's in, if you know what I'm saying.
I was looking at the screen and I just saw, you running into whatever room this was, and then that person just popped out behind the thing. I'm like, oh.
I knew he was gonna be there. That was on purpose for me. I was like, you.
I did not. Also, I thought that whatever tree formation thing over there was like a dead dragon or something.
Where?
Back where the... Okay. Like if you go back to where...
Oh yeah, no.
That guy popped
this
out.
is the Church of Dragon Communion. That is a dead ancient dragon. This thing right here.
Good. So are not playing tricks on me.
Yeah, no, it's not a tree. It's a dragon corpse.
Hooray! I guess right.
They also seem to have taken its wings. I don't think I noticed that before. Like,
my second guess was that it was a tree formation in the shape of a dragon. At least based off of the color scheme, it looks like it's got lichen growing on it.
No. In this universe, dragons, epidermis, the like second layer underneath their scale, the layer of skin underneath. Okay, they've got scales, then they've got skin, and then underneath that, the epidermis is gold. Like they're literally made out of gold underneath. So the reason why it looks like lichen is because the gold is showing.
Okay, that at least would make sense narratively as to why they collect treasure. Because they're literally made out of it. Okay. Regardless,
I read it, yeah. I was looking at it while you were talking. I was like reading ahead. Janae was saying the baby is going to baby as like a commentary on how having a baby is a permanent decision, and no matter how the parent feels or got going on, the baby is going to baby. LMFAO. Yep. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts on facts.
I think it's for this reason that I would prefer myself to put in the role of teaching other people's kids or being, a mentor to other children rather than being a parent. That's a lifetime responsibility. At least at least with this, I can. I mean, it's still technically responsibility, but not one where I'm 100% responsible for those children, at least for them to be completely dependent on me.
Heard. Yeah, no, I feel
That is.
similarly, and or like I've got two minds about it, and part of it has to do with my like medical predisposition, which is that like I came to the conclusion that if for whatever reason a partner of mine like said, hey, we're having a kid, I decided like that we're having a kid, and there was nothing that I could do to countermand that like choice on their part, then I would just accept that that's the case and assume the responsibility. And then secondarily, I am open to the idea of like if not direct adoption, like like playing parent to a person who is in need of that kind of representation in their life. If they are like, you know, just a part of my community and for whom like I can perform that social role, even if like we're not like related by blood. And like I find it frustrating that like that I'm leaving it more up to chance than to like the sort of like planning that can go into parenthood, but at the same time I'd rather that than bring intentionally on purpose bring another person into the world that we currently occupy, which fucking sucks.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that's also my reason for it. Not necessarily saying, you know, that anyone else who does it is, you know, selfish or whatever, but it's more so like, okay, you guys have made this decision within your own personal things, but like, but regardless of how the child gets here or whatever, if I have, like, I'm going to treat them with the same basic respect and humanity that they deserve just for the, just by the virtue of being alive.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sorry.
also I remember having the adamant decision of like, once I realized the process of how children are made, thanks to high school.
Wait, hold on. Prior to that, what? Okay, you said all the stuff that you had said before that were feelings and decisions that you made prior to. How old were you when you made these decisions and had these feelings prior to knowing how sex worked? Please, I just want to know, how old were you?
Let me see.
Like, when did you develop these sentiments? Because it's okay if it's also okay if you just like legitimately didn't know.
I think those sentiments were more ongoing in my life, at least as I got older, and then sort of being in a position where instead of simply being the one that was looked after, I was in a position to where I could look after other children, and
Okay.
Like, this is like, you know, in different spaces such as, you know, volunteering for, you know, organizations that involve children, being a camp counselor, unpaid since I was a teenager at the time, but you know, those ongoing feelings of like, okay, I'm going to treat these kids with, you know, basic human respect and dignity.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
You're good.
The idea of feeling that I could only of having a child to at least feel those kinds of feelings towards and pass down a legacy and all the jazz that gets fed to you as a child waned over time. Though I think at some point I did consider wanting to adopt, but then also sort of like not necessarily completely abandoning the idea, but more so like understand, at least becoming aware of the reasons as to why people adopt kids for reasons that aren't just simply I wish to give a child a good home and everything. Those that for those that at least just want the idea of having kids and not considering the stuff that they've internalized that they're passing on to them, or just for like for the same for the same mindset that people have when they like get a pet or something. And I'm just like, okay, I if I do want to adopt a kid in the future, I will have to heavily consider not just the financial and you know general responsibilities, but also why do I want to adopt a kid? Like,
For those of y'all in stream, FYI, I'm making a quick poll, and that poll is going to consist of 1 through 5 or 6 through 10. You pick one of those choices. You have 30 seconds to pick, and then I'm going to reduce the number of options, and I need you to choose quickly because it's fully arbitrary, but it's going to help me determine what it is that I'm going to do because I've been having trouble deciding what to do.
will we know the purpose of this poll, or is that also a surprise?
I can let you know because I don't think that folks will care, but I also think that like just saying it is better incentive than informing you because I don't think that people will care more by me telling them. That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. I'm creating a new poll. Question. 1 through 5 or 6 through 10. 1 through 5. 6 through 10. And then it's going to be, oh, I can't make it less than 1 minute. So poll has started. 1 through 5 or 6 through 10. Go. Will I ever even know? Question. Janae has a baby, her dog Kylo Thurgood Marshall. Hell yes, bro. Hell yes. More people need babies. Huh?
I just fully comprehended that sentence. The dog's name is
Kylo
Thurgood Marshall.
Thurgood Marshall. As in Ben Skywalker? I'm trying to remember his last name. Ben Solo. Could not remember his last name. Okay, 6 through 10 has won. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Making a new poll, and this new poll is which one will you choose? We got 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. And I'm gonna allow y'all to use petals to vote, knowing that y'all have excess petals. I've got so many petals. Why y'all got so many petals? We're gonna let you use petals to vote. I'll let you use 1,000 petals. 10,000 petals per vote. Oh wait, how many petals do you have, Vic? Do you know?
104,545.
Okay. Well, I'm going to allow y'all 3 minutes to use as many petals as you want to vote, and it's going to be 1,000 petals per vote. For additional vote.
There we go.
You can vote the first time for free, I think, but then you can add more votes by putting more
Okay,
petals.
votes 1,000.
Nah, it charged me for the first vote.
It charged you for the first one?
Yes.
Damn, I should have double checked. Sorry.
Okay, how much time do I have?
You've got 3 minutes. Now you've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm grateful for all of y'all's engagement in this, given that it's a purely selfish act and you don't know what you're voting for. I love gambling.
My goodness.
In a sentiment that is meant to mimic like Layla's expressions, joyful expressions, but not necessarily a sentiment that I've heard Layla express. I love gambling.
I said I love gambling.
Yeah, I said, but a thing that you do is you say I love ... Like, so the format is the meme format is it's a Layla meme format, but I'm acknowledging that I haven't heard you actually say those words specifically.
Because I do not love gambling.
I do not love gambling. Okay. Looks like about 1 minute 15 seconds left. Oh, oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. I just like stopping at that part because I like that the song's about a person whose name is kind of fruit.
A delicious fruit.
A delicious fruit. You're back? Oh, don't forget to vote. You've only got 30 seconds to vote. Please vote, Raganis. You can use your points to vote. You've got 15 seconds to vote.
Oh yeah, you asked how many petals we have? I don't know because I didn't see it, but definitely more than like 130,000.
Hmm. Dang. Y'all don't be using your petals. Yeah, what's up?
Your stream's doing this weird thing for me where it's like skipping. It'll like
I don't think it's on my end.
But I like refreshed and I cleared my browser cache and I went on mobile and it's still doing it.
It's happening on mobile still? Okay. Maybe it is on my end then. Let me look at mobile for me.
Yeah, usually I wouldn't care, but it's actually kind of hard to keep up with the conversation.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Oh, I'm not in the stream.
I'm talking to myself.
Oh.
Testing 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la sol fa mi re do 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 do. Yeah, I haven't had any interruptions or any like data loss watching the stream for the past 45 seconds. So I don't know what's causing it on your end. It might be your internet connection, regardless. Okay.
Maybe
Folks chose 8.
it's midnight.
Okay. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What happened? Oh no! Wait, you can spend money to get it back. Duolingo's like
I
be
don't
like
want to
that.
spend money.
Duolingo be like that.
Well, you earned the jobs.
They're right.
All right.
Oh,
I
They're
want to
right.
go to bed.
Okay.
oh,
Good night,
good night.
Morganis.
Night night.
Good night.
Oh,
I just want y'all to know, y'all voted for this.
We voted for
What's happening on stream right now?
oh, what the hell is that? I'm locked in.
Locked into
Working on was supposed to be a Christmas present, but now birthday present for the kiddos.
birthday Christmas present.
And because my wrist is acting up, and I cannot afford to lose all the benefits I got from my dad doing acupuncture on it, I'm doing everything left-handed.
Hmm.
And I'm just doing like stuff that I can manage left-handed.
Hmm.
Which is lettering.
The idea of I can't afford to lose all the benefits that I gained from my parent doing acupuncture on my hand. I can't afford to.
I literally can't afford to.
I feel you. And also do still find it deeply hilarious. Do still find it deeply funny. Like, I'm not joking. I can't afford to do the thing.
I don't got it like that. I fear.
I honestly don't know what happened that caused me to lose in such a dramatic way. Because I just got hit by every single attack that got lined up in front of me, rather than having the ability to dodge any of them. So I just died. I jumped down here. I looked around. I was like, ah, yes, I know where I am. And then...
Oh yeah, what won the poll?
Oh, actually, I'm in the wrong boss arena. Now that I think about it. Not the thing that I'm doing right now. Weirdly.
Whoops.
Yeah, I went to the wrong one.
I don't know why I thought it would fall from the sky onto a map.
Wait, what if I win anyway? This is the boy. This is the putrescent knight. We respect the putrescent knight. We love the putrescent knight. We try not to say anything too mean about the putrescent knight. They're a little weird, yeah, I know, but all things considered.
A bone bug.
A bone bug? What even? I would like to ask, what even is a bone bug?
There are beetles that have very strange proportions. Until he got on the horse, that's what I thought he was. Some kind of supernatural beetle-looking thing made out of bones. Not anymore, though.
I died again. Okay, well, I went to the wrong place anyway, so let's go fight the correct boss, I guess. We're doing really good.
Wait, I just want to know if my number won.
Oh, it was number 8.
My number did not win.
Mine did. I rigged the poll.
Rigged the poll. I rigged the poll.
I just voted the one time.
Oh, you just voted once?
Mm-hmm.
You could have voted so many times.
It's true. But once was sufficient, I think.
It wasn't, demonstrably.
Once was sufficient for me to enjoy the process of voting and hoping that my number gets called.
Okay, yeah, I see. I like that. I don't know. Maybe I should show y'all. I'm gonna say that I like that. The number that got chosen seems to kind of look like the entity that, like, okay, the entity that I'm about to fight, that is a reflection of the number that was chosen. Abstractly speaking, kind of looks like, if you compare it to all other entities of its kind, it looks kind of like a number 8. And I'll show it on screen briefly. This is Mother Fingers. She's got a sort of like oblong elliptical sort of head, and then because of the shape of her tail, like it kind of comes together as if it were like making a sort of infinity sign. And that's kind of like, this is abstractly speaking similar to the number 8. And if you look closely at her fingers, she has exactly 8 fingers. So I like that this character was assigned the number 8. That's all. Back to correcting my
I feel like I hit the
initial
jackpot,
mistake.
'cause that's my favorite number.
Oh, really? So many 8. I can't believe that I went to the wrong boss arena.
Okay, let's see how big she is in comparison to your avatar.
How big she is in comparison to my avatar? She's she's enormous. She's like wait, what? What the hell? Something's wrong.
I told you once. I've no in, but I must count email perhaps.
Okay.
In our meeting, we know that we will never.
Okay, so the last time I was here, I opened up the door to her boss arena, and the fact that it's not open right now, very confusing. I want to show Vic what Metter looks like. Hurry up.
Yeah, I think after this I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Well, I can't promise that I'll win the first time because I couldn't win against the other guy the first time, so pretty high likelihood that I'm just gonna whiff it.
Well, yeah, I just at least want to gaze upon her form. Regardless of if you win the first time.
Yeah. I doubt it'll be any sort of consolation. Why is it not opening? What's happening? What's going on?
I have spoken. Pay me no more. Our service. No.
Hello? Oh, okay. I have to tell her that the person who she thinks that she like thinks is cool. She thinks this guy's cool, but it turns out that he like did a fucked up magical non-consensual thing to her sister. And then you tell her about it and she's like, whoa, maybe he's not as cool as I thought he was. And it's like, that's like a important thing to let her know about before you can fight the boss, which I think that's cool. But will they now let me fight the boss? Or is it going to keep being weird and glitchy? Let me in. Okay, cool. Yeah, they just want you to like be like, hey, sis, just so you know, dude did some weird like mind control shit to your sister. And she's like, oh, for real? Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I guess we're like sisters now? Sick. You still there, Vic? You haven't left yet.
Yep, I'm still here. Let me do the where is that low latency? There we go.
Okay.
That'll still be a delay, but oh, okay. So this is her lair.
Mm-hmm. You have to go up to the giant finger whistle, or it's actually called a finger bell, but you whistle it like a whistle, and then when we blow into the finger whistle, we get teleported to the place where Metter, Mother of Fingers, hangs out. Take us there. It's making a sound like, whoa. It's a weird ass game. All right.
Okay, time for the teleportation, and you're here in the finger layer of
Oh shit.
water.
Ooh, she immediately tried to shoot at me. She did not hesitate. Sometimes she hesitates. She goes like, huh? What's that over there? And it's like, I'm gonna die right here, right now. I died right there, right now. What the fuck?
Well then.
I would have liked the opportunity to do something. Fascinating. Interesting.
Okay,
I
the
just
way that
realized I don't have to set an alarm tomorrow.
Because it's Sunday?
Because I didn't sign myself up for anything tomorrow. I can sleep in the basement.
Wait, what's going on? What do you usually do on Sundays?
No, I've just every day for the past I don't even know how long. Maybe since the holidays. I've just had to wake up in sort of a panic. For whatever reason. And the basement is like dark and cold. And there's a bed. And so when I sleep there, it's just too hard to wake up. So because I can't wake up reliably if I sleep down there, I've just been sleeping on the floor in the living room.
Who let her do this much damage?
Wait, are her legs also fingers?
Yeah, she's basically like an insectoid type thing that just happens to be called a finger type thing. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? She's more insect than not. But also is definitely fingers.
Right. Wait, this is making me think of some that I saw. Like,
okay. I feel like I did an okay job defending myself here. The fact that you said that I didn't is just slightly insulting my sense of my concept of self. Can I heal in time to live? Can I heal in time to live? Oh. Oh God. Why am I so close to the edge?
I think I'll type that in a moment.
I couldn't move.
Where is that darn?
Vic, just to remind you, you're still awake. You said that you wouldn't be. Just FYI, not to criticism.
Yeah, my brain remembered something that existed, and I'm trying to find it because the what was her name again?
Better?
Better, yeah, better. The finger insectoid queen.
Metter Mother of Fingers is what she's called.
Better mother of fingers. It made me think of.
Did you think of something? What did she make you think of?
There was this post I saw on Tumblr where someone was trying to explain certain aspects regarding the horse, and they said that the horse's hooves are like the fingernails of the horse rather than the feet, at least directly.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like this image I saw where someone edited human fingers onto a horse, replacing the legs with the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Their legs are like fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen her do that move before, and now I'm dead. We heal, we heal, we heal, we jump. Okay, and we do what we can to keep the peace. Oh no, no! Well, we got her to like 40% health, now half. Doesn't change anything, but you know, we died honorably, nobly. I feel like I thought that this was going to be a first try type of situation, and it turned out to not be, and I don't know how to feel about it. Like in terms of defenses, we're doing about as good as we could possibly do. Excuse me. Okay. I guess if I didn't care so much about money, I could like protect myself better. Is a thing that's possible? Yeah, in the future, let's not care about money. I like that idea. Because who needs it, right? Hit her! What are you doing? Oh, fuck. Okay, that was close. Honestly. Didn't do our worst job there. Oh, sick. Whoa, didn't expect that. Okay, I'll take it. Bro, we're doing good. Watch her kill us in like a couple hits. That would not surprise me and be unsurprising. Okay, 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 okay. Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Oh, she didn't do her final attack. Yeah. I should be surprised, but I'm not. Fuck. Oh, Mimic's here. Took her out for me, bro. We did it. Met her. Mother of Fingers. Remembrance of the Mother of Fingers. Attained. We did it. Didn't expect it. But here we are. Mission accomplished. Is Victoria still here?
Yes, I will be going in just a moment. Yeah, Cup, I don't think I found the envelope that for the copy that you sent me, so
Okay, I'm sending the DM right now. I'll send you a DM.
okay. I also wanted to share that I had submitted a short story to Jane thing that was back in October, and I found out that I got in the zine in November, and my free copy finally came in about 2 weeks ago. So I got a free copy, and they also sent me a deluxe copy because they liked my writing.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Out of
Yeah,
all,
congratulations.
yeah, out of all the contenders there. I'll see if I can see if there's still like the link to it.
Of the 3 people still here, can each of you say a number between 1 and 10?
7.
5.
5. Blue, you still here? I think Blue might have gone to sleep, but is still in the chat. I might have to disconnect them. Okay. Cool. Thank y'all for your contributions. I'm gonna fight a snake man. Snake man! What you doing fighting a snake man? Cup, what you doing fighting a snake man? I don't know why it took me a full month between queuing this whole thing up, where I like rested outside all the boss rooms of all of the different bosses in this game, all 10 of them, and then
Okay.
you headed out. So
Yeah, I'm just sharing the link to the zine in the general chat.
okay, yeah, thank you for sharing it. Yeah, word.
My purpose standeth unchanged.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night, good night.
Stripped of the grace of gold, shall all meet death. In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Oh no. I don't have any helpers. Can't fight the snake man by
Same.
myself.
Ugh. You can do it.
No, I can't fight the snake man by myself. I can't do that.
Do it with the power of friendship.
Okay.
Every shonen anime says that's just the thing.
Okay. Well, I can't do it by myself. But I can do it with a little help from my friends. I'll get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends.
Can't do it without the help.
Okay. 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 Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Don't freak out.
I think I'm giving her a cavity.
What'd you say?
I think I'm giving her a cavity.
Oh, cavity. Relatable content. Ow.
Time to go back to dentist.
You grabbed my sister. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. She is immensely important to me. And so you must die. Oh my god.
Trevor. Oh wait, no, I'm not ready for that.
He killed me. I didn't even get him to phase 2. Fuck this, dude. I didn't even get him to phase 2. What kind of boss rush is this? I can't even get him to phase 2. Oh, I have my magic negation talisman on instead of my fire negation talisman. That's why. What's the problem?
Solve a mystery.
I
said I love to solve a mystery.
I love to solve a
one,
mystery. I also love to solve a mystery. I'm also a mystery solving aficionado. I don't know if there's anything I love more than solving a mystery. Fuck. Weird self-revelation here. It's like, hold on. Do I like anything more than I like solving a mystery? It might be my ultimate thing to like. Oh, oh no.
Wikipedia Brown. Did you read Encyclopedia Brown books as a kid?
Damn. Encyclopedia Brown. No, I was more of a what's the other girly?
Nancy Drew?
No, Junie B. Jones. That might have been before. That might have been like age, like the age appropriateness of Junie B. Jones may have been lower than Encyclopedia Brown or Nancy Drew. But here's the thing though. I liked solving a mystery, but I was also raised like hyper conservative Christian. So like I was reading like the Hardy Boys, and I would hardly call whatever the fuck was going on in the Hardy Boys books actual mysteries. Like, so I don't know what was going on with what were their names again? You said
Encyclopedia Brown, but at first I said Wikipedia Brown.
Wikipedia Brown. Listen, Layla, I think you're onto something. Layla, I earnestly think you're onto something.
Something like trademark violation.
Trademark violation infringement. What if it was?
If I say it's a parody, I think you're allowed.
A what? A parody?
Right.
I do not know.
Yeah, Encyclopedia Brown A kid shows up to the Encyclopedia Brown's garage. He has a sidekick. I forget her name. He charges, I think, like 25 cents a mystery,
Mm-hmm.
and the down payment is like 5 cents. Kid provides the nickel.
Mm.
It gets dropped into a tin, and then tells the story, and then Encyclopedia Brown goes to work.
Well, I love it, but also I feel like highly alienated from the source material just by virtue of being a 36-year-old human being on the planet.
And also, a nickel would not motivate me to do a damn thing.
Yeah. Let's see. What would a nickel motivate me to do? A nickel might motivate me to, like, if it was under like very already extremely comfortable circumstances, if like a partner of a variety of possible intimacy types was like, I'll give you a nickel to do a certain thing, like I might be playfully interested in doing something for a nickel, just because I know
You're
that
not interested in the nickel.
right. But I'm saying, like, as an exchange token, it means nothing to me. But like, if someone was like, as a abstract modal play signifier, I would like acknowledge it. But under any other circumstance, I would be like, that's not enough of anything for anything, you know? Like, I'm starting to think of like under what circumstances would I be willing to acknowledge a nickel? And it's just like in a play circumstance in which a person for whom I would do something for free is like, I'll give you a nickel. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I would already be willing to do the thing for free, but like as an additional incentive, jokingly in a play circumstance, being like, I'll give you a nickel for doing it, I'd be like slightly more, proportionally more enthused about doing it. If that makes any sense.
Let's see. If someone offered me a nickel, yeah, I'm thinking about like an exchange with a stranger. And oh, I would give someone a wink for a nickel.
A wink?
Yeah.
How effortless is your wink? That must be a very effortless wink. Yeah, I'm not good. I'm not good enough at winking to charge a nickel for a wink. I think I would have to be extremely good at winking. I'm like, that's actual labor on my part.
That anybody except for Rihanna can be bad at.
Yes, yeah. Some people like just don't have the what do you call it? Like dexterity, but it's not dexterity. Oh my god, he killed me.
One eye?
Yeah.
I'm so lost.
Have you like, okay, so to close one eye. But like, here's the thing, it's like there's a bunch of other contiguous signifiers, and obviously Rihanna's bad at doing them. But
I just figured Rihanna was like an extreme case.
No. She's particularly bad at winking, and it's kind of funny.
That's what I meant. Like, she's an extreme case, but that most people can wink.
No, I think that winking is actually a thing that's difficult to do, and people act like it's easy, just by virtue of I'm trying to think of, I can't think right now because I'm fighting a dude who's gonna kill me, dude. Okay, hold on.
As the virtue of being a Libra. I taught Ellis how to wink. It was so cute.
No! Oh, I don't have enough HP to do the thing that I'm trying to do. No, don't do this. Deeply insulting. I wish that you could have seen or had like the comprehension of what just happened to me in the video game, because it's a level of personal insult that like only a computer can level at you, and it hurt my feelings so bad. And there's just no way to communicate to anyone what this computer just did to me. So embarrassing.
I'm sorry, I missed that entirely. The only thing I thought was so embarrassing.
While looking at what?
I said the only thing I caught was so embarrassing.
I was talking about how embarrassing the thing that this computer just did to me was, and no one who doesn't know any who yeah no one who doesn't like know how to read what's going on screen is going to be able to understand how embarrassing it was, the thing that the computer just did to me. Like, I was at.
Sounds like you're in the clear.
No, it's not embarrassing. Sorry, not embarrassing in the like sense of like I don't want anyone to see that this happened, but like embarrassing as in like humiliating, right? I want other people to know how humiliated I feel in this moment, so that they can sympathize with how humiliating it is that a computer was able to do this thing to me, because it's actually deeply upsetting.
Well.
Girl, what are you doing? Girl, what are you doing? There's a way to fight this enemy that like actually means something, and I, for some reason, have just not been able to do that version of this fight. I thought I hit the button. No, instead I'm dead. Okay, okay. Dumb, and then I heal. I'm gonna like try and actually pretend like I know what I'm doing for a second. Heal. Bum. Yes. Girl, why do you do attacks when you're out of range? Oh, thank fucking fuck. Okay. What am I doing? I'm dodging the big one. Boom. I died. I died instead. I thought I did the thing in time to not die. Instead I died. What the fuck? Explain. Okay. Interesting. What were we talking about before that fight? My brain.
No idea. From memory.
You asked me if I like specific kinds of detective stories. I said I like Junie B. Jones. Let's see. I think I like Junie B. Jones because the art was good. In my brain space. I liked the stylization of the art. Junie, is this B. Jones? Yeah, as is typical with me and my being an fucking art dork. I don't remember any of the like books that people consider like, oh, this is like good like elementary to early middle school literature.
I don't remember any of that shit because I was too preoccupied, like walking through the library and being like, "Ooh, I like the way this cover looks," and then reading that instead of giving a shit about what people were like. Hey, have you read this? About. Don't judge a book by its cover, but find out everything that you can possibly find out about the illustrator who did the cover art. Thank you for that sonic affirmation.
I'm trying to remember something you said earlier that I had a response to. Oh, it was about your the thing where it seems like you want to be able to give the assurance that your dad was able to provide to you by like performing a ritual that, you know, cost him nothing and had like a positive impact on you. But unfortunately, I think that only has more than 50-50 odds of working if you're like raising that person. Because by the time somebody who you did not raise comes across like your ritual, they have their own like hardware and software reactions to whatever like possible positive affirmation you can think of.
Yeah, it's kind of by happenstance that it had the impact that it had on me.
You think so?
Yeah, because I don't think it had the same impact on my siblings. You know, like he did the same ritual with my siblings, and I don't think that they have this sort of like relationship to their internalized self-worth. And like, you know, it might have something to do with me being the eldest, it might have something to do with other things, I don't know, but like it doesn't seem universally true or consistent.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All the more reason to not establish any ritual around affirmation, except for the ritual of asking people how they like to affirm.
Of what? The ritual of what?
Of asking people how they like to be affirmed.
Okay, but here's the thing though, is that I am asking people how they like to be affirmed. Is it worth inquiring about that, inquiring after that, if the immediate response is still, I'm incapable of doing that for you and will not be able to?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's like the thing that I'm like concerned or confused about.
Well, once again, you're talking to extremely autistic. Yeah, and for my part, I don't much enjoy affirmation.
You don't enjoy affirmation?
Like words of affirmation are not my tea.
Words of affirmation are not my tea. Right. But but like there's not something to be said for, but there is a potential psychological line of inquiry around the reason for that and the possibility of like that not being an extant part of your like, you know, early childhood development practice, that's the reason why it doesn't have that impact on you, right?
Oh yeah, I just assume.
Right.
You're saying though, but right now that is the thing that is true and worth taking into account.
Not just right now.
No, I mean like, yeah. I say right now because of the circumstantialness of you being like, this is a reason why you should take this into account. Not necessarily that like there's a variability about how often it is true about you. Just that
Are
like,
you Korean today?
yeah,
When-
exactly. Yes. Oh. I need to respec my stats to be able to use this weapon. Okay, well, I guess that's helpful to know. Damn, I'm dead. Just from standing here. I hate that. I hate the feeling of being dead just from standing. I see why people feel a type of way about this game. Oh no! Mimicked here beat them while I wasn't looking, so now I have to do this, then this, and then this, and then this, and then it doesn't do anything. Okay. 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 Fuck. Yeah. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Heal. No. Heal. Girl, if you don't heal. Girl, if you don't. Oh my god. Heal. No. Heal. Heal. Girl. Yes. No, it didn't actually. No. I'm dead. So close. We got them down to 25% health. Oh man, so close. But if you push the wrong button, then you die. That's how video games work. Important to know.
Sure.
Important to know.
This is basically the whole premise.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's like they're like, hey, okay, so just so you know, if you push the wrong button, your character in the game is gonna die. It's not necessarily that you like did anything wrong demonstrably, but like, you know, or each by their means and what have you. But like, if you like do the wrong thing at the wrong time in the game, the character that you're playing as will cease to exist. Like, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but it's true. Okay. What I've decided to do is stick to my guns. And a thing that's true about my guns is that like
They're sticky.
the thought that I had was more along the lines of, oh, actually I need to replace this with, yeah. The thing about my guns is that my guns are cheesy. Oftentimes when people play games like these, they'll be like, oh, you only try one type of play style, you never like get better at like any kind of other way of playing the game. And like I say, that's true. And the reason why that's true is because for me and my neurotype, my reaction speed, etc. at all, that is true. Like, it is the fun way to play the game is the way I choose to play the game. And so what I'm doing right now is I've decided to play the game the fun way. Let's see how well I do this attempt. We got down to 25% health last time.
Let's see if there's any difference now. Preferred way to play the game. Don't mind me, preferred way to play the game. Oh. Nice. Okay, well, she broke his stance in the middle of a really good moment.
Oh, are you freezing?
Huh?
Don't do this to me, Clip Studio Paint.
What did Clip Studio do? What does she do?
It's frozen. Oh wait, or maybe the pencil is dead. Yeah, no, it's just the pencil died. Phew. Save. Well, my hands are tied. That's all I can do.
No. Come on. Okay, I survived. He's down to, ooh, girly. Well, I got him down to 10% health, so even if I die, I did better than last time, which is a proof of concept about my abilities. Oh, she did it. She beat him. My mimic tier did it. Okay, so what I was saying is I typically play with a specific play style. The reason why I do that is because it makes the game more fun and easier. And then after saying all those things, I beat the boss the very next time. Hello?
Question.
I'm correct. Yes, what's up?
Wait, maybe it's just in window. Wait. Never mind. Figured out the answer to that. Do you want to see the
This current state of the
pages
comic? Yes, please.
that are colored?
Yes, please.
I gotta think of a way to put color on the cover, because it does not have that currently.
Wait, you're saying that you want to put color on the cover?
Yeah, but right now the only things that I would color on the cover, I guess I could color the bike. Boom. I'll color
No,
the
wait,
bike.
hold on. I'm confused. So, this is the cover. Why is the entire comic technically long ways? Like, are you gonna print it all so that it's like, landscape?
Children's book.
Yeah. That is. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I was like, in my brain, I was just like,
they're
that
mostly
doesn't.
in landscape.
Yeah. I was like, that doesn't immediately mean that it's going to be landscape, but it is overwhelmingly
Certainly not
the structure.
immediately.
Okay, so you haven't yet converted it to your everything's on the same in the same document on separate layers. Would you like to have a dedicated tutorial on how to make a book? Because the simplicity of making a book is that you export the entire thing as a TIFF file or a series of TIFF files that are all connected, and you can print them all. But like having them on separate layers means you have to go, okay, block out this layer, make this layer visible, export, block out this layer, make this layer visible, export. You can have the entire book in one go.
Yeah, let's do that. Not right now.
Yeah, next time.
Yes, I would like that.
Yeah, it looks dope though. I like
have no criticisms, especially because it's just so fucking cute. Ah, yes. Year of the Metal Dragon. Year of the Metal Horse. Wait, hold on. Oh no, that makes sense. I was gonna say Simon. I was Wood Dragon. Yeah, that makes sense, huh?
You were an Earth Dragon.
Earth Dragon. Yeah. Have we already talked about this?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Simon likes construction, trucks, and dinosaurs. Nina likes plants, and Nina's snake Coco. That's true.
And that's as far as I got. Everything else you've basically seen.
Right, but is everything else also still in the sketch phase, or is it just not colored?
Yeah, it's just blue.
Okay, I still like it and want to see more tomorrow.
Very good.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing, and I'm excited, and again, feeling good in a way that I don't know how to simplify outside of saying proud.
Thank you. I am feeling like I should make a slightly different or a more significantly different book for Ellis so that they can have different things.
Okay, two things. One is I can imagine at some point a child being like, oh, why do I get the same book? But then also I can imagine a teenager realizing that their sibling like wrote them a book, and even if it's 99% identical to a book that their sibling wrote and drew and illustrated for their sibling, another sibling, it would be like, it's cool as hell that my sibling made me a book.
I guess the part where I feel guilty is that I have been thinking about making this book for Simon for like, how old is he now for like 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
I have not been thinking about making this book for Ellis for about 2 years. So much of it feels so very like Simon.
Slapped on.
And
yeah.
I feel slightly guilty just being like, and throw something in for Ellis too. Why not?
No, here's the thing that I would consider doing is like considering both of these books, like you're putting a lot of effort and like all of yourself into both of these books, but rather than like being like, I should make Ellis's book more differentiable, what I would do is like take the experience that you get from making these two books that are fairly similar to each other and allow that to be practice for a book that will just be Ellis's book. Does that make sense? So like in like 2 years, you can reverse the process and make a book for Ellis and also print a copy for Simon if he wants it, you know?
Because then Ellis will be 4, Simon will be 6.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no, 6-year-olds still like books.
Yep. True fact about 6-year-olds, still love books. Can't get enough of them.
Still into books. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea.
Cool. Yeah, I don't want you to feel guilty.
I have been feeling guilty.
Feeling guilty about
I get accused of favoring Simon.
I mean, that's okay because you spent more time with him.
I don't favor him though. I don't think I do.
I think that it's okay for people to get the impression.
More.
Yeah. Oh, I get that too. I get that because like a thing that psychologists talk about when you're like raising a kid is like you don't want to show favoritism so that like the kids don't feel like they're like unequal to each other. But like if you're a relative and you just like have more emotional or like psychic symmetry or there's a word that I'm looking for that means like connection,
with a person. It's the same thing as like,
Is that the right word? I actually don't remember what it means.
What was the word that you said? Connection?
Compersion?
Compersion. No, not compersion. Compersion means like feeling pleasure in response to watching another person experience pleasure. But no, it's like it's similar to how I don't view any relationships in my life as hierarchical, but a thing that I can acknowledge is true is that you and I get along better than I get along with most people. And it's just like, why is that? I don't have a reason, and I'm not even seeking to maximize the time spent doing that thing. It's just a thing that seems consistent every time. Like, I don't experience cognitive dissonance when interacting with you, when sometimes I do with other people, you know? And it's like, why? And I don't know. But like, that's not a thing that you can like intuitively communicate to a child or the parents of that child. And so like, when they're like, you seem to favor this person, it's like, no, we just synergize, harmonize better because of our personality types. There's no way to like say like, this is the reason why that happens, or like, I'm not trying to give them a complex by doing this, but it's a thing that is simply true. Like, there's no way to like undo or unravel that. You can maybe be more like compassionate toward them because of that, but that might also be putting them at a disadvantage in giving them a complex about longing for the attention of a person who they don't harmonize well with. So I wouldn't think too hard about it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but I also like, in addition to that, genuinely do not think that I favor.
Yeah, I believe that.
Simon.
Like,
I think I just relate to him. iPad, do you not turn off? I don't really understand this device.
You don't know how to turn off your iPad?
I guess not.
Do you hit? What happens if you hit the lock screen? Are you trying to turn it all the way off?
All the way off.
What I do is I hit volume up, volume down, lock screen.
Up, down, lock. Oh. And it's off.
Then you slide to power off. When you slide it, then it turns off. Yeah.
Slide to power off. I didn't see that come up.
Okay, if you go volume
it just
up,
made
volume
like a little chewy clip sound.
Oh, what happened when I did it was, it did a screen where there was like a slide thing that had a button with a X in it. So I hit volume up, volume down, hold, lock screen, and then it says slide to power off, and then you slide the thing. How does your...
I got it.
Okay. You found it?
I didn't hold. I just clicked.
Tap. Cool. Word. Alrighty. A thing that I didn't notice about myself and today is that I've been streaming for 12 hours. I've interacted with my partner a grand total of 2 times today. A thing that they communicated to me was that last night when I got in bed, they were like, I was fully planning to, upon your arrival here, seducing the fuck out of you. And I was like, okay, what happened? And they were like, the moment that my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep. And I didn't see you again until the sun was up. And I was like, interesting, fascinating series of events. I was like, oh, okay, nice. I enjoyed that. That was one of 2 interactions that I had with them, was them divulging that information to me. And I thought that was like really adorable in and of itself. It was just good.
It's
Yeah. All right. This has been the Petal Party with me, your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist. I hope you have a fantastic time zone. Enjoy the time between now. When I see you next, likely tomorrow. Layla, thank you for joining me.
Night.
I hope you
Maybe
have a good
see you
night.
tomorrow.
Sit tight.
Yes.
Yes. Alrighty. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Guten Nacht.
Guten Nacht.